Simon & Schuster Audio presents 6 Frigates, The Epic History of the Founding of the U.S. Navy by Ian W. Toll. Read by Stephen Lang.
Chapter 1. On October 21st, 1805, an English fleet commanded by Admiral Lord Horatio Nelson hunted down and annihilated the combined fleets of France and Spain in an immense sea battle off Cape Trafalgar near the Spanish coast. The Battle of Trafalgar, as it came to be known, crowned the British Royal Navy as undisputed sovereign of the world's oceans and confounded Napoleon's last hope of a cross-channel invasion of England. Napoleon, campaigning against the Austrians and Russians in the east, was angered and disgusted by the news. But he was hardly surprised. Since the outbreak of war in 1792, the Royal Navy had methodically and ruthlessly burned, sunk, or captured nearly every enemy warship that had come within range of its guns. To the French and all the other European peoples who had been punished by British sea power, the Spanish, the Russians, the Dutch, the Danes, it seemed as if the English were inherently more skillful, more resourceful, and more in their element while at sea, in the same way that a seal or a shark is inherently a better swimmer than a horse or a bear. It would be no exaggeration to say that England's naval supremacy in the early years of the 19th century was unlike anything the world had ever seen before or has since. The Romans had won complete control of the Mediterranean 20 centuries earlier, but rarely did they venture in force out into the Atlantic, and of the more distant oceans they knew nothing. In our own time, the United States might be capable of defeating all the world's other navies combined, but that claim has never been tested in war, and there are many other functioning navies afloat. But Britain, after Trafalgar, forced every other great power virtually to abandon the sea and seek refuge in its harbors. Britain's gigantic fleets held sway over the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Indian, the Caribbean, the North Sea, the Baltic, and the Mediterranean. Its bases were far-flung, strategically located, and unassailable. England had huge seaports and dockyard complexes on its southern and western coasts, with a large and highly developed infrastructure to build, fit out, and provision ships of every kind. The nation could draw upon a broad population of experienced seamen who had learned their professional skills in service on merchant ships, fishing dories, coastal traders, and men of war. British naval hegemony was founded on the leadership of great commanders, and none was greater than Nelson, who is still revered as a kind of god in England. His stone likeness, 3 times larger than life, gazes down on Whitehall, the British Admiralty, and the Houses of Parliament from a 165-foot-high column at the geographic centre of London. The third son of a country parson, he was a small, harmless-looking man who stood 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed 130 pounds. His features were gentle and pubescent, even feminine. He was as passionate and tender as a poet in springtime, pouring his heart out to the women he loved, above all to Emma Hamilton, the beautiful young wife of the British ambassador to Naples, whom he loved adulterously and publicly. He was full of warmth and kindness and praise for all of his colleagues in the Navy. He called them his band of brothers, a reference to Henry V, his favorite play, and he was gracious and thoughtful and generous to them all. He had a magnetism that drew his fellow officers to him and made them compete for his approval. But Nelson had a darker side. Behind the gracious and sensitive exterior, there was a cold resolve, a ruthlessness, even a kind of savagery. His personal courage was extreme to the point of recklessness. He had seen so much action that it is incredible in retrospect that he survived as long as he did. In a 1794 attack on Corsica, a shell had exploded nearby, blasting sand and dirt into his face. He lost the sight of his right eye as a result, and for the rest of his life both the pupil and the iris had a uniformly cloudy blue tone that made his gaze unnerving, especially when he was angry. In an attack on the Canary Islands in 1797, his right elbow had been shattered by a musket ball, and his arm had to be amputated without anesthetic. He did not complain when the surgeon sawed through the bone, But he thought the use of a cold knife to cut through the flesh caused unnecessary pain, and instructed that all future amputations should be performed with a heated blade. Nelson's approach to war at sea was simple, effective, and brutal. He had little regard for clever maneuvering, and no patience for complicated battle tactics. He thought it a waste of time to try to outsail an opponent in the hope of winning an advantageous position, and he thought it a waste of ammunition to fire at an enemy from long range. His notion of how a naval action should be fought, which he put into practice at Trafalgar, was to fight the enemy yardarm to yardarm, to position his ships parallel to those of the enemy, so close that their hulls were literally touching, and to order his gun crews to fire and reload and fire again as quickly as they possibly could. "The best and only mode I have found of hitting the enemy afloat," he told a colleague, "is to get so close that whether the gun is pointed upwards or downwards, forward or aft, it must strike its opponent." Warships of this era were armed with a battery of so-called great guns, colossal iron weapons with barrels 9 or 10 feet long, each weighing 2 tons or more. The caliber of a gun was based on the weight of the round shot it fired. Battleships and frigates carried 18 or 24-pounders, weapons 3 and 4 times heavier and more destructive than the standard 6-pounder field piece used by the Army during the same period. On firing, the gun bellowed with a noise that was like some awfully tremendous thunderstorm whose deafening roar is attended by incessant streaks of lightning. It discharged enormous billowing clouds of white acrid smoke, and recoiled with a force that would kill a man who was caught in its way. As the gun came to rest at the end of its breeching, the gun crew, as many as 10 or 12 men to a weapon, began a rapid and precisely timed series of movements to reload and fire again. The borehole was sponged out with a swab, the gunpowder, bound in a cloth cartridge, rammed down into the muzzle. A wad was rammed in on top of the powder, and then the cannonball and another wad were rammed down on top of that. The cloth of the cartridge was pierced, and some priming powder poured into the touch-hole. The gun crew ran the monstrous weapon out through its port by heaving in unison on the gun tackle. The captain of the gun adjusted his aim and gave the order to fire. A match was touched to the primer. The gun roared, recoiled, and the process began again. The British were happy to trade blows at point-blank range, to fight ball for ball, because their gunnery was superior to that of their enemies. The potency of British gunnery owed nothing to the weapons themselves, for the French and Spanish ships were armed in much the same way. Nor was it the aim of the British gun crews, for even when their aim was superior, it was rarely decisive. The single most important factor was the rate of fire. A British warship would fire 3 broadsides to every 2 fired by an enemy ship, if that enemy ship was particularly well manned, well led, and well practiced. More often, the British would get off 2 or 3 broadsides to the enemy's 1, and the ratio would continuously improve in their favor as the battle wore on, toward its inevitable conclusion. So great was the force of the big naval guns that surgeons swore that they had seen men killed by the wind of a passing shot. On examination, their corpses were found to be completely unmarked. But when a cannon scored a direct hit on a man, it did not leave a pretty picture. It was not at all uncommon for a ball to blow a man's head off, splattering his mates with blood and brains and tiny fragments of bone and tissue. Men had their hands or arms taken cleanly off by passing balls. One sailor recalled seeing the top half of another man's head cut off by a round shot. He was surprised at how neat and symmetrical the wound was, as if someone had swung a very sharp broadaxe in a wide horizontal arc and struck the unlucky man on the bridge of his nose. Both earlobes had been left on his lower cheeks. Above decks, the British ships were armed with carronades, named for the town of Carron, Scotland, where they were first cast. The carronade was a kind of snub-nose cannon, shorter and lighter than the long gun. Because it was lighter, it could be carried high above the waterline and fired and reloaded more rapidly. The carronade was not effective at long range, but in the close action favored by the British captains, it was deadly. The French, who bore the brunt of their immense destructive power, called them devil guns. They were most pernicious when loaded with shrapnel-like types of ammunition such as grape or canister shot. Grape shot were fist-sized iron balls bound in canvas bags that blew apart when fired. Canister shot were cylindrical cases containing pistol balls that became a kind of airborne claymore mine as they were fired. There was also chain shot and bar shot, both designed to cut up the enemy's rigging, but both equally capable of cutting a man in half. In the tops, the platforms positioned high on the masts, the Marines would fire down onto the enemy decks with their smooth-bored rifles and muskets. Their objective was to kill the officers, to break down the command structure and send their crews into confusion. If a ship did not surrender after being battered by the British long guns, carronades, and snipers, the officers gave the order to board and carry her. A swarm of seamen, often with their faces blackened with soot to horrify the enemy, leapt across to the enemy deck armed with cutlasses, boarding pikes, axes, swords, and pistols, and slaughtered any man who dared to resist. The victory of the British fleet at Trafalgar was perhaps the most decisive in naval history. 18 French and Spanish ships were captured or destroyed. 6,000 French and Spanish sailors were killed or wounded, and 20,000 taken prisoner. British casualties amounted to 1,700, and the Royal Navy did not lose a single ship. Napoleon, after Trafalgar, was forced to admit that he could never hope to lead an invasion of England. He turned his energies to the east, to military conquest by land, a path that would eventually end with his disastrous invasion of Russia and his final defeat a decade later at Waterloo. Nelson's officers urged him not to wear his medals and orders and full-dress admiral's uniform while exposed on the Victory's quarterdeck. He turned a deaf ear to their pleas. Almost at the same moment Victory broke the enemy line, he was shot through the chest by an enemy sniper. When the doctor rushed to his side, Nelson declared the wound to be mortal and rejected any further medical attention. He asked his flag captain to kiss him as he lay dying. "I have done my duty," he said at last. Thank God for that. In England, news of the British victory and the death of Nelson arrived simultaneously. Joy over the victory was swamped by the outpouring of mass grieving at the loss of the beloved admiral. "The only signs of a great victory," remarked a Londoner, "are endless posters saying, 'Alas, poor Nelson.'" A foreign visitor wrote, "It was as if a great calamity had befallen the land." The sailors of the Navy were "useless for duty for days," wrote one seaman. "Chaps that fought like the devil sat down and cried like wenches." The Anne, an American square-rigged merchantman with a cargo of flour, tobacco, salt fish, and apples, was 18 days out of New York when she met the British fleet off Trafalgar a few hours after its victory. That there had been an enormously destructive battle was apparent from the sea litter floating across many miles of the ocean. Bobbing on the surface were huge sections of spars and rigging, torn pieces of sailcloth, and dead seamen who would soon slip beneath the waves. Nelson was already dead and embalmed. His head had been shorn, his arms and legs folded in a fetal position, and his body sealed, head down in a cask of brandy, camphor, and myrrh. Most of the British ships were still too battered to sail, and their uninjured crews were working to repair the damage while also caring for hundreds of wounded British soldiers and thousands of wounded French and Spanish prisoners. A boat from the Victory came across to the Anne to inquire if any stores could be purchased to aid in the repair work. As luck would have it, Anne was carrying a deckload of lumber, which her master was happy to sell, along with some flour and apples. He received a fair price and was paid in English gold. It was a minor footnote to the Battle of Trafalgar, and not a significant event in itself. But it was typical of the presence of the Americans on the sea in those years. Merchant vessels sailing under the Stars and Stripes were ubiquitous on the high seas, but rarely was an American warship ever seen. The first 3 American presidents, Washington, Adams, and Jefferson, had gone to great lengths to stay out of the conflict raging in Europe. The only exception had been a brief, undeclared naval war with France in the Caribbean a few years earlier, but that was a small-scale regional conflict, fought more against French privateers than against the French Navy, and it had come to a quick, negotiated end. The truth was that America did not want war, least of all a sea war, because its merchant marine was making money hand over fist in the carrying trade, a role it could continue to exploit only so long as its government remained neutral. In 1805, the United States was not much more than a narrow strip of sparsely populated beachfront real estate. In time, the West would open up, and its receding frontier would lure millions away from the coast. But in the opening decade of the 19th century, the lands beyond the Appalachians were remote, little known, poor, and dangerous. Half of the country's 6 million inhabitants lived within a day's journey of the vast, gray, tumultuous ocean to the east, an ocean that served both as a defensive barrier against the rest of the world and as a highway to it. Centers of population were strung out along the coastline like a chain of islands, enclosed on one side by the sea, and on the other by a sea of woods. Roads were roads only in name. They were tentative wagon tracks through a seemingly interminable wilderness, and when not awash in mud, they were everywhere obstructed by stumps and fallen trees. Coach and wagon drivers were constantly stopping and descending from the driver's seat, axe in hand. Every stream crossing was an adventure. Every river was impassable when the ferryman was drunk or in bed. Travelers were happy to put 20 miles behind them without losing their way in the woods. The biggest American towns, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, were all Atlantic seaports, with large communities of professional seamen and all the essential supporting industries needed to build, fit out, provision, and repair ships. In every town the waterfront was a maze of warehouses, rope walks, boat builders' sheds, counting houses, and sail lofts. The shipyards drew from a broad pool of expert laborers and master craftsmen. Shipyard workers worked from sunrise to sunset 6 days a week, and were paid the same daily wage in the long days of June as they were during the shorter days of the fall and winter months. All day long the yards were filled with the sounds of saw, adze, broadaxe, and caulking mallets sawing and chipping and tapping away at the timbers. Fast little fore and aft rigged Baltimore schooners ran the English blockades into French, Dutch, and German ports, carrying grain, flour, kiln-dried corn in barrels, dried fish, salted meats, rice, cheese, and other foodstuffs to feed the war-torn continent. Big square-rigged blue-water sailors out of Salem and Boston rounded the Cape of Good Hope bound for the East Indies, or chanced the grueling passage round Cape Horn to the South Pacific, and on to Whampoa Roads and the burgeoning China trade. New York merchantmen rode every tide down the Narrows, outbound for Caribbean destinations, laden with flour, salmon, brandy, dried hams, barrels of salted pork and beef, peas, candles, soap, pots of butter, herring, claret, glassware, oil, juniper berries, cheese, indigo, spruce, and hickory hoops. They might return home with rum, coffee, sugar, pimento, molasses, and muscovado, or they might continue on the long, stormy transatlantic run to Europe. Drab little sloops, brigs, snows, cutters, ketches, and other rigs for the coastal trade sailed out of Portsmouth, Newburyport, Ipswich, Bristol, New London, Baltimore, Charleston, and 100 other American seaports. They were laden with sugar, flour, cotton, rice, corn, tea, sausages, almonds, sweetmeats, earthenware, varnish, pig iron, oak staves, liquor, shoes, tanned leather, looking-glasses, playing cards, books, perfumes, hair powder, and 1,000 other cargoes. From the American merchantman's point of view, Napoleon's World War made the seas far more hazardous, but at the same time rendered them far more lucrative. So long as the United States avoided being dragged into the war, its merchant marine would reap windfall profits. The disparities between prices of goods in different ports widened. A barrel of flour that cost $8 in New York might be sold for $18 in Amsterdam. A bale of cotton that cost $11 in Savannah might fetch $23 in Brest. The wider the price spreads, the more fantastic the profits. With every other major maritime nation at war, competition fell off drastically. Ships sailing under the colors of the warring nations were subject to immediate capture by their enemies, and neutral ships became the safest means of importing and exporting goods that might otherwise never reach their destinations. American neutrality was big business. It set off an explosion in American exports, shipping tonnage, and overseas commerce. As Napoleon made his bid for mastery of the Old World, the good times were rolling in the new one. No one had any illusions. Business was booming because Europe was at war, and for no other reason. Peace would bring an end to the boom. So would an end to American neutrality. From the outbreak of war in 1792 to 1807, 2 years after Trafalgar, American exports and re-exports more than quintupled to $108 million per year. They would not touch that level again until 1835, when the nation's population had more than doubled. In the same 15-year period, the size of America's merchant marine nearly tripled to well over 1 million metric tons, more than 10,000 vessels, manned by about 69,000 seamen. This did not include the untold numbers of tramp traders, American vessels that plied the waters between foreign ports without ever returning home. Flour exports alone would fill 400 ships a year. In active tonnage and cargoes, the United States, a small country and isolated, had surpassed every other maritime power save Great Britain. And if the trend held, as it might, the United States, with no colonial empire and no navy to speak of, would overtake Britain as the nation with the largest merchant shipping fleet in the world. American naval history had begun 30 years earlier with the American Revolution. It was not a proud beginning. General George Washington and the Continental Army endured and eventually prevailed. The Continental Navy, with few exceptions, was a wasteful and humiliating fiasco. In 1775, the Continental Congress assembled at Philadelphia, appointed a Marine Committee, and charged its 7 members with the task of organizing a navy. The committee met each evening in a private chamber on the 2nd floor of the City Tavern, a block from the Philadelphia waterfront. Huddled in front of a fire, with the noise of a boisterous taproom rising through the floorboards, this handful of audacious neophytes invented the American Navy. John Adams, a 39-year-old delegate from Massachusetts, later remembered these meetings as the pleasantest part of my labors for the 4 years I spent in Congress. But he was also painfully aware of the committee's collective inexperience, not least his own. It is very odd that I, who have never thought much of the old ocean or the dominion of it, should be necessitated to make such inquiries, he told his good friend Elbridge Gerry. But it is my fate and my duty, and therefore I must attempt it. From the outset, the committee struggled to reach consensus on the most basic strategic and tactical questions. Would the Navy be used to defend the nation's shores, for convoys, for commerce raiding, to deliver diplomatic ministers to Europe? What kind of ships? Should they be bought or built? How should they be armed and manned? Officers' commissions were dealt out according to a spoils system in which political influence was more important than seamanship or other pertinent qualifications. Only time and experience would expose the officer who was inept, cowardly, corrupt, or insubordinate, and many of the earliest American naval officers combined several of these qualities. On some ships, drunkenness and desertion were as common among the officers as among the enlisted men. Wardrooms were fractured by rivalries and personal enmity. Influential men lobbied their congressional delegates to take unruly sons and nephews off their hands. Officers feuded publicly, even publishing broadsides against their rivals in the newspapers. The first men of war to sail under American colors were converted merchant vessels, weakly constructed and easily overwhelmed in action. In late 1775, the committee authorized the construction of 13 light frigates, based upon designs proposed by 2 Philadelphia shipwrights, John Wharton and Joshua Humphreys. Because Britain had forbidden the construction of warships in the colonies, American shipbuilders generally lacked relevant experience, and they made costly and time-consuming mistakes. None of the Continental frigates were completed on time, but as it turned out, the construction delays did not really matter. Once the ships were launched, they all lay at anchor or dockside for a year or more, awaiting ordnance, rigging, provisions, and crews. Arming them posed a serious problem. Britain had also forbidden the manufacture of heavy cannon in the colonies, and there were no domestic foundries capable of smelting, refining, and casting big naval guns. The Continental frigates that did get to sea were often so poorly fitted out that they were quickly forced back into port for repairs. Critics pointed out that the revolutionary cause would be better served by having no frigates than by having half-completed or damaged frigates lying idle in American harbors. A port-bound frigate had to be guarded against attack by British raiding parties. Washington was exasperated by constant requests for troops to guard the Continental warships. He believed, not unreasonably, that the Navy should exist to support the Army and not the reverse. In July 1777, when a British invasion force was advancing toward Philadelphia, he urged that the frigates lying in the Delaware River be scuttled to prevent capture. Congress could not bring itself to swallow such a bitter pill, but the issue was settled when enemy cruisers and gunboats attacked up the Delaware, and the Continental Navy's entire force on the river was destroyed, either by the British or by their own crews. Of the 13 American frigates built during the Revolution, 7 were captured and taken into the Royal Navy, and another 4 were destroyed to prevent their falling into enemy hands. Only in Europe did the rebel navy achieve any degree of success. When France entered the war in 1778, its channel ports were thrown open to American warships and privateers, providing good bases within a day's sail of England's busiest sea lanes. Benjamin Franklin, serving as American envoy in Paris, pledged to insult the coasts of the lords of the ocean with our little cruisers. The best remembered naval hero of the American Revolution was a Scotsman, John Paul Jones, who captained 2 successful hit-and-run cruises in British coastal waters in 1778 and 1779. Raiding isolated seaports in England and Scotland, taking dozens of prizes, defying the Royal Navy cruisers dispatched to hunt him down, Jones robbed the British people of their sense of peace and security at home. The American privateering war dealt a heavy blow to British trade. Privateers were privately owned and financed ships of war that were licensed to prey on enemy shipping. Captured vessels and cargoes became the property of the owners, who awarded the officers and crew a share of the prizes taken during each cruise. The Continental Congress and the states distributed about 2,000 privateering commissions during the war. 1,000 were distributed in Massachusetts alone. Swarms of privateers attacked the British supply convoys off the American coasts. Others cruised the English Channel and sent captured prizes into French ports. The success of their efforts was measured in rising maritime insurance premiums paid by British mercantile interests. Americans had their French allies to thank for the decisive naval campaign of the Revolutionary War. A 28-ship fleet under the command of Rear Admiral François de Grasse cut off General Charles Cornwallis's escape by sea from Yorktown in September 1781, forcing the surrender that effectively brought the war to an end. When a messenger brought Washington the news that de Grasse's fleet had anchored in Lynnhaven Bay off Cape Henry, the commander-in-chief leaped off his horse and waved his hat over his head in celebration. On September 5th, off the Virginia Capes, de Grasse's fleet engaged a British fleet under the command of Admiral Thomas Graves. No ships were captured or sunk on either side, but the British fleet withdrew and returned to New York, abandoning Cornwallis's army to its fate. The Battle of Virginia Capes, 24 years before Trafalgar, was the last time the French would ever defeat the Royal Navy in a major fleet engagement. In the first flush of independence, what little remained of the Continental Navy was taken entirely out of service. The ships were sold at auction, the officers decommissioned, and the men discharged, often without receiving the back pay they were owed. A recently launched battleship, the largest built in America up to that time, was presented as a gift to the French. American seamen went back to their familiar peacetime pursuits on merchant vessels, coasters, and fishing dories. The country was broke and heavily in debt. Congress, under the Articles of Confederation, had no power to raise funds. The public was weary of war. There was a widespread fear that if the armed forces were permitted to remain intact, they might be tempted to seize power and impose a military autocracy on the infant republic. If naval protection was needed, Americans reasoned, their French allies would come to the rescue once again. Independence was expected to open lucrative new markets for shipping and trade. Once free of British taxes and trade restrictions revolutionary pamphleteers had promised, commerce would boom and Americans would prosper beyond their wildest dreams. These hopes were quickly dashed. American trade had always depended, above all, on access to England's West Indian colonies. The hungry Caribbean islands, with their huge slave populations and their narrow economies devoted entirely to cultivation of sugar and coffee, had once consumed more than two-thirds of American food exports. In 1783, however, a British order in council debarred any American ship from entering any British West Indian seaport. The measure was final, sweeping, and devastating. Cut off from their traditional markets, prices of flour, beef, pork, salted fish, naval stores, bar iron, and other mainstays of the American export economy fell 30, 40, or 50%. By 1788, ship arrivals from the British West Indies had fallen to half of what they had been before the Revolution. In the seaports, unemployed seamen and shipwrights loitered around the wharves and slept in the streets. Warehouses stood half empty. Entire families threw themselves on the mercy of the churches and poor relief rolls. Creditors foreclosed on homes and farms. With their traditional markets for salted fish cut off, boats that had once fished cod and mackerel on the Grand Bank now rotted on the beaches. An unknown number of New England fishermen emigrated to Nova Scotia, where their catch could be lawfully sold in British markets. In late 1786 in western Massachusetts, rebellious farmers united behind the leadership of Captain Daniel Shays, a veteran of the Revolution. They attacked and shut down debtors' courts in Northampton, Worcester, Concord, Taunton, and Great Barrington, and eventually stormed a federal arsenal in Springfield. Before Shays' rebellion was suppressed in 1787, it left many American conservatives wondering whether democratic government was tenable. A leading objective of America's post-revolutionary foreign policy was to secure access to new export markets. Trade consuls were dispatched to 19 foreign ports. France offered the greatest hope of replacing the lost British markets, both because of the size of its economy and its colonial empire, especially the French West Indies, and because it remained America's major ally. In 1784, Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of Independence and wartime governor of Virginia, was appointed as a minister plenipotentiary and charged with negotiating new commercial treaties with European trading partners. He sailed from Boston in a packet, the Ceres, on July 5, 1784. It was his first time at sea. At the court of Versailles, Jefferson acted in the role of a commercial attaché, promoting American exports of whale oil, furs, ships, naval stores, potash, grain, livestock, and tobacco. In return, he said, French manufactured goods could be imported into the United States, replacing those previously imported from England. Louis XVI's foreign minister, the Comte de Vergennes, was sympathetic, but powerful French mercantile interests were determined to oppose any relaxation of trade barriers. When an August 1784 decree opened the French West Indies to American ships, the competition evoked a furious response from French ship owners. Thus torn, the Vergennes ministry tended to vacillate. The ministry are disposed to be firm, Jefferson told James Monroe, but there is a point at which they will give way. As he predicted, American privileges were soon whittled down by countervailing decrees. Some of the smaller European powers were willing to expand trade links with the new nation. New agreements were signed with the Dutch, the Swedes, and the Russians. Frederick II of Prussia signed a trade agreement with the United States in July 1785, though he privately said he did not expect the American Union to last. Negotiations with Austria and Portugal dragged on for years. In any case, none of these agreements could replace the loss of the British markets. It was increasingly clear that the United States would have to grasp for concessions from its recent enemy. This responsibility fell to John Adams, who received the news that he had been appointed the first American minister to the court of St. James's in May 1785. In England, Adams soon learned that the government of 24-year-old Prime Minister William Pitt had no intention of letting America back into the British trading system. Adams began to suspect a conspiracy to reassert British sovereignty over the former colonies. But England's trade restrictions were founded on something more than spite. They were founded on a cogent understanding of sea power and its contribution to the prosperity and security of the British Empire. A vast maritime trading establishment, British-built ships manned by British seamen engaged in the overseas carrying trade, was understood to be the wellspring from which England's naval power was drawn. Strict exclusion of foreign ships from British ports, argued Lord Sheffield in one of his many essays on the subject, was the basis of our great power at sea. If we alter that act by permitting any state to trade with our islands, we sacrifice the marine of England. Peace with Britain had removed the threat posed by the Royal Navy to American merchant ships, but it had also left them without the umbrella of protection the Royal Navy had provided before 1776. For the first time, the Stars and Stripes were seen on the high seas and in foreign seaports, but the flag was seen flying only on richly laden and defenseless merchant vessels, never on ships of war. Greedy eyes studied the ships of this new nation the way wolves study sheep. The wolves were hungry, the sheep were fat, numerous, and slow, and there was not a shepherd in sight. The first attacks took place in the Mediterranean, where piracy had been practiced since the beginning of recorded history. The pirates in this case were from the 4 Barbary states of Tripoli, Tunis, Algiers, and Morocco, whose corsairs operated out of ancient seaports along the North African coast. Since the Islamic conquest of North Africa in the 8th century, these dusty, sun-drenched little city-states had pledged nominal allegiance to the Sultan of Turkey, but they were largely autonomous. Their traditional livelihood was piracy, and their traditional victims were the foreign merchant vessels that plied the Mediterranean trade routes close to their shores. Captured crew members were transported back into port in chains, where they were imprisoned, put to hard labor, or sold at slave markets. By the late 18th century, the major European powers could have snuffed out piracy in the Mediterranean without much trouble. Even acting alone, Britain could have put all 4 Barbary states out of business with 2 or 3 powerful naval squadrons combined with the threat of invasion by land. But the Barbary states and their corsairs were tolerated, perhaps even encouraged. From the mid-17th century, a protection racket had evolved, whereby the nations that wished to ensure safe passage for their ships paid annual tribute to each Barbary ruler. In most cases, the decision to pay simply reflected a cold calculation that tribute was cheaper than the cost of constantly defending the vital Mediterranean trade routes. But Britain was playing a more devious game. It saw the ever-present threat of Barbary piracy as a check against the growth of economic competition from smaller maritime rivals. By the mid-1780s, 100 American ships and 1,200 American sailors carried 20,000 tons of sugar, flour, rice, salted fish, and lumber to ports in the Mediterranean every year, returning with cargoes of wine, lemons, oranges, figs, opium, and olive oil. In July 1785, 2 American ships, the Maria and the Dauphin, were seized by Algerian corsairs. 22 crewmen were transported to Algiers and thrown into dungeons among the slaves of other nations. They were dressed in coarse cloths, given a single dirty blanket each, and fed a daily ration of 15 ounces of bread. Most were set to work as shipriggers, longshoremen, porters, and draft animals. They were often beaten or whipped, and always in fear for their lives. American leaders came under pressure to strike back at the pirates, to rescue their enslaved countrymen, and to prevent further attacks. The captives wrote to Thomas Jefferson while he was stationed in Paris, begging him to raise funds to ransom them. "Our sufferings is beyond our expressing or your conception," one wrote, "hoping your honor will be pleased to represent our grievances to Congress, hoping they will take such measures as to tend to our speedy redemption." The plight of the captives, wrote Jefferson, left him absolutely suspended between indignation and impotence. He asked the French government for assistance. Vergennes agreed to mediate with the Dey of Algiers, but insisted that America would have to follow the example of all the European maritime powers and pay tribute to the Barbary states. And since America had no naval force in the Mediterranean to protect its shipping, Vergennes added, that price was likely to be high. Money and fear are the only 2 agents at Algiers. Negotiations did not bear fruit. The Dey of Algiers demanded a huge payment in exchange for a peace treaty and a separate ransom of $59,496 for the release of 22 Americans held as prisoner. The sums demanded seemed impossibly large, and would be followed by similar demands from the other Barbary powers. Congress was unlikely to authorize such enormous sums. It was doubtful that the Congress could scrape up that much cash even if it wished. Negotiations dragged on. The captives remained enslaved, and American ships steered clear of the Mediterranean. Although Algiers was the largest and most powerful of the Barbary powers, the Mediterranean would not be safe for American ships unless there were bilateral peace treaties with each of the four rulers. In February 1786, Adams met with the Tripolitan ambassador in London. The ambassador explained that Tripoli considered itself at war with all Christian nations until a bilateral peace treaty had been signed between them. Such a peace could be arranged, he added, at the bargain price of 30,000 guineas for his employers and 3,000 pounds for himself, and this must be paid in cash on the delivery of the treaty signed by his sovereign. Though he was able to laugh at the rituals of tribute diplomacy, Adams reached the sober opinion, "It would be wisest for us to negotiate and pay the necessary sum without loss of time. Fighting the corsairs," he told Jefferson, "would only compound the economic losses to the United States. We might at this hour have 200 ships in the Mediterranean, whose freight alone would be worth 200,000 pounds, besides its influence upon the price of our produce." But Jefferson was taking a different tack. He told Adams he believed that it would be best to effect a peace through the medium of war. He laid out his reasons. 1. Justice is in favor of this opinion. 2. Honor favors it. 3. It will procure us respect in Europe, and respect is a safeguard to interest. Based on the best intelligence he could obtain, Jefferson estimated Algiers' aggregate fleet strength at no more than 12 xebecs and 4 galleys, and Algiers was the strongest of the four powers. The corsairs' vessels, designed for quick strikes against lightly armed merchant ships, would be easily overpowered by conventional European warships. Algerian crews could be captured and perhaps exchanged for the American captives. Jefferson proposed building a fleet with aggregate force of 150 guns, estimating the initial cost at £450,000 and the subsequent annual expenses at £45,000. Responding 3 weeks later, Adams acknowledged that Jefferson's arguments were great and weighty. But Adams did not believe the American people or their leaders were ready either to rebuild the Navy or to fight a war in the Mediterranean. "We ought not to fight them at all," he wrote, "unless we determine to fight them forever. This thought is, I fear, too rugged for our people to bear." The more likely outcome, Adams predicted, would be that the United States would fight for years at great expense, only to pay for peace in the end. He concluded with the pessimistic thought that the entire debate was irrelevant. Congress was so weak and indecisive, he told Jefferson, that it would not be capable of doing anything at all about the Barbary threat. "I perceive that neither force nor money will be applied. Your plan of fighting will no more be adopted than mine of negotiating." No effective response to the problem was possible, short of sweeping constitutional reform to correct the deficiencies of American government. Writing years later, John Quincy Adams, John and Abigail's son, 6th President of the United States, stressed the historical importance of the partnership between Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. "The mutual influence of these two mighty minds upon each other," he wrote, "is a phenomenon, like the invisible and mysterious movements of the magnet in the physical world, and in which the future historian may discover the solution of much of our national history, not otherwise easily accountable." Known to his family and longtime friends as Little Jemmy, Madison was barely 5.5 feet tall and weighed less than 140 pounds. He habitually dressed all in black, giving him the look of a physician or a schoolmaster. He spoke in a low voice and carried himself with a grave, scholarly reserve. Those who did not know him well found him cold and uninteresting, but in small groups of trusted friends he revealed a dry wit and even a fondness for off-color humor. Madison was one of the recognized leaders of the nationalist movement, which championed a more muscular constitution to strengthen Congress's powers of legislation and taxation. At Madison's urging, Virginia planned a national conference in Annapolis, Maryland, in September 1786, inviting the other states to send delegates for the purpose of forming such regulations of trade as may be judged necessary to promote the general interest. One of the delegates sent by the state of New York was Alexander Hamilton, Madison's former colleague in the House of Representatives. Thus began one of the most indispensable partnerships in early American history. In an era preoccupied with details of birth and lineage, Hamilton had entered the world as a bastard from a broken home. Born on Nevis, raised on St. Croix, Hamilton had started out in life as a lowly clerk in a small British West Indian merchant shipping firm. Emigrating to New York in 1772, he had earned a degree at King's College, later Columbia, joined the Continental Army in 1775, and served as an aide-de-camp to General Washington. He had led a daring assault on a British redoubt at Yorktown, retired from the Army with the rank of colonel, married into New York's powerful Schuyler family, studied law, joined the bar, served in both Congress and the New York State Assembly, and was, by 1786, an elite Wall Street lawyer and one of the nation's leading critics of the feebleness of the Articles of Confederation. Hamilton's ascent from humble beginnings had been extraordinary, and his greatest achievements still lay ahead of him. Hamilton's career as an American nationalist had begun during the vicious winter of 1777-78, when the Continental Army hunkered down at Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, snowbound and nearly starving. History has made Valley Forge a symbol of the rebel army's will to endure awful deprivation, but contemporaries dwelled less on the heroism of the troops and more on the neglect and incompetence of the civil authorities in Philadelphia, less than 25 miles away. Half naked, half frozen, half starved, huddled like bear cubs in a winter den, the soldiers subsisted on meager rations, while the Continental Congress debated how to persuade the states to provide more funds to support the war effort. Just 5 states attended the Annapolis Convention, and in the absence of a quorum no reform could be enacted. But the convention agreed on a resolution, written by Hamilton, acknowledging important defects in the system of the federal government, and calling for a constitutional convention to take place the following year in Philadelphia. Madison, returning to Virginia, visited Mount Vernon and persuaded George Washington to throw his immense prestige behind the cause. Delving into the books that Jefferson had acquired for him in Europe, Madison made an exhaustive legal and historical study of confederations and ancient republics, and he arrived at the Philadelphia Convention prepared. He framed the debate with a paper entitled Vices of the Political System of the United States. He and his fellow Virginia delegates prepared 14 resolutions, collectively known as the Virginia Plan. Washington, elected president of the convention, let it be known that he favored the plan, and his support was critical. On September 17, 1787, the convention approved a new constitution and sent it to the Continental Congress, which 10 days later sent it to the states for ratification. References to a navy in the proposed constitution were limited to a few broad clauses. Article 1 granted Congress the authority to provide and maintain a navy, and to make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces. Article 2 designated the President as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States. Equally important was Congress's power, also in Article 1, to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, because a great deal of money would be needed to provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. Ratification was up against heavy odds, not least of which was the presence of strongly anti-federal sentiment in Hamilton's and Madison's home states of New York and Virginia. It was Hamilton's idea to publish a series of essays urging ratification, and he threw himself into the work with characteristic intensity, penning 51 individual essays in 4 months. Madison added 29, and New Yorker John Jay, who was ill, managed 5. All were published under the pseudonym Publius. Printed in 4 New York newspapers between October 1787 and May 1788, they were collected in a book entitled The Federalist in the spring of 1788. Hamilton's Federalist essays made a ringing case for active commerce and extensive navigation and a flourishing marine. It was America's destiny to trade by sea, and the little arts of the little politicians could never control or vary the irresistible and unchangeable course of nature. The major European powers were determined to suppress the growth of American trade, to clip the wings by which we might soar to a dangerous greatness. If America was serious about asserting its maritime rights and protecting its hard-won independence, we must endeavor as soon as possible to have a navy. Madison pointed to the vulnerability of the nation's long unfortified coastline. Those living near the sea, north and south, should be deeply interested in this provision for naval protection. Without a navy to defend them, they were vulnerable to the predatory spirit of licentious adventurers, and would sooner or later be compelled to ransom themselves from the terrors of a conflagration by yielding to the exactions of daring and sudden invaders. Opponents of ratification warned that a navy would expand the power of the federal government to the detriment of the states, that it would increase the public debt, that it would lead to higher taxes, and that its expense would fall on the small farmer of the impoverished interior of the country who might never even lay eyes on the sea. An old soldier in Massachusetts pointed out that no foreign fleet could invade the territories of the United States because they cannot bring their ships on the land. Some argue that America's destiny lay to the west, and that the country should not waste its time or treasure building fleets to fight for control of the ocean. The time for a navy would come far in the future, said William Grayson of Virginia, when the United States had populated its enormous inland territories. Only then, half a century hence, would it be wise to talk of measures for a navy. On October 27th, 1787, the first of the Federalist essays was published in New York. On December 7th, Delaware became the first state to ratify the Constitution, followed in quick succession by Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Georgia, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. In the ensuing 6 months, Maryland, South Carolina, and New Hampshire ratified. That summer, the 2 largest states in the country, Virginia and New York, voted to ratify by narrow margins. The new government took effect on March 4th, 1789. Chapter 2. On October 8th, 1793, the U.S. Minister to Portugal, David Humphreys, addressed a circular letter to all governors, magistrates, officers civil, military, and others concerned in the United States of America. Copies were to be carried by vessels sailing from Lisbon for every point on the compass. It was short and to the point. You are earnestly desired, as speedily as possible, to give a universal alarm to all citizens of the United States concerned in navigation, particularly to the southern parts of Europe, of the danger of being captured by the Algerines. A truce for 12 months is concluded between Portugal and Algiers, in consequence of which a fleet of Algerine cruisers passed through the straits into the Atlantic on Saturday night last. It was, to be specific, a fleet of 8 vessels comprising 4 frigates, 3 xebecs, and a brig of 20 guns, and its undoubted objective was to cruise against the American flag. As the awful intelligence spread throughout the Mediterranean, American merchants and sea captains panicked. I have not slept since receipt of the news of this hellish plot. Pardon me for such expressions. Another corsair in the Atlantic, God preserve us, wrote Edward Church, U.S. Consul in Lisbon, to Thomas Jefferson, who was now serving in Philadelphia as the nation's first Secretary of State. Through the rest of October and early November 1793, the limitations of 18th-century communications left the maritime community in suspense. A month after the warning had gone out from Lisbon, no credible report of the whereabouts of the Algerian fleet had arrived in any of the major Portuguese, Spanish, or Mediterranean seaports. Every American vessel bound for Lisbon, Cadiz, or the Straits of Gibraltar was a potential victim. Finally, in mid-November, hard news arrived from Algiers itself. A consul who lived in the hostile seaport under diplomatic protection reported that the Algerine cruisers have captured in the latter end of October 10 American vessels. The masters and crews, to the number of 110 men, is brought into Algiers and is made slaves of this regency. These and all the other American captives is in a distressed and naked situation. Among the captured ships were the Hope of New York, bound from Rotterdam to Malaga in ballast, the brig George of Rhode Island, inbound to Lisbon laden with grain and Indian corn, and the Dispatch of Petersburg, Virginia, bound from Cadiz to Hamburg with sugar, indigo, and sarsaparilla. News of the captures appeared in the Philadelphia newspapers in mid-December. As Christmas and New Year's came and went, and the winter ice closed the river to navigation, the Algerian emergency commanded the city's rapt attention. In 1793, Philadelphia was to the United States as London was to England or Paris was to France, simultaneously the nation's political, economic, and cultural capital. 4.5 years had passed since the ratification of the Constitution, and George Washington was commencing his second term as President of the United States. Serving in his administration were several of the ranking statesmen of the founding generation, a circle that later came to be known collectively as the Founding Fathers. John Adams was the first Vice President, Thomas Jefferson the first Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton the first Secretary of the Treasury, and former Continental Army General Henry Knox the first Secretary of War. Congress met in a plain 2-story red brick building known as Congress Hall, just west of the Pennsylvania State House, on Chestnut Street between 5th and 6th. Even before the Algerian captures, the President and his advisers had worried about the nation's ability to defend itself in what seemed to be an increasingly lawless world. The French Revolution, now entering its 4th year, had taken a savage and radical turn. King Louis XVI, whose troops, ships, and money had helped America win its independence, had been guillotined in Paris on January 21st, 1793, his severed head brandished before a jeering mob. Shortly thereafter, leaders of the radical faction known as the Jacobins seized power and began a bloody campaign of terror against their domestic enemies. That same month, news had arrived from Europe that Great Britain, Spain, and the Netherlands had declared war against France with the avowed purpose of restoring the Bourbons to the throne. The entire continent was mobilizing for war. Washington had embraced a policy of strict neutrality, embodied in his historically famous Neutrality Proclamation of April 1793. Neutrality may have been the only realistic choice for a nation with 700 farm boys in uniform and not a single armed ship afloat. On the other hand, and this is the largely forgotten dimension of Washington's policy, there was everything to be gained from allowing the nation's merchant marine to flourish in the wartime carrying trade. Northern merchants would prosper, and southern planters would command better prices for their exportable produce. Surging customs duties would generate revenue for the federal government, which was essential to the entire fiscal and economic program crafted by Alexander Hamilton. And yet, in the late months of 1793, it was not clear that neutrality could even be managed. Neither the French nor the British were wholly satisfied with American neutrality, and each preyed upon American shipping under the pretense of blocking shipments of wartime contraband to enemy ports. War brought chaos, especially on the high seas, where lawlessness was endemic. American vessels were increasingly at the mercy of any sea robber who wished to prey upon them. News reports of captures by British, French, and Algerian ships poured in all at once. By land, reports of Indian attacks on frontier settlements, presumably incited by Great Britain, gave the impression that the western frontiers were crumbling. It was hardly far-fetched to imagine that Philadelphia could be invaded and occupied by redcoats, as it had just 15 years earlier. In a world at war, it seemed, American defenselessness would only provoke aggression. Hamilton's warning in Federalist No. 11 now loomed as prophecy. A nation, despicable by its weakness, forfeits even the privilege of being neutral. Before the Algerian crisis, there had not been much serious talk of building a navy. Even proponents tended to accept the judgment that the federal government, still groaning under the weight of its Revolutionary War debts, could not afford one. News of the Algerian attacks changed the politics of the issue in one stroke. On January 2nd, 1794, a closely divided House enacted a resolution proclaiming that a naval force adequate to the protection of the commerce of the United States against the Algerine corsairs ought to be provided. A select committee was appointed to study the intelligence reports and determine what class of warship should be built. Concluding that a small squadron should be more than adequate to deal with Algiers, the committee recommended that Congress appropriate funds to acquire a squadron of 6 warships. The estimated cost of construction, victualling, and 3 months' pay for officers and crew was $600,000. It was an estimate that would seem preposterous in retrospect. Congress was not yet divided along formal party lines, but the ideological schism that lay beneath the party system had already opened, and every member knew it. Individual senators and congressmen were lining up behind one or the other of the 2 dominant personalities in Washington's cabinet, Secretary of State Jefferson and Treasury Secretary Hamilton, who cordially hated one another and took the opposing sides of every important issue that came before the president. The followers of Hamilton called themselves Federalists, a term that had its origins in the constitutional debates. The followers of Jefferson were beginning to get comfortable with the term Republicans, and in time they would embrace it as a party label. Although Jefferson was recognized as the ultimate leader of the Republicans, James Madison was in fact the party's chief organizer, tactician, and the source of much of its energy. He was a third-term member of the House, and although the congressional leadership system had not yet emerged, there was no doubt that he controlled the Republican voting bloc in the House and possibly in the Senate as well. Madison and the Republicans argued that a navy was hopelessly unaffordable to a nation still groaning under the weight of its Revolutionary War debts. The Republicans were obsessed with restraining the size and reach of the federal government, and their campaign against the Navy was one face of that obsession. Government institutions were in Federalist hands, and therefore a source of Federalist influence and patronage. As the partisan rupture widened, Republicans began to speak fearfully of the growth of a Federalist military establishment, of row after row of party loyalists in uniform and under arms. The Federalist performance in the Navy debate was far more disciplined and coordinated than that of their rivals. The first part of the pro-Navy case was grounded in the simple arithmetic of costs and benefits. The Republicans had objected to the cost of building a navy. But what did they have to say about the cost of not building one? Protecting the sea lanes, argued the Federalists, was in the entire nation's interest. In the spring of 1794, marine insurance premiums on ships sailing for transatlantic destinations had risen to 25% of the total value of ship and cargo. This would impose an additional cost on trade of some $2 million per year. The burden would be carried not just by merchants, but by farmers who exported their produce, and by consumers of imported goods. The Federalists' second thrust was a rousing appeal to national honor, and this was the feature of their argument that had the most rhetorical power and the most resonance beyond the Capitol. Didn't the Republicans have any national pride? Hadn't America recently won a war against the most powerful nation on earth? When the House vote was cast on March 10, 1794, an act to provide a naval armament passed by a margin of 50 to 39. Passage in the Senate followed quickly on a voice vote, and Washington signed it into law on March 27th. The act authorized the War Office either to buy or build 6 frigates. 4 would be rated for 44 guns and 2 for 36 guns. The bill set the numbers, grades, and ratings of officers and men, laid out details of pay and rations, and gave the President authority to appoint 6 captains, each of whom would supervise the construction and launch of one ship. The then colossal sum of $688,888 was appropriated to fund the program. Congress had acted. The authorization had been given. Very large sums of money were ready to be poured out of the federal treasury. All eyes now turned to Secretary of War Henry Knox, whose office would bear the principal responsibility for getting the frigates built and launched. Congress had charged Knox with considering the problem from the standpoint of the ships themselves: design, armament, personnel, construction, and cost. The technical and logistical problems involved in building frigates were daunting. It would be a vast and complex undertaking. Knox was the son of a sea captain, but had spent his entire career ashore, and by his own admission he could not begin to grasp the intricacies of naval architecture. Fortunately, Philadelphia was home to many of the country's most respected ship architects and builders. Knox reached out to this community of experts, invited them to his office, toured their shipyards, and pored over their plans. The city's leading ship architects were, almost to a man, members of the religious sect known as the Society of Friends, commonly called Quakers. Quakers believed in the inner light, or the essential goodness of each human being. They embraced the subversive idea that the plain teachings of the Christian gospel should be applied literally and in every aspect of daily life. Disdaining the notion of a hireling priesthood, they met in plain wooden meeting houses where no person occupied a place of authority and where any man, woman, or child could speak at will. One facet of Quaker doctrine above all others brought them into conflict with their fellow citizens. This was the peace testimony, which condemned war or any kind of warlike preparation. Quaker pacifism was absolute and unconditional. No exception was allowed for defense against invasion. Not only were Quakers expected to refuse to serve under arms, but they were to refrain from any act that would enable others to do so. In practice, this meant that Quakers could not assist in the building of fortifications or barracks. They could not pay any tax levied to pay for measures of collective defense. They could not contribute to any aspect of military provisioning or logistics. Anger against the sect rose during the Revolution, when many Quakers purported to agree with the justice of the cause, but refused to join the fight. Conscientious objectors were fined and jailed. As a codicil to his essay Common Sense, Tom Paine, who was himself a Quaker, born and raised in London, included an address to the religious society of the people called Quakers. Pacifism, he wrote, was a gift to all tyrants, because it had a direct tendency to make a man the quiet and inoffensive subject of any and every government which is set over him. Not all Quakers failed to be impressed by the arguments against the peace testimony, and the revolutionary experience opened a rift within their ranks. Many young Quaker men enlisted in the Continental Army or aboard privateers. Major General Nathaniel Greene, who served under Washington as Quartermaster General and later as commander of American troops in the South, had been raised as a Quaker in Rhode Island. Many Quakers who chose to fight were read out of meeting, the equivalent of excommunication. Some managed to have themselves reinstated. Others never did. One of these renegade Quakers was a 42-year-old Philadelphia shipbuilder named Joshua Humphreys. He had been born in Marion Township, now Haverford, in the back country west of Philadelphia. At age 14, he had traveled to Philadelphia to be apprenticed to Jonathan Penrose, then one of the city's leading shipwrights. At some point in his late adolescence, for reasons not known, he transferred his apprenticeship to another Quaker shipwright, John Wharton. When Wharton died in 1771, Humphreys, then just 20 years old, became a young master shipwright with his own yard. He was an early and ardent supporter of the American Revolution, and the Revolution, in turn, helped him to achieve success in his profession. Brushing aside pacifist objections, he outfitted more than a dozen privateers for Philadelphia customers, and he built the Randolph, one of the 13 original Continental frigates. In post-war Philadelphia, Humphreys was one of the busiest and most sought-after shipbuilders in the city. His main shipyard complex was located on the waterfront south of town, in the neighborhood of Southwark, adjacent to an old Swedish Lutheran church. Humphreys threw himself into the subject of designing the new frigates. He devoured every book on naval architecture he could get his hands on. He was always ready to let loose a torrent of words whenever the subject of designing and building warships came up. Humphrey's command of the subject seems to have dazzled Secretary Knox, who eagerly sought his advice. To convey the ingeniousness of the Humphreys design requires a brief discussion of the three broad categories of warship then afloat. The largest was the battleship, known by contemporaries as a line of battle ship or a ship of the line. Battleships were huge, heavy, and relatively slow, usually carrying guns on two fully armed gun decks, with additional weapons mounted on the quarterdeck and forecastle. They generally carried at least 74 guns, and their frames, or scantlings, were so massive that they could withstand heavy enemy fire. The frigate was an intermediate class of warship. Every frigate mounted her principal battery of guns on one fully covered gun deck, though she often mounted additional weapons, as with the battleship, on the quarterdeck and forecastle. Frigates might carry as many as 40 to 50 guns, or as few as 20. Most carried between 28 and 38. The third category incorporated a wide variety of unrated vessels, smaller three-masted sloops and brigs, generally carrying fewer than 20 guns, all on the upper deck. The frigate represented a compromise between power and speed. She was lighter and of shallower draft than a battleship, but she mounted enough firepower to overawe any merchantman or privateer. She was a good open-ocean sailing ship and versatile in her uses. The frigate could range ahead in search of the enemy, drop over the horizon, nose into bays and harbors, run up rivers, and carry intelligence back to the flagship. Nelson called frigates the eyes of the fleet. The frigate was also suited to long, solitary cruises, seeking action with other enemy frigates, seizing enemy commerce, or carrying dignitaries to distant posts. But a frigate rarely engaged an enemy battleship if she could avoid it, because in such an action she would be cruelly outgunned. Joshua Humphreys proposed to build exceptionally large, heavily armed, fast-sailing frigates, ships displacing well over 1,000 tons, with a keel length of not less than 175 feet, mounting a battery of 30 24-pounder long guns on the gun deck, and a smaller battery of carronades on the upper deck. The frigate Humphreys envisioned would be powerful enough to overwhelm a lone enemy cruiser because of her unusually heavy battery of 24-pounder long guns, weapons that had been known to drive a ball through 2 feet of solid oak planking at a range of 1,000 yards. When pitted against a battleship, the American frigate would enjoy one of the most important advantages that any warship can ever have, the option to either fight or flee, to outrun or outgun. In heavy weather, when an enemy battleship would be obliged to house her lower deck guns to avoid being swamped, Humphreys' frigate might have the temerity to attack the larger ship and overpower her. In milder conditions, when a battleship could bring all of her guns into action, his frigate would be fast enough to make sail and clean outrun the larger ship. Algerian piracy was the immediate impetus for the frigates. But Humphreys was thinking of the potential for a confrontation with one of the warring superpowers of Europe. As a small, underpopulated country, the United States had no hope of achieving numerical parity with the major European naval fleets for 2 generations at the very least. Meeting them with their own types of ships would not do. In proposing very heavy frigates with keels, frames, and scantlings akin to those of a 74-gun ship, Humphreys was essentially proposing to build a hybrid between the frigates and battleships of the Royal Navy. His unique insight was that the Europeans, with their binary fleets composed of battleships and smaller frigates, had failed to grasp the advantage of ships that combined qualities of both. Moreover, the very failure of the European navies to recognize the merits of such a hybrid exposed a tactical weakness that could be exploited by the Americans in the event of a naval war. The quickest and least expensive way to obtain the frigates would be to purchase and convert existing merchantmen. The second option, to construct new ships, would clearly take longer and cost more. From the very beginning, however, the President and his advisers preferred building and launching to buying and converting. Building new ships would enable the War Office to enforce rigorous quality controls, and it would give Humphreys the opportunity to test his design theory from the laying of the keel to the crossing of the yards. Washington wanted the 6 frigates built in 6 different seaports, to be chosen based on wealth and populousness, both to spread the financial benefits and to ensure that a handful of Philadelphia Quakers would not become the nation's exclusive source of expertise in the construction of ships of war. Knox proposed to build the 4 larger ships specified in the Act of Congress, the 44-gun frigates, in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. Joshua Humphreys would build Philadelphia's 44-gun vessel in his Southwark shipyard. The 2 36-gun frigates would be built in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and Norfolk, Virginia. Washington ordered one change. He desired that one of the 44s be built in Norfolk, in his home state of Virginia. Baltimore would instead build one of the smaller ships. The government leased shipyards in each of the 6 seaports, transforming them into federal installations and calling them Navy yards. Master shipwrights, superintendents, clerks, craftsmen, and yard workers were hired as full-time salaried employees who were individually and directly accountable to the War Office. Humphreys himself was appointed Master Constructor of the United States. Congress had authorized the recruitment of a full complement of naval officers for each of the 6 frigates. At first, however, only 6 men, the captains, would be appointed. Each was to be employed to oversee the construction of 1 frigate. First on the captain's list was a naval veteran of the American Revolution, John Barry, who had commanded the Continental frigates Raleigh and Alliance in 1778–81. Barry was a Philadelphian who had many friends in Congress, and Washington relied on his advice in naming the other 5 captains. The question of seniority and relative rank was, as usual, a powder keg. Hoping to avoid internecine feuding, the War Office fixed the captain's order of seniority by the dates of their commissions in the earlier war. The last and lowest-ranking man on the list seems to have been appointed almost as an afterthought. Alone among them, he had never held a naval commission, although he had commanded several successful privateers in the Revolution. He was Thomas Truxton, a native of Hempstead, Long Island, and although no one could have known it at the time, he would do more to shape the culture of the new officer corps than any of the men who stood above him on the roster. North America was richly endowed with the raw materials needed for shipbuilding. Its forests seemed to offer a limitless supply of the world's most prized ship's timbers, northern white oak for planking and frame pieces, pine and spruce and cedar for masts and spars and deck beams. Navigable rivers provided access to the heavily forested interior and a means of transporting raw timber down to the sea. Hemp was grown for cordage, jute for caulking material, flax for sailcloth. Mines and blast furnaces produced pig iron for the blacksmiths, who turned out the wrought iron bolts, hooks, bands, nails, spikes, pintles, gudgeons, and chain plates. Humphreys was exacting in his specifications. The beams and decks should be made of Carolina pine, he wrote, and the planks of red cedar. But most important, here he was both explicit and insistent, key pieces of the frame, including the futtocks, knighthead, hawse pieces, bow timbers, stanchions, knees, transoms, and breasthooks, must be made of live oak. Quercus virens, the southern live oak, is found only in the southeastern United States and only in a 20-mile-wide coastal zone stretching from southern Virginia to East Texas. A mature tree stands 40 to 70 feet high, but its branches can spread to a radius of 75 feet or more, and its shade can cover half an acre. As it grows, the live oak's vascular system is plugged up with a thick, viscid gum, making it dense and heavy as 75 pounds per cubic foot, the heaviest oak there is. Carpenters prized its uniformity of substance, its straightness of fiber, its smooth consistency, its fine grains. Properly seasoned, It was said to have a lifespan 5 times that of white oak. But the shipyard workers also dreaded the extra work it took to cut, shape, and manipulate live oak, and they rolled their eyes whenever a new load of raw timber sections was brought into the yard. A nail driven into it was nearly impossible to extract. Axes bounced off it, and saws moved back and forth across it again and again, making little or no discernible progress. Nothing took the sharpness out of a ship carpenter's tools as quickly as well-seasoned live oak. Obtaining the timber for the frigates would prove far more difficult, expensive, and time-consuming than anyone might have expected. Several hundred live oak trees were needed for each of the 6 ships. Because of the great size of Humphrey's model, the frame pieces could only be cut from the largest and oldest trees. To find the specified timber, the cutting parties would have to journey into the most remote and inhospitable part of the live oak's range, the uninhabited coastal islands of Georgia. A Boston shipwright named John T. Morgan agreed to lead the first timber-cutting expedition. As a reward for taking on the arduous assignment, he hoped to be appointed master constructor of one of the frigates. The entire building program depended on his success. Arriving at St. Simon Island off the Georgia coast in early August 1794, Morgan was aghast at the conditions he found. The workmen, who had not yet arrived, would have to live in lean-tos on the edge of a swamp, pelted by never-ending rain, wallowing in mud, tormented by mosquitoes. All the provisions would have to be sent in by sea. The expedition would need to be supplied with regular cargoes of food, blankets, and medical supplies. To haul the timber out of the forests, they would need to bring in heavy wagons, teams of oxen, and hay and grain to feed the animals. On September 23rd, 90 sober and industrious axemen and ship carpenters sailed from New London, Connecticut. They arrived at St. Simon in mid-October. Within a week of their arrival, many of the New Englanders were prostrated with illness, probably malaria. A visitor compared their camp to an army field hospital after a battle. Of the men who survived, all but 3 decided that no amount of money could induce them to stay and shipped out before Christmas. Morgan was among the sick. "I've been all but dead since the 4th of September," he complained to Humphreys in October. "I lost a fine lad, an apprentice, last Saturday with the fever. I have it now. Everybody is sick here, and if I am to stay here till all the timbers is cut, I will be dead. If you was here," he added, "you would curse live oak." In late October, Captain John Barry, who had been appointed commander of the yet-to-be-built Philadelphia frigate, took passage on the brig Schuylkill from Philadelphia to assess the state of affairs on St. Simon Island. The vessel anchored off the north shore, and the captain went ashore at Gachet's Bluff. He found Morgan with his 2 boys sick, and not a man with him, nor a stick of wood cut. Barry sent for reinforcements. 16 slaves were brought from the mainland, with wages presumably paid to their owners, and set to work. Humphreys finally received his first load of live oak more than 6 months after work on the Philadelphia frigate had purportedly commenced, and 4 months after Morgan had first set foot on St. Simon. At this early stage, the ships were designated only as frigates A, B, C, D, E, and F. Because they were progeny of the new federal government, each of the proposed names on a list prepared by the War Office embodied an institution or symbol of the U.S. Constitution. Washington, perhaps thinking it was not a very important point, simply chose the first 5 names on the list: United States, President, Congress, Constitution, and Constellation. The 6th frigate, which would be built in Norfolk, Virginia, would later be christened Chesapeake. As 1794 drew to a close, Secretary Knox prepared a progress report. Taking a defensive tone, he asked Congress to keep in mind that few or no materials of any sort, either for construction or equipment, existed in their proper shape, that everything, if not to be created, was to be modified, that the wood of which the frames were to be made was standing in the forests, the iron for the cannon lying in its natural bed, and the flax and hemp, perhaps, in their seed. Promising that the materials will soon be collected and the building vigorously pushed, Knox predicted that the frigates would be completed within 12 months. As to the likely expense involved in completing the ships, he would make no prediction. By the end of 1795, no frigate was more than half finished. Humphrey's Philadelphia frigate, the United States, was only partially framed, although nearly all of the needed timbers had arrived and been stored in the yard. Truxton's Baltimore frigate, the Constellation, was merely a collection of timber lying here and there on the ground, roughly laid out in the manner in which it would be scarfed and bolted into the frame. It took an educated eye to see how this sculpture garden of raw, roughly shaped logs would be assembled into a structure resembling a ship. Knox faced the embarrassing task of informing Congress that, for the second consecutive year, 12 more months were needed to complete the frigates. In February 1796, diplomatic negotiations with Algiers at last bore fruit. President Washington asked the Senate to ratify a treaty which, he said, would bring a speedy peace and the restoration of our unfortunate fellow citizens from a grievous captivity. The Algerian peace would cost Americans nearly $1 million in bribes, ransom, and payments of tribute. Particularly humiliating was a stipulation that the United States would build a 32-gun frigate for the Dey and deliver it to him as a gift. The cost of the treaty was equivalent to 13% of the total annual expenditures of the federal government in that year. The Senate ratified it without debate. On the same day, Washington sent a second message to Congress. A Republican amendment to the original law authorizing the frigates had required the building program to come to an immediate halt in the event of a truce with Algiers. The President now asked Congress to continue the work or risk the derangement in the whole system. Congress chose to give him half of what he asked for. The 3 frigates that were most advanced, United States, Philadelphia, Constellation, Baltimore, and Constitution, Boston, would be completed and launched. The remaining 3 would be left to rot on the stocks, eventually perhaps to be broken up for firewood. Chapter 3. On Saturday, March 4th, 1797, the morning skies above Philadelphia were overcast and gray. John Adams, the newly elected President of the United States, left his lodgings at the St. Francis Hotel a little before noon and climbed into the new carriage he had recently purchased for a price of $1,500. The carriage, he told Abigail, was elegant enough for a president, but it was distinctly unpretentious when compared to his predecessor's luxurious coach, which had been pulled through the streets of the capital by a team of 6 horses and attended by liveried foot servants. Adams satisfied himself with 2 horses, who were young but clever. As he arrived at Congress Hall, the sun was breaking through the haze. The afternoon would be clear and brisk. He entered the first-floor chamber of the House of Representatives and took a seat on the dais next to Thomas Jefferson, who had just been sworn in as vice president. The closely packed crowd in the chamber and galleries waited for a moment in tense silence. After a pause, Washington entered, resplendent in a black velvet suit, trailing a cavalcade of clerks and servants, with an expression on his face that was, Adams wrote, as serene and unclouded as the day. Spectators and participants remarked upon the almost overpowering emotional intensity of the scene. The 3 men on the dais, the retiring president, the incoming president, and the incoming vice president, were the 3 most prominent American statesmen of the Revolutionary generation. The ceremony would mark the nation's first peaceful transition of power. It was, Adams later said, strange and affecting to witness this essential ritual of democracy, to see the sight of the sun setting full orbit and another rising, though less splendid. Adams and Jefferson were old friends, but also political rivals. They had opposed one another in the election, and Adams's victory had been narrow. The result thrust Jefferson into the inelegant position of acting simultaneously as vice president and leader of the opposition. The issue that divided them was France. 2 decades after the Declaration of Independence had been signed on this very spot, the United States faced its most dangerous foreign policy crisis since the Revolution. The government of revolutionary France, angered by what it saw as American favoritism toward Great Britain, had begun licensing privateers to attack American shipping. The State Department had collected sworn statements detailing the seizure of 300 American merchant ships, and reports of new captures were arriving every day. France had refused to recognize or accept the new American ambassador when he presented himself in Paris in December 1796. The French minister in Philadelphia, Frigates, had publicly denounced the new American president as favoring an alliance with England. Adams had not slept well the previous night. He was visibly shaken and his hands trembled badly. He was concerned that he might even faint. He was no great orator and knew it, but he delivered his 2,300-word inaugural speech in a voice that was steady and filled with conviction. He spoke only briefly on the looming crisis with France. His tone was moderate and his sentiments balanced. He felt a personal esteem for the French nation, formed in a residence of 7 years, chiefly among them, and a sincere desire to preserve the friendship which has been so much for the honor and interest of both nations. But it was his inflexible determination to preserve American neutrality in the European war, and American shipping must be protected against the depredations of the belligerent nations. Adams knew the crisis with France would define his presidency, his odds of winning re-election, and his place in history. He placed his first hope in a course of diplomacy and negotiation. Writing that month, he confided in his son, John Quincy, "My entrance into office is marked by a misunderstanding with France, which I shall endeavor to reconcile, provided that no violation of faith, no stain upon honor is exacted. But if infidelity, dishonor, or too much humiliation is demanded, France shall do as she pleases and take her course. America is not scared." The real crisis, however, was not in France's official policy toward the United States, but the avarice of its privateers and the corruption of its prize courts, both in France and in the French West Indies. Essentially, the French practiced high-seas piracy, thinly disguised as national policy. Secretary of State Thomas Pickering reported that in the year 1795, French privateers had captured 316 American merchantmen. When the privateersmen realized that they had nothing to fear from a U.S. naval force, they drew closer to U.S. shores. When the spring sailing season commenced in 1797, privateers were hovering just off the coast, even sailing into rivers and bays, and taking ships within sight of land. Hostile privateers were hove to at the mouth of Delaware Bay, in the waters just off Sandy Hook in New York, in the placid waters of Long Island Sound, and in the lee of Block Island. There was nothing the United States could do to stop them. The conflict with revolutionary France was more than a foreign policy crisis. It was a domestic political crisis that polarized the American public and threatened to end in disunion or even civil war. In the minds of Jefferson and his followers, the years 1776 and 1789 would be forever linked in history. The two revolutions constituted a break from the feudal past, a rejection of all tyrants and their supplicants. Other nations would inevitably follow. This ball of liberty, I believe most piously, is now so well in motion that it will roll around the globe, wrote Jefferson. He saw England as the dead hand of the past, a fortress of corruption, repression, militarism, privilege, and monarchy. Though he did not advocate entering the war on France's side, Jefferson advocated a pro-French version of American neutrality and held the Federalists responsible for provoking French aggression by their evident preference for England in the war raging in Europe. Adams, by contrast, felt little affection for the French and no confidence in their revolution. He found them passionate, erratic, and undependable. He had experienced at first hand the subterfuge and doublespeak that seemed to permeate French diplomatic culture, and had concluded that corruption and cynicism were endemic to French society. Most of all, he was persuaded that the French were incapable of self-governance and that their revolution would end in despotism. Adams had hoped that he and Jefferson would put aside their political differences and make good their old friendship. He would be disappointed. Jefferson foresaw that the French crisis would destroy Adams politically. He and Madison planned to have nothing to do with the new administration. They would bide their time and wait for the political windstorm to blow Adams away. Meanwhile, at the southern end of Philadelphia's riverfront, in the shipbuilding district known as Southwark, the enormous hull of the frigate United States dominated the skyline. Though her keel had been laid down almost 2.5 years earlier, she was still on the stocks, looming like a cathedral over the rooftops of the surrounding houses and taverns. Her hull, now completely planked, was braced upright by heavy stanchions and enveloped in scaffolding. Her bulwarks rose 60 feet above Swanson and Christian streets. Joshua Humphrey's yard was the scene of feverish activity. Supplies needed to complete the frigate were brought through the gate in drays, carts, stages, and wagons. Materials were unloaded onto the dock from shallops, barges, and flat-bottomed Durham boats. Humphreys made meticulous daily records in his account books: buckets of paint and pitch, sheets of copper, assorted cables, blocks, and anchors, buckets of bolts and nails, racks of iron hooks and assorted fasteners, lengths of canvas and assorted cordage. As the storehouses overflowed, newly arrived equipment and supplies were dumped in makeshift heaps in any vacant corner of the yard. Caulkers were hard at work sealing the hull. Fragments of discarded rope ends were smeared with hot tar, then pounded with mallets into the seams between the strakes, and finally paid with layers of hot pitch. Others were hurrying to complete the frigate's inboard works, installing the interior decks and bulkheads, planking over the ceilings, fairing the exposed edges of the frame timbers. 12 white oak diagonal riders were being seated in the keel and through-bolted to the interior of the hull. This was another of Humphrey's controversial innovations, which he believed would add longitudinal strength to the hull and diminish the amount of hogging, downward sagging of the bow and stern, which would cause the ship's midsection to arch upward like a hog's back. That would occur after the launch. Humphreys informed the War Office that he intended to launch the United States at high water on the afternoon of May 10th. The great hull now had a clean, finished look. The wooden trunnels had been trimmed and capped, so that the strakes ran fair and smooth all round the ship. 2 huge iron anchors had been sunk into the ground and secured to the frigate with cables lashed through the hawse holes and hove taut to the capstan. All the launching accoutrements, the bilgeways, blocking crosspieces, fore and aft wedges, were primed and fitted. The launch would be one of the greatest spectacles that the city of Philadelphia had ever seen. At daybreak on the 10th, dozens had already shown up to lay claim to the best vantage points around the yard, and by late morning the streets south of town were choked with an immense concourse of spectators. They came on foot, on horseback, in carriages, a crush of humanity pressing south on Front and Water Streets, lining the wharves, clambering over the rooftops, craning their necks from every patch of unoccupied grass along the riverbank. The uniformed companies of the Pennsylvania militia were on parade, and a park of artillery was ready to fire a salute as the ship entered the river. Some reports put the crowd at more than 30,000. Whatever the number, it was certainly one of the largest ever assembled in North America. Humphreys had good reason to be anxious. Launching a hull the size of the United States, even under the best possible conditions, brought daunting physical forces into play. Since it had never been done before, at least in Philadelphia, the procedure was, almost by definition, an experiment. Success depended on an exact sequence of perfectly timed events involving more than 100 men stationed on the ground, under the hull, and on the spar deck. A failure, witnessed by virtually the entire population of Philadelphia, including most of the ranking officers of the federal government, would be a calamity and a personal humiliation from which the Quaker shipwright might never recover. A few minutes after 1 o'clock, at the very height of the tide, Humphreys ordered the restraining blocks removed from under the keel. Almost at once, prematurely, the 1,500-ton mass of oak, iron, and copper shifted and began to travel toward the river. Spectators let out a cheer, and the militia fired an abortive salute. At that instant, Humphreys grasped that there was nothing he or any other mortal being could do to arrest the launch. The frigate wanted to go, and she was, in fact, going. The critical thing was to knock away the remaining spur shores before they could damage the hull, and he shouted for this to be done. The men on deck, understanding that the launch was underway, sprinted with their axes to cut away the lashings. About 30 workmen were stationed under the keel blocks. They lay down and hugged the ground as the great shape of the hull rumbled over them. None was injured. The frigate plunged into the river, pushing a wave of water out into the stream, and the spectator boats must have heaved and strained at their moorings. Humphreys announced that he was delighted with the launch. His report did not mention, and the spectators apparently did not notice, that the frigate had indeed struck the riverbed on launching, severely damaging her keel and rudder braces. A full hour after the launch, a newspaper reported, Front and Second Streets were still choked with crowds returning to the city. Distressing news from Europe had arrived in the weeks after John Adams' inauguration. An American ambassador to France, Charles Cotesworth Pinckney, had been expelled from the country. Several new decrees had expanded the French war against American commerce. Any English goods found aboard an American ship, contraband or not, would be confiscated. American vessels were required to carry a rôle d'équipage, a list in a specified format of all crew members. If a skipper could not produce the list, or if it was not formatted perfectly, the ship and her cargo would be confiscated. Any American sailor found serving on an enemy ship could be hanged as a pirate. French warships and privateers could now seize American vessels on any one of several flimsy pretexts, no matter what their cargoes or their destinations. They would be brought into French harbors, where notoriously corrupt admiralty courts would condemn them in cursory proceedings. France had effectively declared a worldwide, all-out guerre de cause, a war against American trade. Adams found his options limited. Events were moving quickly. A declaration of war against France might be justified, but even with one of the frigates afloat at last, it would be months before she could be fitted for sea. The United States, formidable as she might be, did not comprise a navy. Moreover, even if the nation had been prepared for war militarily, it was not close to being prepared politically. There was still no national consensus in favor of war with France, and Republicans were convinced that the entire crisis had been manufactured as a means of maneuvering the country into an alliance with Great Britain. A premature declaration of war would probably prompt a secession movement in the South and West. Adams sought and received the advice of his Federalist cabinet, all holdovers from Washington's administration. Each of the secretaries recommended the same course of action, to make one last public attempt at a diplomatic reconciliation. Their advice was unanimous because they had all sought and received guidance from Alexander Hamilton, now a New York lawyer in private practice. The president was persuaded. A fresh diplomatic overture, if successful, would end the crisis. If it failed, it would nurture popular sentiment for a fight. While awaiting the outcome, the nation could get itself on a war footing. With his chosen policy in hand, Adams called Congress back to the Capitol for a special session to begin on May 15th. From every state, north and south, legislators slogged back to Philadelphia over roads that had been assaulted by heavy spring rains. As the date approached, they straggled into town exhausted and dirty. On the appointed day, Congress was still short of a quorum, but by the 16th, enough members had arrived. Adams delivered his opening address at noon. France, Adams declared, had inflicted a wound in the American breast. Its refusal to receive an ambassador is to treat us neither as allies, nor as friends, nor as a sovereign state. It and the rest of the world must be persuaded that we are not a degraded people, humiliated under a colonial spirit of fear and a sense of inferiority, fitted to be the miserable instruments of foreign influence, and regardless of national honor, character, and interest. The three-member bipartisan peace commission would sail for France immediately to make one last attempt at negotiation. In the interim, the country should strengthen its armed forces. The militia should be reorganized into a provisional army, and 3 new permanent regiments should be established, one each of cavalry, infantry, and artillery. But the greatest effort and expense, Adams said, must be reserved for the Navy. Our seacoasts, from their great extent, are more easily annoyed and more easily defended by a naval force than any other. With all the materials our country abounds, in skill our naval architects and navigators are equal to any, and commanders and seamen will not be wanting. It appears to me necessary to equip the frigates and provide other vessels of inferior force to take under convoy such merchant vessels as shall remain unarmed. If Adams' inaugural ceremony 2 months earlier had created a feeling of bipartisan amity, the special session broke the spell. Republicans, dismissing the significance of the peace mission, were convinced that the president was pushing for a naval buildup as a means to provoke the French into a full-scale war. As one of the 3 diplomatic commissioners, Adams chose his old friend, Elbridge Gerry, a man who still commanded the respect and trust of Jefferson and the Republicans. Writing to Gerry, Adams denied the Republican charge that he was pushing the country toward war. As to going to war with France lightly, I know of nobody who is willing for it, but she has already gone to war with us lightly. She is at war with us, but we are not at war with her. The president's naval program sailed through the Federalist Senate, but the House was still closely divided. The nominal breakdown of Federalists and Republicans was 56 to 48, but some members were almost always absent, and others had a bent for crossing party lines. House Republicans, counting heads, saw they did not have the votes to deny Adams his navy outright, so they resorted to parliamentary delaying tactics and crippling amendments in the hope of accomplishing much the same thing. James Madison had relinquished his seat and gone home to Virginia, leaving a void that no other Republican seemed to have the intellectual powers or political clout to fill. But a second-term congressman from western Pennsylvania was emerging as his natural successor. Albert Gallatin was a native-born Genevan who had emigrated to America in the hope of making his fortune. He had first set foot in Boston in 1780 at the age of 19, and shortly thereafter migrated to western Pennsylvania. He had entered politics as a delegate to the Constitutional Convention in Harrisburg, where he was an opponent of ratification. Elected to the House in 1794, Gallatin's signature issue was his insistence upon a rapid paydown of the national debt, which he regarded as the root of all political evil. He set up the Ways and Means Committee as a counterweight to the Treasury, and with his formidable grasp of finance, he was able to throw light on Hamilton's obfuscation of the true extent of federal borrowing. On June 24th, Gallatin rose to his feet and objected to the completion and arming of the frigates. Republicans moved to have the entire question of the Navy referred to a committee where it could be studied and debated, perhaps forestalling action until the fall session. When that tactic was defeated, they offered an amendment to limit the deployment of the frigates to American territorial waters, which also failed. An act providing a naval armament was signed into law on July 1st. The bill passed the House by the apparently commanding margin of 78 to 25, but the Republican amendments had knocked out the president's request for 9 sloops of war and imposed a 1-year time limit on the law. The legislation authorized the fitting out and manning of 3 frigates and spelled out details of personnel, pay, and rations. Congress appropriated $200,000 to complete and arm the frigates and $100,000 for pay and provisions. Federalists were disappointed. After all the talk of a major defense buildup, the measures adopted that summer seemed anticlimactic. On September 7th, 1797, more than 10,000 people watched the successful launch of the 36-gun frigate Constellation in Baltimore. "A better launch I never saw," Captain Thomas Truxton told Humphreys. 6 weeks later in Boston, after 2 mortifying failures, the Constitution finally rumbled down the ways into the harbor. Meanwhile in Philadelphia, the city was regrouping after a late summer outbreak of yellow fever. 18th-century physicians imagined that the fever was brought about by a particular construction of the atmosphere, deadly fetid humors, and mephitic vapors that emanated from the ground. Few suspected that the real perpetrator was the Aedes aegypti, a mosquito borne up the river in ships arriving from the tropics. Joshua Humphreys was among the many who abandoned the stricken city. The outbreak brought repairs on the United States to a virtual standstill. Adams had hoped to send the United States to sea before the river froze and trapped her for the winter. But as the fever abated with the onset of cold weather and the workmen returned to Southwark, it was painfully clear that the frigate would not sail in 1797. The careening had placed great stress on her entire frame, and the seams on her decks and topsides had broken open. Caulking gangs would have to replicate much of their earlier work. The War Office kept up a steady drumbeat of pressure to finish arming, fitting out, and victualling the 3 frigates that were finally afloat. But yellow fever also struck in Fells Point, Baltimore, interrupting work on the Constellation. She would pass the winter of 1797-98 in the Patapsco's shallow channel, with ice all around her, and, after the thaw, resting on the riverbed at low tide. There was still no word from Paris on the progress of diplomatic negotiations. With war raging on land and sea, the 3 American envoys had worried that their dispatches might be intercepted. As a precaution, they sent them by circuitous routes, and contrary winds delayed them further still. Even by contemporary standards, the delays were frustrating. Congress found itself with little to do. The question of war or peace depended upon the news from France, and there was no news from France. At noon on November 23, 1797, President Adams delivered the opening address to the second session of the 5th Congress. "Whatever the outcome of the Paris talks," he said, "the United States must have a navy. In a world in which pride, ambition, avarice, and violence have been so long unrestrained, the nation's maritime commerce could not survive without naval protection. And commerce," said Adams, "was essential to the American people. The genius, character, and habits of the people are highly commercial. Their cities have been founded and exist upon commerce. Our agriculture, fisheries, arts, and manufactures are connected with and must depend upon it. In short, commerce has made this country what it is, and it cannot be destroyed or neglected without involving the people in poverty and distress." But when House leaders moved a resolution to provide additional funds for the completion of the 3 frigates, Republicans objected, and this time they were joined by several Federalists who were exasperated by the seemingly endless delays and cost overruns. Instead, the House voted to appoint a special committee to investigate the apparently enormous expenses and unaccountable delays since 1794. Why were the frigates several years over schedule and hundreds of thousands of dollars over budget? How could a $200,000 appropriation provided just 6 months earlier have run out? How could Humphreys have disbursed the extraordinary sum of $7,000 in a single month? Who was to blame, and whose heads were going to roll? Secretary of War James McHenry's defense was a long report, with an impressive sheaf of accompanying documents and tables of data. Much of the information was evidently provided by Joshua Humphreys for McHenry's signature. Entire passages were lifted word for word from Humphreys' earlier letters to the War Office. The report referred to the difficulties encountered in cutting the live oak out of the forests, the logistical challenges of delivering supplies to 6 different building yards, and the delays caused by the yellow fever outbreaks in Philadelphia and Baltimore. On March 4th, exactly a year to the day since Adams had taken his oath of office, a packet of dispatches arrived at the offices of the State Department at 5th and Chestnut Streets. Secretary of State Timothy Pickering deciphered the first few paragraphs, then hurried to the President's house to brief Adams on their contents. The decoding would take weeks, and the whole story was learned only by degrees. But as the particulars emerged, Adams realized that the dispatches were incendiary. It was not just that the mission had failed, or that the government of France had shown little interest in negotiations. During their months in Paris, the 3 American envoys had been repeatedly insulted, threatened, and humiliated. They had even been told they would be required to bribe the foreign minister, Charles Maurice de Talleyrand Périgot, as the price of direct negotiations. Talleyrand was one of the great political survivors of all time, a man who somehow managed to adapt to nearly every change in regime throughout the most turbulent period of French history. Horace Walpole compared him to a viper who has cast his skin, and Napoleon would later call him a pile of shit in a silk stocking. He had honed his talents as a financier, administrator, and Machiavellian tactician while serving as a Catholic bishop in the last years of the Ancien Régime. In 1795 and early 1796, while living as an exile in western Massachusetts, he had made a fortune speculating in commodities and real estate. If the American envoys hoped that the foreign minister's sojourn in America would leave him disposed toward peace, they were soon disappointed. France needed money to finance her continuing war against the Royalist coalition, and the privateering system was a lucrative source of revenue. Talleyrand himself needed money, both to support his extravagant lifestyle and to fund the system of graft that kept him in power. After an extraordinary series of battlefield victories won by the young Corsican general Napoleon Bonaparte, France was growing accustomed to treating the rest of Europe with the arrogance of a proven conqueror. Why shouldn't the United States be reduced to the status of yet another vassal state, whose payment of bribes and tribute would buy it the right to exist? Upon their arrival in Paris, the American envoys had been kept waiting for weeks. When admitted into Talleyrand's presence at last, he seemed bored and impatient, and escorted them to the door almost immediately. A few days later, 3 of Talleyrand's agents approached the envoys and said there could be no treaty without the payment of a bribe of £50,000 sterling to Talleyrand personally. Congressional Republicans, still ignorant of the explosive contents of the dispatches, hoped that they would provide some evidence that the French government had been willing to negotiate. The trap was laid, and the Republicans stepped into it. On Monday, April 2nd, the House voted to demand full copies of the dispatches and the original instructions provided to the envoys. Adams, putting aside his reservations, delivered a complete, unedited, and fully decoded copy of the dispatches to Congress Hall the next morning. He withheld only the names of Talleyrand's agents, who were identified as X, Y, and Z. As a result, the whole imbroglio passed into history as the XYZ affair. The House cleared the galleries, locked the doors, and went into closed session for 3 days. 1,200 copies were printed. Not surprisingly, a few were soon leaked to the newspapers. Having hoped that the dispatches would furnish them with rhetorical ammunition to use against the president, the Republicans suddenly learned that France's treatment of the envoys had, in fact, been far worse than Adams had let on. Now the entire nation would know the whole sordid tale. Abigail Adams observed that the Republicans were struck dumb and opened not their mouths. Adams ordered the envoys to return home at once, but the diplomatic rebuff provided him with a surge of public support. On April 12th, prominent Philadelphia Federalists met at Dunwoody's Tavern on High Street to approve a series of resolutions supporting the president's policy. Joshua Humphreys was among them. A much-repeated toast was, "To John Adams, may he, like Samson, slay thousands of Frenchmen with the jawbone of Jefferson." Within 2 weeks, Congress had given the president authorization to arm, man, and deploy 12 additional vessels. This legislation triggered a round of new merchant ship conversions, and this in turn expanded the number of ships available to the Navy and allowed the big frigates to cruise with smaller ships in company. Congress also appropriated $400,000 to equip, man, and provision the frigates. As the first spring thaw arrived in March 1798, and the ice covering the surface of the Patapsco shifted and began to break up, the War Office instructed Thomas Truxton to repair with all due speed on board the ship Constellation lying at Baltimore. No time should be lost in carrying the ship into deep water, taking on board her cannon, ammunition, water, provisions, and stores of every kind, completing what work is yet to be done, shipping her complement of seamen and marines, and preparing her in every respect for sea. Born in Hempstead, Long Island, Truxtun was the only son of a country lawyer. Defying his father's wishes that he should study law, he had escaped to the sea at age 12 to pursue a brilliant and lucrative career in the merchant marine. Before the Revolution, he was briefly pressed into the Royal Navy, where he was offered a midshipman's warrant, which he declined. By 1798, Truxtun was a wealthy merchant sea captain and one of the leading lights of his profession, with 30 years of experience at sea. He'd been 3 times around the Cape of Good Hope, having commanded 2 highly profitable voyages to China and 1 to India. He had probably earned enough money to provide for his 10 children without ever making another voyage, and certainly had no need for the $120 a month in salary and rations that the federal government was paying him. Money, he declared, no longer held his interest. "Does any man enter into naval service for the sake of subsistence?" he asked. "Are not glory and fame the grand incentives?" Truxtun held staunch views on the importance of choosing lieutenants and midshipmen carefully. "Without officers, what can be expected from a navy? The ships cannot maneuver themselves," Truxtun lectured McHenry. "If we are to have a navy, we must make officers to manage that navy." The hope of the American Navy would lie in its first generation of midshipmen, the young officers at the bottom rung of the promotion ladder. These young gentlemen would enter the service with little or no experience at sea. They would learn their profession in the Navy. They would have to prove themselves worthy of promotion or be pruned out of the service. Those with ambition, Truxtun warned, would have to avoid the destructive influences and habits that were so prevalent among sea officers in the merchant marine. Truxtun also watched over the critical process of recruiting 220 common seamen to fill out the frigate's complement. The War Office had authorized him to enlist men who were older than 18, younger than 40, and 5 feet 6 inches high without shoes. The surgeon should be on hand to certify that each sailor was well-organized, healthy, robust, and free from scorbutic and consumptive affections. They should be engaged for a term of 1 year and paid a monthly wage of $10 for ordinary seamen and $15 for able seamen. Naval service, the War Office emphasized, would be strictly voluntary. There would be no English-style impressment of sailors, nor would there be any of the ruses so commonly used to trick or coerce them. It being important that those who enlist should feel an inclination for the service, no indirect means are to be used in inveigling them, and therefore no individual must be enlisted while in a state of intoxication, nor must he be sworn until 24 hours after signing the enlistment. It would not be easy to recruit enough prime seamen to fill the Constellation's large complement. Baltimore, like the other major American seaports, was booming. Vessels were departing every day, and the merchant houses were competing for the best, most experienced seamen by bidding up their wages. Most sailors preferred a 2 or 3 month West Indian voyage to a year's term of enlistment on a warship. Many had served in the Royal Navy and wanted no more of that kind of discipline. Truxtun placed his second lieutenant, John Rogers, in charge of overseeing recruiting for the Constellation. A native of Havre de Grace, Maryland, Rogers was a big man, tall and dark-haired, with heavy bones in his face. Though he was only 25 years old, he had commanded his first merchant voyage while still in his teens. Before accepting his naval commission, he had lost a merchant vessel to a French privateer. He would emerge as one of the dominant personalities in the early American Navy, wearing the uniform for 40 years, serving in 3 wars, and eventually serving as president of the Board of Navy Commissions. Even after the War Office authorized an increase in wages, Rogers was only able to enlist 100 men, less than half the number needed. The rest would have to be found in other seaports further down the Chesapeake Bay. On April 22nd, with the wind blowing hard, the Constellation cast off her moorings and got under way, navigating down the Patapsco's main ship channel well north of the shoals off Rock Point and the dramatic white rocks that guard the head of the bay. There she entered Chesapeake Bay, one of the largest and most magnificent estuaries in the world, a brackish soup fed by the collective discharge of 40 rivers and a twice-daily surge of salt water from the Virginia Capes. Constellation sailed by Cape St. Clair and the smart little harbor of Annapolis on the south bank of the Severn River, by the pale line of bluffs on the western shore, with no safe harbor for miles, by the stands of loblolly pines some 100 feet high, by low marshlands choked with cordgrass and wild rice, by Cove Point, by Drum Point. And here the ship came to anchor in the mouth of the Patuxent River, where she would complete her provisioning before dropping still further down the bay. Her officers reported that the ship handled beautifully on her first passage. Sailing under double-reefed topsails, courses, jib, and staysails, she ran ahead of everything that was in company, going down with their light sails set. She steered easily, like a boat. A shell of ice covered the Delaware in January and February 1798. But when the spring thaw opened the river to navigation, the War Office informed Captain Barry that the United States incommodes in her present station the merchant vessels in coming in and going out, and directed that the frigate be taken downriver to an anchorage opposite the rope walks, south of the city. The warmer weather played havoc with the ship's caulking. Fluctuations in temperature and humidity continued to work the seams open, allowing rainwater to leak into the berth and orlop decks. Joshua Humphreys, who would have liked to be done with the seemingly endless recaulking of the United States, was told that the decks, topsides, and other parts of the ship are much opened and the oakum loosened, and those parts will require caulking previously to her leaving the Delaware. She may have leaked, but the United States was beginning to wear the unmistakable appearance of a fully rigged ship of war. Miles of freshly laid hemp cordage had been brought aboard for the setting up of the lower rigging, and the newly enlisted hands were employed each day in worming, serving, splicing, hitching, bending, grafting, seizing, and parceling. Barry was overseeing the work of the sailmakers, who were cutting a new suit of sails from bolts of patent English canvas imported a year earlier. Painters were putting the finishing touches to the figurehead, an elegant female figure whose accessories had allegorical significance. Her hair escaped in loose, wavy tresses and rested upon her breast. In her right hand she held a spear and belts of wampum, the emblems of peace and war. In her left was suspended the Constitution of the Union. On the base of the tablet were carved the eagle and national escutcheon, and the attributes of commerce, agriculture, the arts and sciences. From Philadelphia it was 100 miles downriver to the open ocean, and 100-foot drop in elevation. The United States went down the river in stages, anchoring first at Mud Island, then at Marcus Hook, then off the town of Chester. At each anchorage she settled deeper into the water as she took on men, arms, stores, and fresh water. On June 13th, the frigate lay at Chester, where she took on water casks to complete her ration for a cruise of 3 months. From Boston came the disappointing news that the 44-gun Constitution was nowhere near ready for sea. Well-manned merchantmen were clearing for destinations all over the world, but the big frigate lay at anchor in Boston Harbor, short of men. Recruiting handbills had been posted throughout the waterfront districts, urging the brave and hardy seamen of New England to present themselves at a rendezvous on Fore Street, where they shall be kindly received, handsomely entertained, and may enter into immediate pay. Not enough had responded to the call. The War Office was the target of mounting criticism from many quarters. John Barry placed much of the blame for the delays in the outfitting of the United States on Secretary McHenry, commenting acidly that there ought to be some allowance made for young beginners. Even Alexander Hamilton, McHenry's patron and mentor, was forced to admit that the man was loaded beyond his strength. As early as March 1798, when called upon to defend his management of the frigates, McHenry had admitted that he was overburdened and asked to be relieved of some of his responsibilities. In the post-XYZ environment, Congress was in a mood to spend liberally on a naval mobilization. But its members were also painfully aware that the added funding, if funneled through the War Office, would likely be squandered. Over Republican opposition, a bill to establish a new cabinet-level Department of the Navy passed and was signed by the President on April 30th. Adams and his advisers began searching for a candidate to assume the new job of Secretary of the Navy. That spring, Philadelphia was in the grip of war fever. Pro-government militias were forming up all over the city. Young men lined up at recruiting stations to join the troops of horse, the Grenadiers, or the Macpherson's Blues. Abigail Adams was delighted by this sudden dam burst of martial enthusiasm. "This city," she wrote, "which was formerly torpid with indolence and fettered with Quakerism, has become one military school, and every morning the sound of the drum and fife lead forth. A band of brothers joined." Republicans were threatened with mob violence. On May 7th, after the city's assembled militia companies had passed the president's house in review, groups of young men spread out through the streets, fired with patriotic emotion and fueled by liquor. Some knocked down lampposts and smeared mud on the statue of Benjamin Franklin on the steps of the Philadelphia Library. High Federalists encouraged the public to believe that foreigners were conspiring with native-born traitors to prepare for a French invasion of the American mainland. A recruiting advertisement for a Federalist militia in Philadelphia read, "Your country, my boys, is threatened with invasion, your houses and farms with fire, plunder, and pillage, and your wives and daughters with ravishment and assassination by horrid, outlandish, sans-culotte Frenchmen." The Hamiltonian Gazette of the United States asked, "Is it not high time to inquire who are these traitors, who have sold their country and are ready to deliver it to the French, whose houses are the resort of Frenchmen, and who are always in French company?" Federalists in Congress moved to enact the Alien and Sedition Acts, perhaps the most infamous pair of laws in American history. The latter empowered federal magistrates to prosecute journalists and authors who published news or editorial opinions that could be interpreted as false, scandalous, and malicious, or that might tend to excite against government officials the hatred of the good people of the United States. A new slogan, often repeated in toasts and promulgated widely in the newspapers, was, "Millions for defense, but not a cent for tribute." From April through mid-July, Congress passed 20 separate laws to put the nation on a war footing. The 1798 Navy budget would reach $1.4 million, exceeding naval spending in all past years combined, and comprising 30% of non-interest federal spending that year. Adams ordered a general embargo on trade to France and its colonies, and signed a formal declaration abrogating the Treaty of 1778. French diplomatic representatives were stripped of their credentials, and American naval vessels were authorized to capture any armed ship sailing under French colors in American territorial waters or out of them. A provisional army was being raised, and coastal fortifications were being built up and down the coast. In the seaports, agents had begun the work of purchasing, converting, arming, outfitting, and manning new ships of war. It seemed likely that the country would be engaged in a full-scale naval war before the summer was out. Chapter 4. On the 4th of July, 1798, at the same hour Congress was debating the Alien and Sedition Acts, Constellation was about 370 miles off the coast of South Carolina, laboring in heavy seas and gale-force easterlies that rose all through the afternoon and evening. She weathered the storm, although Captain Truxton was not altogether pleased with her performance. On her maiden voyage, Constellation had been ordered to patrol from Cape Henry, at the entrance to Chesapeake Bay, to the nation's southern border, the St. Mary's River between Georgia and Spanish Florida. She was to hunt French privateers and provide all possible protection to the vessels of the United States. In the busy shipping lanes off the Carolina coast, the Constellation hailed as many as a dozen ships per day, but none had seen or heard of any enemy privateers. Regretting that he had failed to meet an enemy vessel, Truxton decided it was time to take the Constellation back to port for water and provisions. On August 15th, she doubled Cape Henry and entered Chesapeake Bay. While the Constellation was shaking down at sea, the first Secretary of the Navy was taking up the duties of his office. President Adams's choice for the office was Benjamin Stoddert, a successful 47-year-old merchant from the burgeoning little port of Georgetown, Maryland, at the head of navigation on the Potomac River. Stoddart was a former cavalry officer and a Revolutionary War veteran who had been wounded at Brandywine. He had prospered by purchasing tobacco from producers in the Potomac Basin and exporting it to business partners in Europe. From the windows of his mansion on the Potomac Bluffs, he could watch the slow-moving river take its long, lazy turn to the south. Further east was a lowland wilderness that was, implausibly, the predetermined site of the new federal city, to which Congress and the federal government planned to relocate in another year. Arriving in Philadelphia on June 12, 1798, Stoddart set up the new department in 2 adjacent offices at 139 Walnut Street, where his staff consisted of 1 chief clerk, 4 assistant clerks, and a messenger boy. A crushing workload awaited him. His desk was piled high with applications for clerkships and officers' commissions that McHenry, in the last days of his naval stewardship, had ignored. As Stoddart took office, the entire U.S. naval fleet, 3 frigates and assorted schooners, brigs, and sloops of war, amounted to a dozen vessels officered by 59 men. 2 years later, the fleet would include 49 vessels, altogether carrying more than 1,000 guns, and the officer corps would number more than 700 men. Stoddart despaired of making sense of the incomprehensible accounts he had inherited from his predecessor. A rapid fleet mobilization depended on prompt and efficient day-to-day administration, approvals of provisioning requisitions, payments of salaries, orders to move weapons and ammunition, and constant balancing of accounts with a far-flung network of craftsmen and contractors. The drudgery of bookkeeping may not have been the most thrilling aspect of naval business, but Stoddart understood that it was indispensable. He asked Congress for authorization to hire clerks at a salary greater than the $500 per annum first authorized, and Congress, having come to appreciate the value of good accounting as a means of maintaining control over its own appropriations, assented. After a brief interlude at Norfolk, Truxtun got the Constellation back to sea. His orders were to sail to Cuba in order to rescue a fleet of 60 to 80 stranded American merchantmen. Reports had indicated that Havana was blockaded by an armada of some 30 or 40 French privateers, evidently preparing to seize the American vessels the moment they put to sea. When Constellation arrived in Cuban waters after an uneventful passage, however, there were no enemy vessels in sight. She brought home a large convoy of American vessels, weathered a fierce Atlantic gale, and anchored safely in Hampton Roads on October 27th. Truxtun told Stoddart, with a shade of disappointment, that every vessel he had spoken off the North American coast had neither seen or heard of any French cruisers, that they are therefore all to the southward, you may depend. Stoddart had already reached the same conclusion. The French privateers that had posed such a menace in the spring had obviously withdrawn from the North American coast. Although the earliest naval patrols had captured less than half a dozen enemy privateers, they had secured the sea lanes out of the major American seaports. Their success could be quantified in the falling premiums for marine insurance. For voyages departing to the West Indies, premiums had fallen from a peak of 30% to a range of 10 to 20%. As the year 1798 drew to a close, pro-Navy Federalists could argue with some justification that the Navy had already paid for itself. Stoddart had a more ambitious operation in mind for the next stage of what would come to be called the Quasi-War. He planned to establish a permanent American naval presence in the Leeward Islands. This would convert the conflict from a defensive operation on the American coast into a war of aggression against the bases of French privateering. It would also demonstrate that the Navy was something more than a private marine police force whose deployments could be dictated by merchant interests in Salem, Philadelphia, and New York. The main focus of a southern deployment, Stoddart said, should be the French island colony of Guadeloupe. From information which cannot be doubted, the French have from 60 to 80 privateers out of the little island of Guadeloupe. That island is plentifully supplied with provisions by means of the captures they make. Several nearby islands remained in English hands, and could serve as bases from which American warships could provide southbound and northbound convoys for American merchantmen. Truxtun would take command of a small squadron comprising the Constellation and 3 smaller warships. He would set up a base of operations on the island of St. Christopher's, better known by the nickname the English had given it, St. Kitts, and cruise as far leeward as Puerto Rico, paying attention to St. Martin's and that group of islands called the Virgin Gorda, and wherever else between St. Christopher's and Puerto Rico your judgment shall direct you. Truxtun was ordered to coordinate with John Barry, who would command a larger squadron consisting of the United States, the Constitution, and several ships of considerable force to be based further south in the Windward Islands at Prince Rupert's Bay in the island of Dominica. The frigate and her little fleet put to sea late in the afternoon on the last day of the year, 1798. 13 days out of Norfolk, the Constellation's lookout raised the island of Antigua. Truxtun spoke the British man-of-war Concord and learned from a captain that 2 French frigates had been seen in the harbor at Guadeloupe. On January 17th, having parted ways with the convoy and struggled against adverse winds, the Constellation arrived at Basseterre Roads, St. Kitts. She dropped her anchor in 10 fathoms of water, about half a mile from the town. At some point shortly before or after his arrival, Truxtun learned of the capture of the U.S. naval schooner Retaliation by the French frigates Le Volontaire, 40 guns, and L'Insurgente, 36 guns. It was the first time since the end of the Revolutionary War that an American man-of-war had surrendered to an enemy. Her officers were held as prisoners on board the French frigates, and her crew thrown into a loathsome prison in Guadeloupe. Truxtun spent his first weeks in the Leeward Islands arranging the details of the convoy system. Barry's squadron would provide convoys to American merchantmen from the Windward Islands to a safe anchorage in St. Kitts. From there, Truxtun's squadron would assume responsibility to convoy them to the relatively safe waters north of the Bahamas. All of the warships under Truxtun's command would be deployed in convoy duty, but, whenever left idle, they would cruise the leeward passages and hunt enemy privateers. Within 3 weeks of his arrival on the station, Truxtun had dispatched 3 convoys to the north. Although the convoys were effective in securing the sea lanes, Truxtun was impatient for action and was not content to keep his frigate at anchor. Constellation cruised north for a few days to the waters around Antigua, St. Eustatius, St. Bartholomew, and St. Martin, and then to the south of Montserrat. She circumnavigated the island of Guadeloupe, flying her colors, keeping carefully out of range of the enemy guns, but close enough to tempt them. At midday on February 9th, about 5 or 6 leagues northeast of the island of Nevis, Alexander Hamilton's birthplace, the lookout hailed the deck to report that he could see a single ship in the south, hull down and standing to westward. The Constellation immediately hauled her wind and gave chase. Scrutinizing the stranger through his long glass, Truxtun could see that she was a very large ship, with a soaring pyramid of canvas. In his journal he noted, "I take her for a ship of war." At 12:30, just minutes after she was sighted, the stranger altered course, bringing the wind onto her quarter and standing to the northwest. She soon passed under the Constellation's lee at a distance of about 5 leagues. With aggressive maneuvering, it was within Truxtun's power to bring her into action. He did not know what ship she was. She could be English, or even one of the Constellation's sister frigates, but he was determined to close to signaling distance, if not closer. Although Truxtun did not yet know it, the chase was the French 36-gun frigate L'Insurgente, the ship that had fired into and captured the American naval schooner Retaliation in November. She was reputed to be one of the fastest ships in the French Navy. Rather than sailing for Europe, as Truxtun had been led to believe, she had sailed north into the Bahamas to hunt British merchantmen. 3 weeks earlier, she had been chased by the Constitution but managed to escape. Her captain, Michel Pierre Barreau, called for his glass, went aloft, and stood on the foretopsail yard to have a look at his pursuer. That she was a frigate the Frenchman had no doubt. What he did not yet know was whether the pursuer was American or English. In either case, he had no intention of closing with her, and every intention of avoiding an engagement even if it required him to flee. The French were numerically inferior in the West Indies, and their priority was to preserve what naval force they had on the station. A frigate could do more for France's cause by destroying enemy commerce than by engaging an enemy man-of-war. An hour after hauling off in chase, Constellation had closed to within signaling distance. Truxton ordered his signal officer to make the British private signal. Blue flag at the fore topmast, and a red, white, and blue flag at the main topmast. To this the unidentified frigate made no answer, but ran the American ensign up to the mizzen peak. Constellation made the private signal for the U.S. Navy. Again, there was no response. Truxton ordered the Constellation cleared for action, and the boatswain beat to quarters. As if to respond, La Sergeante lowered the American colors, raised the tricolor, and fired a shot to windward in affirmation. The boatswain's whistle sounded, and the frigate came alive with the sounds of men scampering to their stations. Muskets, pikes, hatchets, and blunderbusses were served out to the men in the waist. Marines and topmen leapt into the shrouds and went up the ratlines to the tops. The carpenter and his mates swept away the bulkheads on the gun deck to make a clean sweep, fore and aft. Gun crews gathered around their weapons, and the captains stood by with their handspikes. Though the wind was coming up, Truxton ordered his crew to make all sail and chase, and a crowd of canvas was then spread on the Constellation. Truxton was driving the frigate to the very limit. Pressed heavily with sail in the stiffening breeze, she could easily have carried away a spar. One can imagine the Constellation tearing through the water with the wind on her beam, the foam surging back along the lee rail in a deep plunging run, the spray thrown up at the bows and into the faces of the foremast jacks, the topyards flexing visibly under the strain, the audible hum of the rigging. Constellation was gaining on the chase, but the wind was rising steadily, and the sky took on an ominous, hazy texture. To windward was the characteristic low-lying bank of thick, ugly clouds, moving rapidly over a mottled sea, that every seaman recognized as the immediate prelude to a squall. Each captain was forced to choose whether to shorten sail and risk losing headway, or to keep up a full press of canvas and risk carrying away a mast or spar, which would likely bring the chase to an end. It was a test of the strength of each ship's rigging, as well as a test of seamanship for the respective crews. Pursuer and prey each kept up a press of sail, their captains hoping for the best. As the wall of wind and rain enveloped the Constellation, she lurched violently to leeward. All hands let fly all the sheets, and the din of flapping canvas was added to the roar of the squall. All the masts and spars survived except one, the studding sail boom, which carried away with, as one of her crew later said, such a cracking and snapping as I never heard before. But if a spar had to be lost, better a boom than a topmast or a yard. As the squall passed over, the crew of the Constellation sheeted home her sails, and the frigate resumed tearing through the warm Caribbean water like a racehorse. Some distance ahead, the squall also closed over La Sergeante. Barreau ordered the crew to take in her topgallants, but as the men were out on the yards, a wall of wind struck the ship, and the main topmast snapped by the cap and came down, covering the deck with a tangled mass of spars, rigging, and sails. The crew raced with cutlasses and axes to clear away the wreckage. It was a devastating loss, and Barreau understood that his ship now had almost no hope of escape. At first he attempted to bear away and run for the safety of St. Eustatius, but then hauled his wind and stood on the starboard tack, 8 points off the wind, waiting for the Constellation to range up. Barreau later told his government that the loss of the topmast was the sole source of our misfortunes. As Constellation closed the gap with the fleeing La Sergeante, the great weight of her 24-pounder guns caused her to heel excessively to leeward. To keep his ship upright, Truxton was forced to run out the windward guns and keep the leeward guns housed behind closed ports. Here was a dramatic proof of the dangers of overarming. The Constellation held the weather gauge, could engage the enemy from windward, and tactical doctrine dictated that Truxton must conserve this valuable advantage. Yet doing so would require him to bring his leeward battery into action. With the Constellation a cable length astern of the French vessel, Truxtun decided to surrender the weather gauge by crossing La Sergent's wake and running under her lee. At 3:15, with the two frigates a few leagues west of Nevis, the Constellation closed to within pistol-shot range. The French captain was plainly visible now at La Sergent's taffrail, shouting for a parley. Truxtun refused even to reply. In his mind, it was evident that a state of war existed between America and France, even if undeclared. Licensed French privateers were hunting American merchantmen throughout these waters, and French men-of-war had captured American men-of-war. La Sergente could either fight or strike her colors. There would be no discussion and no negotiation. When the aftermost gun on the Constellation could bear on the enemy, Truxtun gave the order for the starboard guns to fire in rotation. The 24-pounders fired one by one forward to aft. Each jumped, made a stabbing flash of light, and expelled a cloud of thick white smoke that was instantly carried away by the wind. The American gun crews fired their cannon in the English fashion, directly into La Sergente's hull. They were double-shotted and wrought terrible devastation, killing or wounding perhaps a score of Frenchmen in the first half-minute of the engagement. La Sergente at once responded with a broadside of her own, firing up at the Constellation's masts and rigging. The fore-topmast was struck just above the cap and seemed to teeter on the verge of coming down. An 18-year-old midshipman named David Porter, stationed in the foretop with the Marines and small-arms men, attempted to hail the deck. Unable to get Truxtun's attention over the clamor of the battle, he climbed up and cut away the slings, allowing the yards to fall and removing pressure from the injured mast, which was saved. La Sergente's decks were littered with dead and dying men, and her officers seemed to be losing control of the remaining crew. Many of them ran from their guns, some even rushing into the captain's cabin. Barreau, perhaps sensing that his vessel was outgunned, called for boarders and ordered the helmsman to run aboard the Constellation. But his ship was losing way, and the maneuver failed. It was a costly failure, for it allowed the Constellation to range ahead, cross the Frenchman's bows, and fire a ferocious, double-shotted, raking broadside. The Constellation passed to windward of the traumatized Insurgente and wore round on a parallel course. The gun crews of both ships ran across their respective decks to serve the guns on the other side. Constellation's larboard gun ports swung open, the muzzles ran out, blazed, roared, and vanished behind a curtain of smoke. La Sergente's starboard battery answered, and now the two frigates hauled close to the wind and fought a running battle, trading ball for ball. On Constellation's gun deck, a member of one of the gun crews was overcome with panic and ran from his gun. The lieutenant who commanded his division was Andrew Sterrett, a 21-year-old native of Baltimore. Sterrett drew his sword, chased the terrified man through the ship, cornered him, and killed him. He later boasted to his brother, "One fellow I was obliged to run through the body with my sword, and so put an end to a coward. You must not think this strange, for we would put a man to death for even looking pale on board this ship." For a time the two ships drew apart. The French sailors were set to work rereaving the running lines that had been cut by the Constellation's fire. The American frigate had suffered little damage, and at a few minutes after 4 in the afternoon, Truxtun maneuvered the ship into a position directly athwart La Sergente's stern, setting up another raking broadside. Constellation, said John Rogers, should certainly have sent her to the infernal regions had we fired whilst in that position. Barreau had to admit that his ship was in a pitiful state. The main topgallant sail had fallen over the maintop and was now draped like a veil over the men stationed there. The main and mizzen topmasts had been shot away and now lay uselessly across the deck. Several of the cannon had been dismounted. The braces and bowlines of the foresails were cut to pieces, and innumerable rope ends hung limp from the top hamper and trailed in the sea. His casualties were heavy. Scores of dead and wounded were strewn along the decks, and rivulets of blood were running in the seams between the deck planks. The boatswain was not on deck, nor any of the petty officers. The captain could see only one man left standing in the forecastle. Looking across at the Constellation, Barreau saw a ship that appeared largely intact. She had a few minor injuries. Her rigging was shot up, she had lost a foremast yard, and there were holes in her sails where balls had passed through. But she could maneuver properly, and her guns were still well manned. Though he could have fought on, Barreau later said, "Sooner or later, in my position, I should have to strike to a superior force." At 4:15 in the afternoon, the tricolour was hauled down from the mizzen peak. On the quarterdeck of the Constellation, Truxtun summoned Lieutenant Rogers and ordered him to gather a prize crew of 1 midshipman and 11 seamen. A boat was lowered and the party was rowed across. As Rogers came up over the side to take possession of the captured ship, he was privately thrilled by the sight of the carnage the enemy had suffered. "Although I would not have you think me bloody-minded," the bloody-minded lieutenant wrote Stoddart, "yet I must confess the most gratifying sight my eyes ever beheld was 70 French pirates, you know I have just cause to call them such, wallowing in their gore, 29 of whom were killed, and 41 wounded." Barreau and his first lieutenant were sent across to the Constellation. The French captain hoped to have possession of the defeated frigate restored to him. Although he was certainly aware of the intense privateering campaign carried on by French West Indian colonies against American commerce, he also knew that war had never been declared by either nation. As he came up over the Constellation's side, he said to Truxtun, "Our nations are not at war. Why have you fired on our national flag?" Truxtun's attention was on the challenge of managing 2 disabled frigates and several hundred prisoners in strong winds with night coming on, and he refused to enter into a debate. He asked Barreau's name and the name of the captured ship, and then said, "You, sir, are my prisoner." Barreau and the lieutenant were stripped of their sidearms and sent below. "I send you a list of the killed and wounded on board the Constellation," wrote Midshipman Porter to his father. In the foretop, John Andrews, shot through both of his legs. George Water, back broke by the wind of a cannonball. Samuel Wilson, leg shot off, died of his wound. 1 man killed for cowardice. In the hours after the action, the wind continued to rise. It was deemed too dangerous to ferry L'Insurgent's prisoners and casualties across a heaving sea in the rapidly oncoming darkness, so Rogers and his small prize crew were obliged to navigate the jury-rigged frigate back to St. Kitts with 173 prisoners in the hold. There was not even time enough to deal with the dead. The bodies were left on deck wherever they had fallen. Sailing for 2 days and 3 nights into the teeth of gale-force winds, L'Insurgent was finally brought to anchor under the guns of Bluff Point, at the northern end of Basseterre Roads. Captain Barreau told Truxtun that the diplomatic consequences of the battle would be severe. When the news reached Paris, he said, the French government would issue a declaration of war. Truxtun pointed out that L'Insurgent had herself taken part in the capture of the American naval schooner Retaliation a few months earlier, that L'Insurgent's own logbook proved she had seized several American merchant vessels, and that his orders, in any case, instructed him to attack any French armed ship he met at sea. "The French captain tells me I have caused a war with France," Truxtun wrote Stoddart. "If so, I am glad of it, for I detest things being done by halves." Lieutenant Rogers was promoted to the rank of acting captain of L'Insurgent, pending the Navy Department's approval. Throughout February and early March 1799, he supervised repairs to the damaged ship, abiding by the Commodore's wishes to be as frugal as possible in the outfit. According to the Navy's prize regulations, every officer and seaman of the Constellation would receive a share of her value, and Truxtun suspected that the government might deduct the cost of repairs. 31 officers and seamen were transferred from the Constellation to L'Insurgent. With additional men from other vessels in the squadron, her crew would amount to 124, less than a third of her complement. There would be enough hands to navigate the ship home, but not enough to defend her against an opponent of comparable size. For safety, the 2 frigates would sail to North America in company. After a quiet 2-week passage, the Constellation and L'Insurgent both arrived in Hampton Roads on the afternoon of Monday, May 20th, anchoring in the bight of Cranny Island. Truxtun ordered Rogers to hoist the French tricolour beneath the American flag at L'Insurgent's mizzen peak, and gratify our countrymen with that sight for 3 days. Even after Talleyrand's blundering attempt to extort a bribe from American diplomats in the fall of 1797, Adams was willing to engage in negotiations with the French. In late 1798, while many Federalists in Congress were clamoring for a declaration of war, Adams had announced to the Congress that his government would resume diplomatic engagements should France promise not to repeat the humiliating treatment of the American envoys. France had good reasons to pursue a peaceful accommodation with America. The Directory observed the warming trend in Anglo-American relations with growing apprehension, and feared for the security of French colonial possessions in the Caribbean and the North American mainland. For all the harassment of merchant vessels by French privateers, France depended upon neutral maritime powers, particularly the United States, to carry goods and foodstuffs between Europe and the islands. When Talleyrand learned of the firestorm created in the United States by the XYZ revelations, he understood that he had overreached himself. As a conciliatory gesture, he issued direct orders demanding the liberation of American prisoners in the West Indies. Adams learned of these measures and other indications of a French eagerness to renew diplomatic contacts through American envoys in other European capitals. On February 18, 1799, without consulting his cabinet and without any warning, Adams sent a message to the Senate. It was read by a surprised Jefferson sitting in his capacity as President of the Senate. Always disposed and ready to embrace every plausible appearance of probability of preserving or restoring tranquility, I nominate William Vans Murray, our minister resident at The Hague, to be minister plenipotentiary of the United States to the French Republic. Over objections of high Federalists, the Senate endorsed a 3-headed delegation consisting of Murray, Chief Justice Oliver Ellsworth, and William R. Davie, Governor of North Carolina. The frigate United States was designated to transport Ellsworth and Davie to France. Murray, traveling from Belgium, would meet them there. Operations by other American warships, Adams told Stoddart, should be carried out with undiminished energy. After a stormy crossing, the United States delivered the envoys to the Bay of Arras on the coast of Spain. They traveled overland to Paris, learning en route of the coup d'etat of 18 Brumaire, in which the 33-year-old Napoleon Bonaparte had proclaimed himself first consul and effective military dictator of France. Bonaparte was eager to isolate Britain by cultivating good relations with America and other neutral states. In December, he had proclaimed that French-American relations would be governed by Louis XVI's Treaty of 1778. Talleyrand, who had managed to survive and regain his seat as foreign minister, sent passports to the American envoys with assurances that the new regime wished to receive them with full diplomatic honors. Hostilities were brought to a close by the Convention of Montfontaine, signed on October 3rd. A grand celebration was held north of Paris, at the chateau for which the treaty was named. Speaking to an audience of several hundred dignitaries, Napoleon described the 3-year quasi-war as a family quarrel. Gifts were exchanged, and toasts brought back the old familiar rhetoric of Franco-American amity and alliance. The first rumors of peace reached America in November 1800. A copy of the treaty arrived in Washington in mid-December. The terms were welcomed by merchants and shipowners, who had never held out much hope of receiving compensation for past losses, and who were chiefly interested in bringing hostilities to an end. Pending ratification, Stoddart circulated orders to all naval commanders to cease preemptive attacks on French armed ships. Convoy operations continued. As news of the treaty spread, hostilities in the Caribbean relaxed and attacks on American shipping declined in frequency. By early spring of 1801, they had all but ceased. The quasi-war was over. Part 2. To the Shores of Tripoli. Chapter 5. The presidential campaign of 1800 pitted Adams against the man who was both the sitting vice president and leader of the opposition, Thomas Jefferson. It was almost certainly the most bitterly fought election in American history. The political culture of the young democracy was still evolving, and there was not yet an established boundary between acceptable rhetoric and outright slander. The result was a campaign of personal vilification, rumor-mongering, and mudslinging not quite like anything the American people had ever seen before or have since. In the 16-state Electoral College, Jefferson polled 73 votes to Adams's 65, but a flaw in the original version of the U.S. Constitution, corrected in 1804 by the 12th Amendment, brought about a perverse result. There was no separate line on the presidential ballot for a vice presidential candidate. The Constitution merely ruled that the candidate receiving the second largest number of electoral votes would become vice president. The Republican vice presidential candidate, Aaron Burr, had won 73 electoral votes, the same number as Jefferson. Although it was understood by all that Jefferson had run for president and Burr for vice president, the question of which man would occupy the highest office was thrown into the House of Representatives, which was still controlled by the Federalists. Instead of casting his support to Jefferson, the unscrupulous Burr maneuvered for a deal that would secure the top office for himself. House Federalists, hating both men equally, plotted to void the election results and elevate the president pro tem of the Senate to the presidency. Separately, Alexander Hamilton and Adams each sought to obtain Jefferson's assurances on several issues, including a pledge to maintain the Navy, as the price of Federalist support. But Jefferson refused to bargain for the office he had rightfully won. Ballot after ballot ended in deadlock. A constitutional crisis loomed. The Republican governor of Pennsylvania threatened to send his state's militia to march on Washington. At last Hamilton intervened to resolve the impasse. With confessed reluctance, he urged his followers in the House to choose Jefferson over Burr because, he said, Burr was a truly dangerous man, while a true estimate of Mr. Jay's character warrants the expectation of a temporizing rather than a violent system. On February 17, 1801, with the 36th ballot, the House voted to elect Thomas Jefferson, the third President of the United States. In his first inaugural, Jefferson promised a wise and frugal government, which shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. Using presidential authority whenever congressional authorization was not needed, Jefferson and his cabinet simply dismissed federal office holders they considered superfluous. The State Department closed all foreign embassies except those in Madrid, Paris, and London. The Treasury Department's internal revenue inspectors were fired en masse. Inevitably, the budget axe would fall on the armed forces. Apart from the Jeffersonian aversion to standing armies and navies, the end of hostilities with France had weakened the case for military spending. The day before Jefferson had taken office, literally less than 24 hours before his inaugural ceremony, John Adams had signed into law a Peace Establishment Act authorizing his successor to order a massive naval demobilization. At the height of the quasi-war, the service had swollen to 700 officers commanding 49 ships, most of which were converted merchantmen and galleys. The Peace Establishment Act would reduce the officer corps to 9 captains, 36 lieutenants, and 150 midshipmen. Of the fleet, only 13 frigates would be kept in the service, and 7 of these would be laid up in ordinary, stripped of their armament and rigging and stored under specially constructed sheds. All of the smaller vessels in the Navy, brigs, schooners, galleys, would be sold back to private owners and returned to the merchant service from which they had been drawn. Hundreds of officers would be discharged and paid a severance equivalent to 4 months' salary. In the early weeks of the new administration, Benjamin Stoddart's successor, Acting Navy Secretary Samuel Smith, wrote to approximately 2/3 of all active-duty naval officers with the news that they were no longer needed. Jefferson was determined to consolidate the entire naval shore establishment in the District of Columbia, at the Washington Navy Yard on the eastern branch of the Potomac, known today as the Anacostia River. Keeping the frigates in Washington, Jefferson told Congress, was the fairest and most economical policy. In 1801, the Washington Navy Yard was nothing more than a cluster of huts, storehouses, and wharves on an isolated bank of the eastern branch, separated from Capitol Hill by a thick forest. The grounds of the yard had been enclosed by a good tight board fence that would soon be replaced with a stone wall. Inside the yard was a 2-story brick house for the superintendent, a stone kitchen, a frame stable, a carriage house, and a hayloft. The channel was only accessible by a small portion of the waterfront, so the shallows at the river's edge were being filled in with excavated soil and detritus. A timber wharf extended well out into the channel on a series of piles. A row of huts housed the shops, among them the blockmaker, sail loft, armourer, tin man, blacksmith, cooper, and boat builder. Nothing was permanent. The entire premises was a construction site. 50 Marines were ordered to report to the yard at 5 o'clock every morning, where they would assist the master constructor in preparing the frigates for long-term storage. The Marine barracks was still under construction, so the Marines would have to spend the summer living in tents and lean-tos. The United States, at anchor in the Delaware River near Chester, sailed for the Virginia Capes on May 17th and arrived in the eastern branch on June 6th. Our boatswain, William Whitehead, reported that the frigate's bottom copper was probably beyond repair. I have frequently, on heaving in the cable, seen it very much cut by the copper, particularly when the ship has been ahead of her anchor. I have seen the yarn shaved, as if cut by a knife. The Constellation, under the command of Captain Alexander Murray, was also in the Delaware River, 2 miles below the battery at Mud Island, just downriver from Philadelphia. In need of repairs, she was to be brought alongside a dock south of the Humphrey shipyard. Since the Constellation was to be laid up in ordinary, Smith wrote Murray on April 11th, no unnecessary expense must be incurred in her repairs. At 1 a.m. on the night of the 12th, however, the ship suffered a catastrophic accident. With a strong northwest wind building to gale force, the Constellation began to drag her bower anchor. Drifting to the leeward, she ran aground. Fatefully, the grounding occurred at almost exactly high water, and, before timely assistance could be afforded, the tide ebbed so fast that she lay down almost on her beam ends. As the ship careened, her crew rushed to seal the ports, but the river poured in through the hatchways so suddenly that the officers had no time to rescue their possessions from the wardroom. The crew worked to strike the yards and topmasts and remove as much of the ship's stores as they could before the lower decks were completely flooded. But the damage was done. The frigate lay half sunk in the river, just a few hundred feet from the Southwark waterfront where her sister, United States, had been launched 4 years earlier. For 3 weeks, Joshua Humphreys, Captain Murray, and the crew worked to right the Constellation. They stripped her rigging and tackle and removed all of her stores, which they laid out on the wharf to be dried in the sun. On May 3rd, they successfully floated her and hauled her to the wharf, where teams of unskilled laborers would cleanse her of the mud and filth collected since the misfortune. There she lay, with her rigging promiscuously scattered about, and a good deal of it cut and otherwise abused. It was soon clear that the Constellation was not going to leave the Delaware that year. In Jefferson's mind, as in the minds of most Americans, the Navy was subordinate to a larger problem. How much should be risked to protect shipping and trade? Jefferson believed America's destiny lay in the West, in the settlement and cultivation of the interior. If foreign trade had to be tolerated, it was to be tolerated only as a necessary evil. He distrusted the merchants of the northern seaports, thought them inherently less patriotic than many of their countrymen, and was determined to reduce their influence in politics. But like any Southern planter, Jefferson understood the importance of exporting America's huge agricultural surplus and conceded that ships were needed to carry those exports to foreign markets. Jefferson was never aligned with the most extreme anti-navalists in his own party. He was willing to concede the need for an American Navy on 3 conditions. First, that its purpose, design, and deployment must be defensive. Second, that it must not be exploited as a source of patronage and corruption by the maritime and shipbuilding interests, who were, not coincidentally, aligned with the Federalists. Third, and most important, it must be affordable. In practice, the last condition left the United States with no realistic hope of building a navy large enough to contend with the great powers of Europe, because the cost of such a fleet would exceed the value of the commerce it protected. To aim at such a navy as the greater nations of Europe possess would be a foolish and wicked waste of the energies of our countrymen, Jefferson had written in his Notes on the State of Virginia. It would be to pull on our own heads that load of military expense which makes the European laborer go supperless to bed and moistens his bread with the sweat of his brows. A small navy, on the other hand, one capable of policing sea lanes against piracy, was within the country's means. It was on this basis that Jefferson had first advocated naval action against the Barbary pirates in 1786, and he had never wavered. It was a consistent thread in a career that has since become famous for its inconsistencies. On March 13, 1801, 9 days after his inauguration, Jefferson received a disturbing set of dispatches from the Mediterranean. Yusuf Karamanli, the Bashaw of Tripoli, had summoned U.S. Consul James Cathcart to his palace and threatened to send his corsairs out to attack American shipping. The attacks could be averted, Cathcart was told, if the U.S. government would present Tripoli with a cash gift of $225,000 immediately and $25,000 in future annual tribute. In the interest of peace, the Bashaw added, he would wait 6 months for the American president's response. Yusuf's ultimatum was a flagrant breach of the treaty governing U.S. Tripolitan relations. Negotiated in 1796 and ratified by the Senate the following year, the treaty had established a firm and perpetual peace and friendship between the two nations to be guaranteed by the Dey of Algiers, in exchange for a one-time cash payment of $56,000, which he had received upon signing the treaty. Yusuf had pledged not to allow his corsairs to attack American vessels plying the lucrative Mediterranean trade routes. But the Bashaw now brazenly denied that he had ever agreed to any such thing, insisting that, for the peace we had paid him it was true, but to maintain the peace we had given him nothing. Cathcart responded bravely, telling Yusuf that the meanest of our citizens would expend their last dollar and lose their last drop of blood before they would ever consent to become tributary to the Regency of Tripoli. In the past, however, American ministers had used equally brave rhetoric just before agreeing to new and larger payments to the Barbary powers. Why should the Bashaw assume this case would be any different? The dispatches had been written 5 months earlier, in mid-October 1800. Even if Jefferson had wanted to reply before the threatened deadline, there was not enough time. The new president could only assume Tripolitan cruisers would be hunting American ships through the Mediterranean in another month's time, if they were not doing so already. He ordered circulars distributed in the major seaports, advertising the danger to vessels bound for the Straits of Gibraltar and beyond. The earlier Algerian Treaty of 1795, the treaty that had triggered a momentary suspension of the frigate-building program that year, was supposed to have been the key to maintaining peace throughout the Mediterranean. As the largest and most powerful of the Barbary regencies, Algiers was thought to hold great sway throughout Islamic North Africa, and it was hoped that the patronage of the most potent and exalted Dey of Algiers would allow American envoys to deal with the other 3 powers, Morocco, Tunis, and Tripoli, from a position of strength. The settlement with Algiers had cost the United States almost $1 million in a combination of cash payments and sundry gifts. Among the 122 Americans who had been taken hostage by the Algerian corsairs in the prior decade, 85 were released. The others had died in captivity. Among the gifts was a newly built light frigate, the Crescent. Designed and built by Joshua Humphreys, the Crescent was admired as a very fine ship, dry, weatherly, and fast. There was no doubt she would be fitted out as a corsair to attack the shipping of Europe's lesser maritime powers. The treaty further committed the United States to deliver annual tribute in the form of naval stores, weaponry, and ammunition, specified as Powder, lead, bullets, bombshells, masts, poles, yards, anchor chains, cables, sailcloth, tar, pitch, boards, beams, laths, and other necessities. The annual cost of this cargo of maritime stores was initially estimated in 1795 at $21,600, but as markets tightened, the actual cost proved 3 or 4 times higher. The United States thus found itself supplying the vital inputs for a system of state-sponsored piracy. A provision in the treaty required the Dey of Algiers to keep secret the enormous settlement he had extorted. It had been inserted by the American negotiators in the hope that Tripoli and Tunis would not demand similarly extravagant sums. At first the strategy seemed to pay off. American envoys obtained treaties with Tripoli and Tunis for the relatively modest sums of $56,486 and $107,000 respectively. Almost immediately after signing the treaties, however, the Bashaw of Tripoli and the Bey of Tunis began to suspect they had been duped. American vessels were entering the Mediterranean in ever larger numbers. The commercial wealth of this distant and relatively unknown nation was obviously much greater than they had been led to believe. Rumors of the lavish sums paid to Algiers reached their ears. They demanded more money, more presents, more naval stores. Stalling for time, U.S. consuls in the Mediterranean offered magnificent gifts to the Barbary rulers: silver snuff boxes, diamond rings, jewel-encrusted gold watches, ornamental swords, rubies, emeralds, lengths of fine silk and linen, and, especially, firearms. But the Dey of Algiers' influence with the other Barbary powers was not as great as had been advertised. Tripoli and Tunis envied Algiers and dreamed of extorting similar sums from the United States. Most worrying was the fact that the Dey, whose steady friendship the United States had counted upon, would not stay bought. He was constantly irritated either because his tribute was late, or judged deficient, or both. In September 1800, a 32-gun converted merchantman named the George Washington sailed from Delaware Bay to carry that year's annual tribute, money, naval stores, various other presents, to Algiers. She was the first American warship ever to enter the Mediterranean. Her captain was William Bainbridge, who had won promotion from lieutenant in spite of his surrender of the schooner Retaliation to l'Insurgente in the West Indies 2 years earlier. While she was anchored in Algiers harbor within easy range of more than 200 shore guns, the Dey sent word that he expected the George Washington to carry the Algerian ambassador and his entourage to the Ottoman port, or court, in Constantinople. The entourage would consist of 100 men, women, and children, and it would bear various presents, including a petting zoo of antelopes, horses, parrots, sheep, ostriches, and, if the record can be believed, 4 lions and 4 tigers. When Bainbridge refused the voyage, the Dey threatened to tear up his American treaty and have the American ship blown out of the water. "You pay me tribute," he reportedly told Bainbridge. "By that, you become my slaves." Believing the Dey's threats, Bainbridge submitted. His humiliation was complete when the Algerians demanded that the Stars and Stripes be lowered. The vessel named for America's recently deceased first president would be obliged to sail under the Algerian crescent. Bainbridge later defended his conduct by insisting he had no realistic alternative. "I hope I may never again be sent to Algiers with tribute," he wrote, "unless I am authorized to deliver it from the mouth of a cannon." "I am an enemy to all these douceurs, tributes, and humiliations," Jefferson confided to Madison shortly after taking office. "I know that nothing will stop the eternal increase of demand from those pirates but the presence of an armed force, and it will be more economical and more honorable to use the same means at once for suppressing their insolences." The Peace Establishment Law gave the President authority to keep 6 frigates in service. He was at liberty to send them to the Mediterranean if he chose to do so. Jefferson issued orders for a squadron to rendezvous at Hampton Roads, Virginia. The New York-built 44-gun frigate President would serve as flagship, with 2 privately built subscription frigates, Philadelphia and Essex, in company. A naval schooner, the Enterprise, would be attached to the squadron to perform as a tender. The squadron was directed to take on provisions and men and ready itself for sea by May 1st, 1801. Commodore Richard Dale's tour began with a stormy transatlantic passage in which the President and her consorts labored through violent head seas and heavy squalls. The flagship's deck seams opened and she leaked badly into her lower decks. When the battered squadron crept into Gibraltar Bay on July 1st, 1801, Dale learned that Tripoli had indeed declared war on the United States 6 weeks earlier. Complying with his orders, Dale dispatched most of his squadron to blockade Tripoli. From the start, however, the attempted blockade was feeble and intermittent. The unfamiliar harbor was protected by uncharted reefs and rocks, and the deep-draft American frigates could not safely approach the main channel. Frequent gales sent a heavy swell on shore, requiring the blockading vessels to gain sea room or risk being thrown onto the enemy's beach. The nearest safe harbor was on the island of Malta, 2 or 3 days' sail against the prevailing winds. Discouraged by the difficulty of the blockade and fearful of losing his ships, Dale concentrated his efforts on providing convoys to American merchantmen. In February 1802, Congress granted authority to subdue, seize, and make prize of all vessels, goods, and effects belonging to the Bashaw of Tripoli or to his subjects. Secretary Smith ordered a relief squadron, including the frigates Constellation and Chesapeake, to sail for the Mediterranean. Dale's ships would return to the United States, discharge their crews, and undergo needed repairs and refitting. The Chesapeake sailed under the command of Richard Valentine Morris, nephew of Gouverneur Morris, the famous financier and diplomat of the American Revolution. Thomas Truxtun had been Smith's first choice to command the vessel, but Truxtun's Olympian ego was offended by the offer. Chesapeake was the smallest of the original 6 frigates. Morris, however, proved to be a disastrous choice. Against advice, he chose to bring his pregnant wife and young son along for the cruise. After a difficult passage, Chesapeake arrived in Gibraltar in late May. For much of the next 7 months, Morris would keep the frigate in port, undergoing long and leisurely repairs. From the start, Morris showed little or no interest in blockading Tripoli. Mrs. Morris gave birth to a baby boy in the hospital at Malta, while the Chesapeake lay at anchor for 5 consecutive months in the grand harbor of Valletta. As a gesture in the direction of his orders, Morris sent Captain Alexander Murray and the Constellation to blockade Tripoli. But Murray soon realized that the deep-draft Constellation was no more suitable for operating in the uncharted shoal waters off Tripoli than her sister, the President, had been under Commodore Dale. Tripolitan galleys and gunboats were able to slip out of the harbor by sailing along the shore, using their superior knowledge of the passages through the shoals. In September 1803, Morris was recalled to the United States, where he would face a court of inquiry and be summarily dismissed from the Navy. The futility of American naval operations had eroded American prestige in the Mediterranean. The United States, its envoys warned, was on the verge of becoming a general laughingstock throughout the region, and the result might weaken the American bargaining position in future negotiations with the other Barbary powers. Bribing Yusuf began to look like a more palatable option. But Jefferson was not quite ready to pull his frigates back from the Mediterranean. He would continue to pursue, as he put it to Madison in his reticent way, a steady course of justice, aided occasionally with liberality. The Bashaw of Tripoli would be offered a financial settlement in exchange for renewing the peace. Until a deal was done, however, the war would carry on. 2 commodores had disappointed Jefferson's hopes. Secretary Smith was determined that the third, Edward Preble, should succeed where his predecessors had failed. On the morning of May 21, 1803, Boston Harbor was swept by breezes under cloudy skies. At her moorings off Charleston Wharf was the USS Constitution, the 44-gun frigate that had been launched from nearby Hart's shipyard 6 years earlier. Built on the same lines as the United States, she was 204 feet long from her Hercules figurehead to her taffrail. She displaced more than 2,000 tons of water. She was almost certainly the largest ship in the harbor that day. Having been laid up in ordinary for more than 10 months, she would have looked lonely and bare, stripped of her guns, masts, boats, anchors, and most of her men. She would need a good deal of work to be made respectable, let alone seaworthy. Her new captain, Edward Preble, was from Falmouth, later Portland, a small seaport town in the northern uncontiguous district of Massachusetts, later Maine. Preble was a small, wiry man, with the sharp, prominent nose and cold, piercing eyes of a bird of prey. His coloring was that of a fair-skinned man who had spent many years at sea, and his hair was close-cropped and combed forward in front, giving him the look of an ancient Roman general. He suffered from ulcers that kept him in a bad temper for weeks at a time. His subordinates quickly learned that he was prone to explode without warning into fits of rage. On May 28th, in a dead calm, the Constitution was warped across the harbor to Colonel Mesa's wharf, where she would be hove down for the replacement of her copper sheathing. It was a complicated and costly operation, but the replacement copper, at least, would not have to be imported from Europe, because high-quality copper sheets were now being manufactured at a local mill owned by an entrepreneur named Paul Revere. Revere's copper, Preble wrote, was good and of proper thickness. Revere was respected as a master silversmith and a Revolutionary War veteran, but he was not particularly well known outside Massachusetts. If a time traveler from the future had told him that his name would one day be on the lips of every school child in America, he would have laughed. He was just a tradesman, a glorified plate maker. But in January 1861, more than 40 years after his death, the Atlantic Monthly would publish a poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow that began, "Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year." After the publication of Paul Revere's Ride, Revere's name was as familiar to posterity as those of Benjamin Franklin or Samuel Adams. History would forget two other men who rode alongside Revere, William Dawes and Samuel Prescott. Their names did not rhyme with here. During the final preparations for sea, the Constitution lay alongside Boston's Long Wharf, an enormous pier that began at the foot of State Street and thrust out into the harbor for a distance of nearly half a mile. As men came aboard, they were mustered and divided into watches, and life aboard the frigate began to take on the familiar, disciplined daily routine of naval service. The crew was kept busy setting up the rigging, taking on ballast and water, and recalking the deck seams. On August 4th, the logbook noted, "We are lumbered from morning till night, with provisions and stores, and surrounded all day with lighters." At dawn on August 12th, Constitution sailed down the main channel, threading between the dozens of little green islands separating the harbor from the sea. Next morning, with the wind blowing fresh, the ship put to sea under double-reefed topsails, clearing the lighthouse a little after 8 a.m. Preble was pleased with her. The ship sails well, is perfectly tight, and the officers and crew healthy. During the passage, Preble imposed his will on the flagship's officers and crew. He was, like Truxtun, an uncompromising disciplinarian, quick to reprimand his subordinates for seemingly minor infractions. But whereas Truxtun had been calm and pedagogical, Preble was prone to sarcastic outbursts and humiliating tirades. The younger officers, many of whom were accustomed to a more collegial shipboard environment, chafed under the new regime. Passing the hours in the Constitution's spacious great cabin, Preble wrote out 107 standing orders. The officers would be censured if they should suffer the most trifling thing under them to be executed with indifference. In their treatment of the common seamen, they were to set an example of probity and good manners. Blasphemy, profanity, and all species of obscenity or immorality are peremptorily forbid, and the officers were not to tolerate such disorderly and despicable practices amongst the men. Like Truxtun, Preble insisted that the officers do the enlisted men the courtesy of learning their names. Preble could even sound like an anxious mother, as when he ordered that the crew should not be allowed to wear their best clothes when cleaning the ship. When the hands were washing the deck, the officers were to make them pull off their shoes and stockings and tuck their trousers up. On September 6th, Cape St. Vincent was sighted from the masthead. The Constitution was entering the long funnel between Spain and Morocco, and the land closed in from both sides as the ship coasted along toward the straits. On the 10th, A dark and hazy night, Constitution's watch officers noticed that a strange ship, evidently large enough to be a warship, had suddenly come within close range. The Commodore was quickly alerted, and he hurried up on deck. Midshipman Charles Morris, in his autobiography, described the incident that followed. The crew were immediately but silently brought to quarters, after which the Commodore gave the usual hail. "What ship is that?" The same question was returned, in reply to which the name of our ship was given, and the question repeated. Again, the question was returned instead of an answer, and again our ship's name given and the question repeated, with no other reply than its repetition. "What ship is that?" The Commodore's patience now seemed exhausted, and taking the trumpet he hailed and said, "I am now going to hail you for the last time. If a proper answer is not returned, I will fire a shot into you." A prompt answer came back. "If you fire a shot, I will return a broadside." Preble then hailed, "What ship is that?" The reply was, "This is His Britannic Majesty's ship Donegal, 84 guns, Sir Richard Strawn, an English Commodore. Send your boat on board." Under the excitement of the moment, Preble leaped on the hammocks and returned for an answer. "This is the United States ship Constitution, 44 guns, Edward Preble, an American Commodore, who will be damned before he sends his boat on board of any vessel." And turning to the crew, he said, "Blow your matches, boys." The conversation here ceased, and soon after a boat was heard coming from the stranger, and arrived with the lieutenant from the frigate Maidstone. The object of this officer was to apologize for the apparent rudeness which had been displayed. He stated that our ship had not been seen until we had hailed them, that it was, of course, very important to gain time to bring their men to quarters, especially as it was apparent we were not English, and they had no expectations of meeting an American ship of war there, and that this object had induced their delay and misrepresentation in giving the ship's name. The excuses were deemed satisfactory, and the ship separated. The Constitution's young officers were surprised and impressed with Preble's handling of the exchange. During the passage from Boston, they had resigned themselves to serving under a humorless curmudgeon. Now they saw a man who was obviously spoiling for a fight. If Preble intended to carry on the war against Tripoli in the same spirit, the officers would gladly endure the occasional ebullition, and all at once the unfriendly feelings that had sprung up between the Commodore and his officers were mitigated greatly. The ship's company had just taken an important step toward becoming a cohesive fighting force. That the Constitution had nearly fired on a British frigate within a few miles of one of the Royal Navy's primary naval bases did not seem to bother either Preble or any of the junior officers. At 1 p.m. the next day, Constitution's lookout hailed the deck to report the Rock of Gibraltar bearing northeast by north. Gibraltar was the linchpin of British naval supremacy in the Mediterranean, and Britain was not taking any chances with it. The Rock was the most heavily fortified stronghold on the face of the earth. Deep galleries had been blasted out of the stone to serve as artillery casements. Hundreds of heavy cannon could fire down from a great height on enemies approaching by land or sea. In Gibraltar Bay, Preble found one of the ships attached to his squadron, the U.S. frigate Philadelphia, under the command of William Bainbridge. Philadelphia was reckoned a very fine ship. At 1,240 tons burden, she was a heavy frigate, though not so heavy as the Constitution. She was one of the subscription ships, commissioned in a private contract by the merchant community of the city for which she was named, built in 1799-1800 by Joshua Humphreys in the same yard that had launched the United States, and offered as a kind of gift to the Navy. In the quasi-war, she had captured 5 French privateers in the West Indies. After the Constitution, she was the largest ship in the Mediterranean squadron, representing about a third of its total strength. Bainbridge was 29 years old, 6 feet tall and heavy-set. His thick, fleshy face was framed by an impressive pair of mutton chops that fell from his ears halfway down his jawline to his chin. Among his brother officers, Bainbridge was well-liked and respected, both as a gentleman and as a talented seaman, but he was unpopular with the enlisted men. He was a ruthless disciplinarian, even by the standards of the era. He readily admitted that he regarded seamen as inveterate miscreants, unworthy of the slightest courtesy. Chapter 7. After parting with the Constitution in the Straits, the Philadelphia had run up the Spanish coast and then hauled off to the east, passing south of Majorca and Minorca through the approaches to the Bay of Tunis. Preble's orders to Bainbridge had emphasized that he was to take the Philadelphia to Tripoli as swiftly as she would sail. Once there, he was to maintain a rigorous blockade of the harbor until relieved by the flagship or other vessels of the squadron. Philadelphia hove in sight of Tripoli the morning of October 31st. In the first light of dawn, the lookout sighted a native vessel standing to the east, close inshore with the town, and Bainbridge gave orders to make sail and chase. For hours the leadsmen were kept busy, constantly casting the lead and reporting a depth that varied from 7 to 10 fathoms. At 11:30, with the walls and rooftops of Tripoli in plain sight, the Philadelphia entered the shoal waters that guarded the entrance to the harbor, and Bainbridge gave up the chase and ordered the helmsman to put the ship up into the wind. The Philadelphia, unknown to her captain and crew, was already in mortal danger. With her head put into the wind, and her speed at 7 or 8 knots, she all at once lurched, shuddered, and came to rest. Her bow was canted 6 feet out of the water, and her deck was suddenly as fixed and motionless as a patch of dry ground. When the men on deck leaned over the side, they saw the green and greasy copper undersheathing of the hull resting on a reef just below the surface. The Philadelphia had run hard aground. Worse, she had struck with such force that the lip of the reef was directly beneath her forechains. A full third of her length had been thrown on top of the shoal. Immediately Bainbridge ordered the sails laid aback, and the guns run aft to lift the bow in an effort to back the Philadelphia off the reef. When the weight of the guns was transferred to the stern, the bow was lifted from the reef just as Bainbridge had intended, but the wind and waves only drove the hull further onto the shoal. 2 hours after grounding, the entire length of the frigate had come to rest, and she was heeling severely to larboard, with water beginning to pour through her leeward gun ports. In the Philadelphia's distressed position, she was plainly visible from the town. Tripolitans raced down to the harbor to man the gunboats. 9 vessels put out from the harbor, and by mid-afternoon they had approached to within cannon-shot range of the stranded frigate. All but a few of the Philadelphia's guns had been thrown over the side in an attempt to float the ship, and the few that remained were mounted on her stern. The Tripolitan gunboat crews soon realized they could approach with impunity. Armed with 18 and 24-pounder brass guns, they kept up a steady fire on the Philadelphia, aiming chiefly for the masts in order to prevent her escape. The frigate's situation, said Bainbridge, was like that of one man tied to a stake, attacked by another with arms. As the afternoon wore on, the crew of the Philadelphia took increasingly desperate steps to lighten the ship. Men with hatchets cut away the foremast and all its supporting rigging. Casks of water and provisions were hoisted up through the hatchways and thrown haphazardly over the side. The anchors, one by one, were cut free and allowed to splash into the sea. 4 hours after the grounding, the captain called his exhausted officers together for a conference. All agreed that the Philadelphia was doomed. Nothing more could be done to get her off the reef, nor was there any hope of bringing the frigate's few remaining guns to bear on the Tripolitan gunboats. Further resistance would end in the slaughter of the crew. Bainbridge gave the fateful order to haul down the American colors and surrender his ship to an enemy whom chance had befriended. At 6, with darkness falling, the victorious corsairs clambered over the side to seize the prize that had fallen so unexpectedly into their hands. The prisoners were driven through the streets of Tripoli amidst the shouts and acclamations of the rabble multitude. Eventually they were escorted into an opulent hall, where the walls were made of enameled porcelain and the marble floors covered with luxuriant Turkish carpets. There they were compelled to sit in a half-circle before an elevated throne. After a short delay, Yusuf Karamanli himself entered, trailing an entourage of counselors and guards. At 35 years old, the Bashaw was in the prime of his health. He was tall and athletic, with a long dark beard and a manly, majestic deportment. He wore a long robe made of cerulean silk and embroidered with gold lace. A gold sword hung from his diamond-encrusted belt, and his head was crowned with a magnificent white turban. As he gazed down on the prisoners from his throne, Bainbridge later wrote, a gracious smile appeared upon his countenance, expressive of his inward satisfaction. The officers of the Philadelphia were served a sumptuous dinner, then escorted out of the castle to the former residence of James Cathcart, the last American consul who had lived in Tripoli before the war. The house was large and pleasant, but had stood empty for years and contained no furniture. The enlisted men were not nearly so fortunate. They were taken to a damp cell within the walls of the castle. The chamber, which would house more than 200 prisoners, was 50 feet long and 20 feet wide. Each man was given a small, unsatisfying loaf of coarse white bread. They slept on the floor, which was cold, damp, and hard. They were put to work in various parts of the city, carrying stone, dirt, lime, and mortar to construction sites, hauling buckets of water from a well to the castle. A few were rowed out to the Philadelphia, where they worked all night to bring her off the reef. The loss of the ship was bad enough. But a day or so after the grounding, a westerly gale raised a heavy sea, and with the help of the Philadelphia's own carpenter and his mates, the damaged frigate was lifted off the shoal and brought triumphantly into Tripoli's inner harbor. Over the next several days, divers freedove the reef and successfully retrieved many of the guns and much of the other equipment that had been thrown overboard. A powerful weapon had been subtracted from Preble's fighting strength and added to that of the enemy. Preble learned of the loss of the Philadelphia several weeks after the fact. He immediately put the Constitution on a course for Malta, where he hoped to gather more intelligence about the appalling event. The night before Christmas Eve, in the offing near Tripoli, the Constitution chased down a ketch-rigged vessel about 60 tons burden, flying Tripolitan colors. Her name was Mastico. She carried a mixed crew of Greeks, Turks, and Tripolitans, as well as 42 sub-Saharan African slaves who were to be given as tribute to the Grand Ottoman Turk. Preble decided to send her into Syracuse with a prize crew. Mastico was not a valuable prize, but her economic value was not important. As the officers and men of the squadron celebrated the new year, 1804, Preble had an important mission in mind for the little ketch, a mission that promised, if successful, to bring him one long step closer to winning the war. Should the officers and crew of the Philadelphia be ransomed? The suggestion could not be dismissed out of hand. There was a precedent for it in the recent past. The U.S. government had paid a huge ransom to recover American seamen taken by Algiers. Working independently and through back channels, several of America's Mediterranean-based diplomatic consuls sounded out the Bashaw's ministers on the cost of ransoming the officers and crew. Estimates varied, but were generally in the neighborhood of $300,000, reachable only after long negotiations. The Bashaw's initial demand would be something like $3 million, a pretty good asking price, Preble commented dryly. From a variety of sources, Preble gathered intelligence on the nature and extent of Tripoli's harbor fortifications. Numerous batteries, altogether comprising 115 guns, commanded various approaches to the harbor. Added to these were the frigate Philadelphia, soon to be renamed Gift of Allah. Most of her guns had been retrieved and remounted on the gun and spar decks. She was a powerful and strategically positioned fortress. The idea to destroy the Philadelphia seems to have occurred independently to several American officers. Years later, they would disagree on who had been the first to propose it. Preble said he resolved to do so the moment he first learned of her capture. 25-year-old Lieutenant Stephen Decatur, commander of the schooner Enterprise, volunteered to take a hand-picked crew and do it himself, and several colleagues later corroborated this claim that the mission had been his initiative. A fellow officer, when interviewed by a biographer years later, attempted to put his finger on the elusive quality that set Stephen Decatur apart. In Decatur, I was struck with a peculiarity of manner and appearance, calculated to rivet the eye and engross the attention. I had often pictured to myself the form and look of a hero, such as my favorite Homer had delineated. Here I saw it embodied. Born in a log cabin in Tidewater, Maryland, and raised in maritime Philadelphia, Decatur was tall, trim, broad-shouldered, and athletic, with curly dark hair and large, proud brown eyes. His physical magnetism was famous, Upon entering a room resplendent in his blue and gold-laced naval uniform, his mere appearance had been said to cause young women to actually collapse and lose consciousness. No officer of the period better personified the 18th century ideal of the romantic hero. To Decatur, the object of war was personal and national glory, and he sought after both with a single-minded intensity. The captured Mastico would carry the raiding party into the enemy's harbor. No other vessel in the American squadron would do, said Preble, because our frigates and schooners are so well known that they create alarm the moment they are seen. But the native-rigged Tripolitan ketch looked no different from 1,000 other small merchantmen that plied the North African coasting trade. If the ruse succeeded, her approach would arouse no suspicions. She was given a new name, chosen by Preble himself, Intrepid. The Commodore wrote out his orders on January 31st. Decatur was to transfer his crew from the Enterprise into the Intrepid. The Intrepid would sail in company with the brig Siren, commanded by Lieutenant Charles Stewart, to a rendezvous north of Tripoli. As Siren waited in the offing, Intrepid and the Siren's boats would steal into the harbor under cover of darkness, board the frigate Philadelphia, burn her, and make your retreat good, wrote Preble. Before escaping to safety, Decatur must be certain that the ship had been completely and utterly destroyed. The raiding party was to ignite combustibles in the gunroom, berth deck, and cockpit storerooms. After the ship is well on fire, point 2 of the 18-pounders shotted down the main hatch and blow her bottom out. The expedition sailed from Syracuse the evening of Friday, February 3rd, in moderate breezes and pleasant weather. The weather soon turned foul. Battered by storms, they reached the coast of Tripoli on the 15th. Decatur decided the operation would be attempted the following night. 9 men from the Siren, armed with cutlasses, pistols, and muskets, went across in the cutter to join the raiding party aboard the Intrepid. February 16th dawned with clear and pleasant weather. A fresh breeze sprung up in the afternoon, and Intrepid began her approach to the harbor, flying English colors. No more than 6 or 8 men showed themselves on deck, all disguised in native Maltese clothing. Steering and handling the ketch in a careless and lethargic fashion, they created the illusion that she was a common merchantman, so much so that answering colors were raised over the town's British consulate. When it seemed as if the Intrepid might reach the harbor before nightfall, Decatur ordered that ladders, buckets, and spars be towed astern to act as drags, slowing her progress. At dusk, the wind fell off, the ketch's speed dropped to 2 knots, and the drags were taken back on board. The Siren, meanwhile, had fallen far behind in the failing breeze, and her boats were late in reaching the mouth of the harbor. Decatur decided that the Intrepid would carry on alone. She wafted down the channel, pushed along by an almost imperceptible breath of wind on her larboard quarter. Hours passed. The huge stone walls of the Molehead Battery and the Bashaw's castle rose up on either side, dimly lit by a crescent moon hanging low in the west. 80 men were crammed aboard the little ketch, all but a few concealed below decks or stretched out prone behind the weatherboards. They were armed to the teeth, silent as the dead. From the Philadelphia, moored ahead in the channel, the Tripolitan guards scrutinized the approaching vessel. They had no reason to suspect the Intrepid was not exactly what she seemed to be, an ordinary Maltese merchantman. But the Siren had been seen earlier, far out in the offing, and the sight of her had put them on edge. When the Intrepid came within hailing distance, her Maltese pilot, Salvador Catalano, called out to the guards in Arabic. He told the story that Decatur had invented. The ketch had come to Tripoli to ship a cargo of livestock for the British garrison at Malta. She had suffered badly in the gale, losing both her anchors, and she needed assistance. Could she have permission to make fast to the frigate for the night? The guards relaxed and assented. The water in the harbor was as smooth as glass, and the wind had all but died off. It did not seem as if the ketch could reach the frigate without being hauled in by a line. A boat was lowered from the Philadelphia, and a hawser taken in hand to be rowed out to the ketch. A boat simultaneously put out from the Intrepid. The 2 boats met, and the hawsers were made fast. Men aboard the Intrepid began hauling on the line, hand over hand, drawing the ketch closer to the target. It was the moment of maximum danger. The Philadelphia's gun ports were open, and the tompions had been taken out of the guns. She could easily have blown the Intrepid out of the water. As the distance narrowed, the Tripolitans on board the Philadelphia could look down onto the deck of the ketch. One noticed that she had not lost her anchors, as Catalano had claimed, and another caught sight of one of the armed men lying prone on the deck. He cried out, "Americanos!" Catalano lost his nerve and shouted to Decatur to give the order to board. The lieutenant, seeing there was still a gap between the vessels, answered firmly, "No order to be obeyed but that of the commanding officer." The crew restrained themselves for a few critical seconds as the Intrepid drifted closer. The guards seemed confused. Some shouted that it was a trick, but others remained uncertain. When the ketch was directly alongside, just under the Philadelphia's forechains, Decatur shouted, "Board!" The effect was truly electric, Surgeon's mate Louis Heermann later recalled. Not a man had been seen or heard to breathe a moment before. At the next, the boarders hung on the ship's side like cluster bees, and in another instant, every man was on board the frigate. The rail was 10 or 12 feet higher than the Intrepid's, so the men had to climb the hull as if scaling a rampart. Decatur leapt first and clung to the forechains. 80 men were just behind him. So quick and tightly choreographed was the assault that by the time the commander slipped over the bulwark, the frigate's decks were already swarming with attackers. Some came over the rail, others darted in through the gun ports. To keep the noise to a minimum, they worked with edged weapons only, swords, pikes, and knives. No shots were fired. The battle for possession of the Philadelphia was short and savage. Taken by surprise, the Tripolitans made a feeble and half-hearted defense. Some ran to the forecastle, and others to the starboard rail, whooping and screaming as they went. A dozen or so scrambled into a boat and rowed to safety. Most simply leapt overboard and swam toward the beach. About 20 men turned on their attackers and fought. As a reward for their courage, they were slashed, hacked, and stabbed, and their ruined bodies thrown into the harbor. The raiding party took only one prisoner, and he was so badly lacerated that he was not expected to live through the night. One American was slightly wounded, none killed. In 10 minutes the fighting was over, and Decatur gave the order to destroy the Philadelphia. Like every other aspect of the mission, the firing of the ship had been meticulously planned in advance. The raiding party separated into squads, each assigned to set fire to a different section. Each squad carried a single lighted lantern, and each man a 3-inch length of spermaceti candle soaked in turpentine. Combustibles were passed from the Intrepid up to the deck of the Philadelphia. The squads took them below and planted them in the storerooms, gunroom, cockpit, and berth deck. All was ready in minutes. Decatur walked back along the spar deck from forward to aft, pausing at each hatchway to shout, "Fire!" Each man lit his candle at the lantern and ignited the combustibles. The conflagration spread so rapidly that the men had to scramble up the ladders to escape. Decatur waited until the last of his men had climbed down to the deck of the Intrepid, and then followed. Flames were roaring out of the hatchways in volumes as large as their diameters would allow. As soon as the lieutenant was aboard, the men worked frantically to fend off before the ketch was consumed. The bow hawser was thrown off, and the Intrepid began to fall astern, with her main boom running afoul of the frigate, and her jibsail flapping dangerously close to the flames. The stern hawser jammed, and men raced to cut it with their swords. Long oars were brought up to be used as poles to fend the vessel off, but the fire sucked in air from every direction, and the Intrepid was repeatedly drawn back. Finally, Decatur sent a crew to take one of the boats ahead to tow the ketch's bow around. Her sails filled, and she began to make way. An alarm had gone up through the harbor. The Intrepid was taking small arms fire from 2 xebecs moored nearby, and soon the guns in the castle and harbor batteries came to life. The Americans were fortunate. The enemy cannonade was wildly inaccurate. Only one shot came close to hitting the fleeing ketch, and that passed through a topgallant sail. Men laid hold of the oars and rowed her down the channel. Once out of range of the enemy guns, they laughed, joked, sang, and paused to watch the spectacle of the still blazing Philadelphia. None of them would ever forget the sight. The walls of the castle and city were bathed in a warm orange spectral light. As the flames reached the frigate's tar-saturated rigging, they raced up to the mastheads and presented a column of fire truly magnificent. At 11 p.m., the masts and tops, still burning brightly, fell majestically into the harbor. The cannon, as they were heated by the flames, fired in succession, some casting their shot at the castle. At midnight the cables burned through, and the floating inferno drifted in toward shore. By 6 the next morning, the men on the deck of the Siren, 40 miles out to sea, could still see the light of the distant fire on the southern horizon. Chapter 8. Preble was overjoyed by Decatur's success. The surrender of the Philadelphia and her crew the previous November had almost convinced him to sue for peace. Now he spoke with renewed bravado about forcing Yusuf to terms. "I hope before the end of next summer to make him give me the officers and crew of the late frigate Philadelphia without a ransom," he told Smith. Preble planned to attack the city in late June or July, when milder weather would enable the squadron to cruise safely in the offing. Throughout March and April 1804, the Constitution and her smaller consorts lay at their moorings in Syracuse, as the Commodore planned the summer campaign. Communications being what they were in 1804, Preble's dispatches reporting the surrender of the Philadelphia and her crew arrived in Washington on March 19th, a month after Decatur's successful expedition to destroy her at her moorings. President Jefferson and his cabinet were thus made aware of the abysmal intelligence that Yusuf had 307 American prisoners and a new 44-gun frigate in his clutches, but did not yet have the slightly reassuring news that the frigate, at least, had been removed from the equation. Jefferson and his department heads were dismayed. The Tripolitan War was virtually the only blemish on their first-term foreign policy record. In every other respect, the Republican administration could congratulate itself. The United States was at peace with all the major European powers. The rupture of the abortive Peace of Amiens in May 1803 and the resumption of war between Britain and France had brought a predictable surge in American exports and shipping clearances. Most important, the recently completed purchase of the Louisiana Territory had, at a single stroke, doubled the size of the country and resolved a major potential source of international conflict on the western frontier. Against all of this, the extortionist city-states of the North African coast were merely an irritant. But they were proving more irritating than expected. In the past, Jefferson had tended to defer to Congress's judgment on the size and costs of Mediterranean naval operations, but now he was unambiguous and resolute. He wanted more ships and more men. "This accident renders it expedient to increase our force," he told Congress, "and enlarge our expenses in the Mediterranean beyond what the last appropriation for naval service contemplated." The Republican-controlled Congress responded quickly to Jefferson's desire for reinforcement. It required just 6 days to pass an act further to protect the commerce and seamen of the United States against the Barbary powers, which gave the president broad powers to carry on operations against Tripoli as he chose, including equipping, officering, manning, and employing such of the armed vessels of the United States as may be deemed requisite. Jefferson ordered 4 additional frigates manned and readied for sea. 3 were among the original 6, President, Congress, and Constellation. The 4th was the Salem-built subscription frigate Essex. A store ship, the John Adams, would sail laden with provisions for the squadron, including, among many other things, 6 tons of suet, 70 tons of bread, 450 bushels of peas, and 1,500 gallons of molasses. In appointing commanders to the relief squadron, the Navy office was thrown onto the horns of an unwanted dilemma. Edward Preble had done, in Secretary Smith's words, all that a sound mind, an ardent zeal, and daring valor could achieve. But if 4 frigates were to sail for the Mediterranean, 4 captains would have to sail with them, and it was impossible for Smith to find that many officers who stood junior to Preble in order of seniority. By tradition and rule, the senior-most captain would automatically become the new commodore on his arrival in the Mediterranean station. Preble could not be reinforced without being simultaneously demoted. It was yet another example of how the Navy's rigid adherence to the rule of seniority impaired its operational effectiveness. Smith hoped Preble would remain in the Mediterranean as commander of the Constitution, but he must have known the proud Downeaster was unlikely to suffer relegation with composure. The new Commodore would be Samuel Barron, a 39-year-old Virginian and son of a merchant sea captain. Barron was reputed to be a fine seaman, but he had nearly died during a bout of yellow fever in 1799 and suffered chronic health problems that seemed to worsen whenever he put to sea. He would command the President as his flagship. His younger brother, James, was also a captain and would command the Essex. The remaining two captains, John Rogers and Hugh Campbell, would command the Congress and Constellation, respectively. Bashar Yusuf was enraged by the destruction of the Philadelphia, but he was also perplexed. Who were these Americans who seemed so intent upon persisting in a costly and unproductive war? Hadn't his ministers made it clear that Tripoli would return the prisoners and sign a new treaty in exchange for a moderate amount of money, say $200,000 or $300,000? Wasn't that sum reasonable when compared to the million-dollar peace settlements paid by countries like Portugal and Sweden? And wasn't it far less than what the United States was obviously spending to maintain its Mediterranean squadron? At home in his palace, Yusuf's rhetoric was as brave and bellicose as ever, but he simultaneously sent out new peace feelers. His agent on Malta approached Preble and offered a 5-year truce to begin immediately with no payment of money. Preble refused. He would accept nothing less than a return of the prisoners and a solid peace. He also doubted the offer was real. Yusuf might merely be playing for time, or his agent might be negotiating without the Bashar's full authority. Preble was not averse to ransoming the Philadelphia's crew, if the sum could be haggled down to $100,000 or so, but he would pay nothing for peace and no tribute. If it was not for the situation of our unfortunate countrymen, he told Smith, I should be sorry to have a peace with Bashar, until we could oblige him to beg for it as a favor and sign any treaty that might be dictated to him. Preble was showing new interest in a scheme that had been under discussion among America's Mediterranean envoys for several years. The idea was to lend financial and military support to Yusuf's exiled older brother, Hamet, who had a competing claim to the throne of Tripoli. Yusuf had seized power in the same way that previous generations of Karamanlis had, by slaughtering all his rivals, and not sparing his blood relatives. In June 1795, Yusuf had tricked his older brother into leaving the city on a gazelle-hunting expedition, and then seized power in a coup d'etat and closed the gates against Hamet's return. With American support, Hamet now promised to march overland before an army of Arabs and Mamelukes who would seize Derna, then Benghazi, and then attack Tripoli from the lightly defended inland side. Yusuf would be hanged from the city walls, and the Americans could name the terms of a new treaty. Perpetual peace without ransom or tribute? Naturally. High-ranking Tripolitan hostages to be held in American custody as a guarantee against future aggression? Done. Could the United States install a permanent garrison in one of the principal batteries guarding Tripoli harbor? Agreed. Would Tripoli free all its Christian slaves? Not just Americans, but all the Maltese, Italians, and Europeans of every nation? Hamet, with nothing to lose and everything to gain, agreed. Hamet's Maltese agent told Preble what was needed: 500 barrels of gunpowder, 6 brass artillery pieces, and 80 to 90,000 Spanish gold dollars. A formal alliance with Hamet, the money particularly, would require more explicit instructions from Jefferson and the approval of the Congress. In the interim, Preble continued to plan and prepare for his summer operations. What he needed most of all were shallow-draft gunboats. 3 years of war had demonstrated beyond any doubt that a fleet composed of frigates and brigs was poorly suited to attacking Tripoli. As early as January 1804, Preble began inquiring whether the squadron might obtain 2 or 3 mortar boats and 3 or 4 gunboats in Toulon, Leghorn, or Naples. Such vessels, constructed of oak, elm, and pine, with sails, oars, anchors, cables, but not including guns, could be built for an estimated $3,776 per vessel. But the contractor wanted 4.5 months to build 4 vessels, and Preble did not have that much time. he turned his attention to a cheaper, faster alternative. He would borrow gunboats from the Italians, who were more or less perpetually at war with Tripoli. Working through American commercial agents, Preble put out feelers to several seaports in Sicily and the Italian mainland. On May 13th, Preble received welcome news. The Kingdom of Naples would provide 6 gunboats, 2 bomb ketches, vessels specially designed to throw exploding shells, 6 long 24-pounder cannon, and a discrete quantity of shot, match, shells, gunpowder, and other supplies. All of this would be presented to the Americans without charge, under the title of a friendly loan. The vessels were at Messina on the island of Sicily, and the Americans were invited to take possession as soon as they could be made ready for sea. Chapter 9. Through the month of August, Preble launched 5 attacks against Tripoli, employing the gunboats into the harbor and bringing the Constitution's big guns to bear on the city's fortifications. After a resounding victory in the first assault, the rest produced mixed results. On August 7th, as Preble's squadron was withdrawing from their second assault, the John Adams, the store ship to Commodore Samuel Barron's relief squadron, arrived with dispatches from Secretary Smith. They carried the unwelcome news that Preble would be superseded in command of the squadron. The letters were written in such a way as to soothe Preble's ego, insisting that "Your whole conduct has received the unqualified approbation of the President of the United States, and his confidence in you remains unabated." But Preble was bitterly disappointed. Knowing Barron would shortly arrive to supplant him, Preble elected to try more negotiations. Communicating through French minister in Tripoli, Bonaventure Bossier, he offered $80,000 ransom for the crew of the Philadelphia and a $10,000 consular present. The Bashaw took it as an indication that he had the upper hand. He declared to the Frenchman that he would not settle for less than $300,000. Preble countered by raising his offer to $100,000 ransom and $20,000 in consular bribes. Yusuf refused the terms. Several more attacks ensued. At the end of August, Preble pushed again for a resolution, sending the brig Argus into Tripoli harbor under a white flag of truce, in hopes of arranging a prisoner exchange. The offer was rebuffed. Preble placed his last hopes in a plan to destroy the Bashaw's gunboats by sending a fire ship into Tripoli's inner harbor. A small crew would navigate a vessel crammed with powder and incendiaries into the heart of the enemy's anchorage. Once in position, the men would light slow fuses and then fall to safety in 2 fast rowboats. When the fireship detonated, the explosion would lay waste to everything within a quarter-mile radius, or so it was hoped. The vessel chosen for this mission was the Intrepid, the captured Tripolitan ketch. The ship's magazine was crammed with 5 tons of fresh gunpowder. 150 mortar shells were stacked on a tier above the magazine. At 8 o'clock on the evening of September 2nd, Intrepid slipped her moorings and sailed in toward the harbor. The Tripolitan lookout saw her enter the western passage, and 2 shore guns were sounded as an alarm. Then all fell silent, and darkness obscured her next maneuvers. At 9:47 p.m. there was a flash of light, followed by an enormous explosion. For a moment, the flash illuminated the whole heavens around, while the terrific concussion shook everything far and near, Midshipman Charles Ridgely wrote. Then all was hushed again, and every object veiled in a darkness of double gloom. Hours passed. There was no sign of the Intrepid or her boats. Hopes faded. The Intrepid had exploded prematurely. No Tripolitan vessels or lives were lost in the attack. All aboard the doomed vessel were lost. Their remains washed up on the beach at the edge of the harbor. On the morning of September 5th, Preble decided that the summer campaign against Tripoli had come to an end. Supplies and ammunition were running low, and several vessels were badly in need of refitting. That evening the flagship hoisted the signal that sent most of the squadron back to Syracuse on Sicily. The Argus and the Vixen would remain on the station with the Constitution, keeping up the blockade and awaiting Barron's arrival. Part 3. England Again. Chapter 10. Ex-Commodore Preble came home with the bitter taste of defeat in his mouth. On his watch, the Navy had lost one of its finest frigates and seen a crew of more than 300 American officers and sailors thrown into the enemy's hands. At the height of his squadron's attacks on Tripoli, Preble had learned that he was to suffer the personal humiliation of being superseded by Samuel Barron. The last act of his command had been to send 13 Americans to their deaths in the premature explosion of the Intrepid. He had assured his superiors that he would force Yusuf to capitulate. He had failed to do so. But to his surprise and gratification, Preble was greeted by his countrymen as a returning hero. "I cannot but be a little flattered with the reception I have met with here," he wrote his wife from Manhattan, where he landed in February 1805. "The people are disposed to think that I have rendered some service to my country." In one important respect, Preble had succeeded where his predecessors had failed. He had not won the war, but he had at least carried the fight to the enemy. To a nation eager for any kind of good news from the Mediterranean, the destruction of the Philadelphia and the August 1804 attacks on Tripoli had been psychologically rewarding, if nothing else. Preble had fought hard and honorably. In the eyes of his countrymen, who had been conditioned to expect very little, it was enough. In Tripoli, though Yusuf's public rhetoric remained defiant, he no longer entertained any doubts about American resolve. With the reinforcements that had crossed the Atlantic under Commodore Barron's command, the American naval presence in the Mediterranean was larger than ever before. It did Yusuf no good to persist in a war against a nation that blockaded his harbor, seized his cruisers, and shelled his city. Preferring to see this pugnacious enemy go away and leave him alone, he sent out peace feelers the same month Commodore Preble sailed from the Mediterranean. 5 days of negotiations yielded a treaty on June 3, 1805. The United States would make no payment for peace or tribute, but it would pay $60,000 as ransom for the American prisoners. The treaty was signed a few days later in the great cabin of the Constitution. The Louisiana Purchase, by resolving a looming conflict with France on the western border, had freed Jefferson and his cabinet to concentrate on the next-ranking items on the nation's foreign policy agenda. Prominent among these were neutral maritime rights and the ongoing harassment of American vessels at sea, a crisis that grew in proportion to the size and success of the American merchant marine. The United States nursed grievances against several European powers on this score, but the ascendancy of the Royal Navy gave England the means to do the most harm. Beginning in late 1803, the Jefferson administration took a newly assertive tone with the British government and seemed determined to obtain a new treaty that would guarantee American rights at sea. In a sequence of coldly formal letters to British Ambassador Anthony Merry, Secretary Madison protested the harassment of American merchant vessels, the violation of American territorial waters by British warships, and the seizure on dubious pretenses of ships and cargoes that should have been protected, in the American view, by the sanctity of the U.S. flag. Merry countered with complaints of his own. Local officials in American seaports, he charged, regularly enticed British seamen to desert British merchant and naval vessels. The problem was especially acute in Jefferson and Madison's home state of Virginia, where desertions occurred virtually every time a British ship put into Norfolk, apparently with the encouragement of local courts and law officers. The most emotionally charged dispute between the United States and Great Britain was the impressment or forcible conscription of American seamen into the Royal Navy. The impressment of seamen from the decks of American ships, Madison told Merry, could no longer be tolerated by the American people. England must renounce the practice. Several weeks later, the American ambassador in London, James Monroe, protested to the British Foreign Office that more than 1,500 Americans had been forced into the Royal Navy since March 1803. Indeed, incidents of impressment were sharply on the rise throughout the summer of 1804, and if the tone of the British government was a guide, they were likely to increase further. The system of impressment rested upon the English doctrine of indefeasible allegiance and the recognized prerogative of the Crown to require the services of all seamen for defense of the realm. In Britain, it was carried out in the seaports by press gangs who patrolled the waterfront neighborhoods and practiced a brutal mode of on-the-spot conscription. putatively aimed at seafaring men and persons whose occupations and callings are to work in vessels and boats upon rivers, but often resulting in the detention of any able-bodied adult male unlucky enough to find himself in the gang's path. Impressment was also carried out at sea, as boarding parties detached from British naval vessels seized men from the decks of British and foreign merchantmen. English law never claimed the right to press foreigners into the Royal Navy, and men who had been born in the United States before or after the American Revolution were in theory exempted, but all native-born British seamen could be pressed into service, including those who had been naturalized as American citizens. As a practical matter, it was virtually impossible to distinguish between British and American seamen either by speech or appearance. As a result, large numbers of native-born American seamen were abducted and forced to serve in the Royal Navy between 1792 and 1812. Jefferson and Madison would have liked to persuade England and the other warring powers of Europe to recognize an expansive version of American maritime rights, summed up in the slogan, "Free ships make free goods." Jefferson chose a metaphor to justify the American position. In a civilized society, the place occupied by an individual in a highway, a church, a theater, or other public assembly cannot be intruded on while its occupant holds it. No nation ever pretended a right to govern by their laws the ship of another nation navigating the ocean. By what law, then, can it enter that ship while in peaceable and orderly use of the common element? The question of neutral maritime rights during wartime was hardly a new one. It was governed by an intricate set of historical and legal precedents. The navy of a belligerent power had the right to stop and search neutral merchant vessels and to interdict shipments of contraband, arms, ammunition, and war material to an enemy port. Belligerent powers, however, tended to favor a broader definition of contraband than neutrals were willing to concede. Jefferson and Madison did not dispute Britain's right to stop American merchantmen and search them for contraband, nor its right to blockade an enemy port, but they insisted upon a narrow definition of contraband and objected to paper blockades, which gave the Royal Navy a pretext to seize and condemn American vessels, even when not laden with contraband. The English were determined not to allow the French economy to continue to prosper by shifting its traditional colonial mercantile trade into neutral ships. By a controversial doctrine known as the Rule of 1756, so called because it dated back to the 7 Years' War of 1756 to 63, England denied any nation the right to carry cargo on a route that would be denied to that nation's vessel in a time of peace. For example, if France's peacetime mercantile restrictions barred foreign ships from carrying goods between Guadeloupe and Le Havre, as they generally did, then England would not recognize a third nation's right to trade on the same route during wartime, when the sea was no longer safe for French merchantmen. During the Napoleonic Wars, as in the earlier conflict, the rule had a very specific purpose: to sever all commercial tendons between France and the French West Indies. American merchantmen circumvented the rule of 1756 by purchasing cargoes of sugar and coffee for their own accounts, transporting them back to the United States as if they were to be imported directly into the American domestic market, and then re-exporting them to Europe. In order to decontaminate the paper trail, the goods were actually unloaded from the ships and stacked on the wharves in the American seaports. Import duties were paid to the U.S. Treasury Department and later reimbursed. New bills of lading were drawn up. The Americanized goods were subsequently reloaded, often into the same ships that had brought them. This re-export trade was a major engine of the American maritime economy, growing from $26 million in 1796 to $53 million in 1805. For years, England had acquiesced in the re-export trade on the principle that a neutral had the right to carry non-contraband goods on its own account. The party was brought to an end on July 22, 1805, when a Vice-Admiralty court in Nassau, New Providence, the present-day Bahamas, rendered a decision that outlawed the practice in a single stroke. The case concerned an American merchant brig, the Essex, which had unloaded a cargo of Spanish-bought goods onto the wharves at Salem, Massachusetts, paid import duties, reloaded the cargo, and sailed for Havana. She was captured by a British privateer, the Favorite. The court ruled that the cargo aboard the Essex had been brought from Spain and landed in Salem solely to color the true purpose that the voyage was in fact to the Havana, touching at Salem. Because the detour to Salem was solely for the purpose of evading the rule of 1756, the Essex and her cargo were declared rightful prize. Americans greeted the news of the Essex decision with an upwelling of popular anger. Memorials and petitions from merchant and seaport communities poured into Washington. Jefferson forwarded these to Congress, adding his opinion that the British policy was producing the most ruinous effects on our lawful commerce and navigation. In the 2-year period between 1805 and 1807, some 469 American ships were forced into British ports for adjudication. Jefferson's 1805 annual message, prepared for the first session of the 9th Congress in December, alluded to the Royal Navy's system of hovering on our coasts and harbors to the great annoyance and oppression of our commerce. After debating the subject for several weeks, Congress voted to impose trade sanctions, barring the importation of all luxuries and manufactured goods from Great Britain. In April 1806, 2 Royal Navy frigates, Cambrian and Leander, lay to in the waters just off Sandy Hook, in the sea corridor leading to and from New York Harbor. So long as the weather was fair, these 2 warships managed to stop and search virtually every merchantman sailing in or out of New York. Few vessels were tempted to make a run for the safety of the harbor. A direct hit by a single 18-pounder ball could sink a small merchant vessel in minutes. When Cambrian or Leander fired a warning shot, an interdicted vessel was quick to let fly the sheets, heave to, and wait for the boarding party to come over the side. An English officer would demand and examine the ship's documents. Any deficiency, real or perceived, was enough to trigger the order that the vessel be detained, navigated to Halifax, and the case adjudicated by a British Admiralty judge. The presence of the Cambrian and the Leander off New York began to seem more and more in the spring of 1806 like a peacetime blockade. Among American merchants and seamen, the names of the 2 ships were notorious. An incident on April 24th ignited a firestorm of public anger. Leander fired a warning shot across the bow of an incoming merchantman. The ball skipped off the sea and struck the quarter rail of another vessel, the Richard, a small Delaware coasting sloop. A splinter thrown off by the impact decapitated the Richard's helmsman, John Pierce. Later that afternoon, Pierce's head and body were brought ashore in lower Manhattan and paraded through the streets by an angry mob. Stones were thrown through the windows of the English consul's house, and British officers who happened to be in the city were obliged to go into hiding. The martyr's body was placed in public exhibition outside the Tontine Coffee House. A grand jury indicted Henry Whitby, captain of the Leander, on a charge of murder. On the same day the news reached Washington, Jefferson issued a proclamation. Captain Whitby of the Leander, if and when he ever set foot on American territory, was to be arrested and delivered up to the authorities in New York to answer the murder charge. The Leander, the Cambrian, and a 3rd vessel, the Driver, were ordered to, immediately and without any delay, depart from the harbors and waters of the U.S. If the banished frigates did not abide by the order, American citizens were forbidden to provide them with provisions, fresh water, piloted services, or supplies of any kind. Privately, Jefferson said the presence of the Royal Navy at Sandy Hook was an atrocious violation of our territorial rights. He considered sending 3 American frigates to New York to enforce his order, but decided instead to accept Ambassador Merry's assurances that the British squadron was not to remain there. The end of the Tripolitan War had been followed by another naval downsizing. Jefferson had ordered the officers furloughed, the enlisted men discharged, and the vessels laid up in ordinary, mothballed. As in 1801, Jefferson insisted that all the frigates be navigated up the Potomac to the Washington Navy Yard, where they would be under the immediate eye of the government and would require just 1 set of plunderers to look after them. By mid-December 1805, 5 of the 6 original frigates were at the yard, either dismantled or in the process of being dismantled. Only the Constitution remained in service, patrolling the Mediterranean against renewed aggression by the Barbary states. With an eye on the increasing Anglo-American tensions at sea, Navy Secretary Robert Smith began pressing for a large-scale naval buildup in the spring of 1806. He proposed to return all the frigates to service and asked Congress to fund a crash program to build battleships and gunboats. Albert Gallatin, still a fiscal superhawk in spite of the huge revenue surpluses pouring into the Treasury, asked whether a large navy, by encouraging wars and drawing us in the usual vortex of expenses and foreign relations, would be the cause of greater evils than those it is intended to prevent. Gallatin attacked Smith's management of the Navy Department and his frequent, loose demands for money. For the moment, Congress was more interested in harbor defense than the Blue Water Navy, and after some debate, it appropriated funds for seaport fortifications, $150,000, and gunboats, $250,000, on April 21, 1806. The Navy was to sell any vessel that is so much out of repair that it will not be for the interest of the United States to repair the same. With the death of William Pitt in January 1806, his ministry was succeeded by Lord Grenville's Ministry of All the Talents. The new foreign minister was Charles James Fox, a Whig leader who had argued, among other things, for respect for the maritime rights of neutrals. Fox was thought to be a friend of America, and Jefferson greeted the news of his appointment with relief. Whatever Fox's personal inclinations, however, it was soon clear that there would be no fundamental change in British policy. In the fall of 1805, Napoleon's victories over the Austrians and Russians at the battles of Ulm, October 16th through 20th, and Austerlitz, December 2nd, had left him the seemingly invincible master of continental Europe, and secured for him a place along Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, and Genghis Khan as one of the greatest conquerors of all time. Interposed chronologically between those two battles was the British victory at Trafalgar, October 21st, which had left England the undisputed champion of the world's oceans. With France unable to strike England at sea, and England not yet able to strike France on land, the two belligerents, separated by a 22-mile channel, were like two hostile dogs chained to opposite posts, nose to nose, but not close enough to fight. In November 1806, Napoleon issued the Berlin Decree, which purported to place the entire British Isles in a state of blockade. The decree created the infamous Continental System, which was aimed at starving England by cutting off its trade with continental Europe. Because there was not much of a French navy left afloat, the purported blockade had no real effect, other than as a pretext for condemning neutral ships seized in a European port. The real blow to American commerce came with a British countermeasure decreed by the Grenville Ministry in January 1807. The Order in Council declared that no vessel could sail from one port to another while both ports were under French or French-allied control. Since it was the practice of American ships to sail from port to port seeking out the best prices for their cargoes, the dueling French and British measures of 1806 and early 1807, taken together, rendered most categories of American commerce with continental Europe subject to capture by either Napoleon's coalition or by Britain. Though Jefferson occasionally took a bellicose tone in private letters, he was not prepared to ask Congress for a military buildup. He continued to hope that the European war might end in a negotiated settlement. He also continued to resist Navy Secretary Smith's call for frigates and battleships, regarding them as excessively costly and hopelessly overmatched by the Royal Navy. Instead, Jefferson grew infatuated with the idea of building a large fleet of small, shallow-draft gunboats. The theory of gunboat defense was not ridiculous on its face. Advocates pointed to the long, lightly populated American coastline, impossible to defend at every vulnerable point with fixed fortifications. Gunboat flotillas could serve as floating, mobile batteries to be brought into action wherever the enemy chose to attack. A fleet of large warships concentrated the Navy's entire capital into a handful of assets that could be captured in the first few weeks of a war. A fleet of several gunboats could not be taken all at once. Advocates also maintained that gunboats were more economical than larger warships, though that premise was subsequently refuted by cost overruns. In February 1807, Jefferson sent Congress a special message recommending the construction of a large fleet of gunboats. In addition to those previously authorized, he asked that 200 additional vessels be constructed at an estimated cost of $1 million. He specified the number of vessels to be stationed in each section of the American coastline, from the Mississippi and its neighboring waters to Boston and the harbors north of Cape Cod. The Republican majority in Congress, thankful for an excuse not to fund a larger naval mobilization, authorized the construction of 180 of the vessels. As the first gunboats were launched and placed in service, criticism mounted. They were wet, cramped, and uncomfortable. It was often difficult to recruit full complements of seamen to man them. Officers took the first opportunity to be transferred into a frigate. Over time, the gunboats' critics were proven right. They were effective only in exceptionally calm conditions. If hit by a heavy cannonball fired by an enemy frigate or battleship, they were liable to sink. They were nearly impossible to man. Of the 278 gunboats authorized by the Congress between 1805 and 1807, only 176 were actually built, and fewer placed into service. The cost per vessel, originally estimated at $5,000, was actually closer to $10,000. Funds spent on the gunboat program eventually reached $1.5 million, a sum that could have paid for a small squadron of battleships or a large squadron of frigates. The program would be quietly abandoned after the inauguration of James Madison in 1809. Chapter 11. Early in 1807, Secretary Smith ordered the Chesapeake to sail for the Mediterranean to relieve the Constitution, which had been cruising without interruption since Preble had taken her out in 1803. Chesapeake's captain would be James Barron, who would also carry the title of Commodore on the much-diminished Mediterranean squadron. At the time of Smith's order, Chesapeake lay in ordinary at the Washington Navy Yard. More than 6 months were needed to restore her to seaworthy condition. Finally, in the first week of June, she cast loose her moorings and followed the channel buoys down into the Potomac River, coming safely to harbor in Hampton Roads on June 4th. For 2 weeks the crew worked fitfully to ready the ship for sea. A few miles east as the crow flies, anchored in Lynnhaven Bay, were several frigates and battleships of the Royal Navy. They had been stationed there throughout the winter, ostensibly to watch a few French warships that had taken refuge in the upper Chesapeake the previous August. In spite of rising Anglo-American tensions, the British squadron had maintained cordial relations with the towns and communities of Tidewater, Virginia. But the British officers were incensed at having recently lost a large number of deserters. Sailors were prone to desert British warships wherever they sailed, and this was especially true in American coastal waters. In the spring of 1807, every vessel in the British squadron at Lynnhaven had lost a portion of her crew to desertion. With every reason to fear the lash or the noose if apprehended, a British deserter's safest form of maritime employment was to enlist in a foreign navy. By custom, law, and standing orders, the Royal Navy had no authority to stop and search the naval vessels of a nation at peace with England. To do so could be interpreted as an act of war. So it was not surprising that a number of deserters from the British squadron went to a U.S. Navy recruiting station in Norfolk and entered onto the Chesapeake's books under false names. When British officers got wind of this, they lodged protests with their American counterparts. Ultimately, the matter came before Secretary of State Madison, who declined to intervene because the issue of British deserters had never been addressed in any Anglo-American treaty. In response, Admiral Sir George Cranfield Berkeley, Commander-in-Chief of the British North American Station, wrote out a circular order to be distributed to his commanders. Describing the deserters known to now be aboard the Chesapeake, the circular concluded, "The captains and commanders of His Majesty's ships and vessels under my command are hereby required and directed, in case of meeting with the American frigate, the Chesapeake, at sea, to show the captain of her this order, and to require to search his ship for the deserters, and to proceed and search for the same." These orders were carried to the Virginia Capes by Berkeley's flagship, the 52-gun frigate Leopard. After a passage of 12 days in which she pressed seamen from several merchant vessels along the American coast, Leopard anchored in Lynnhaven Bay. Monday, June 22nd, dawned with clear skies and a gentle southwest breeze. At 7 a.m., Chesapeake took aboard her jolly boat and cutter. 15 minutes later, all hands were turned out to make sail, and the ship stood down the fairway and out for sea. Her crew of 381 included 329 officers and seamen and 52 Marines. In addition, there were several civilian passengers, including Dr. John Bullis, the newly appointed Mediterranean Navy agent, with his wife, 3 children, and 2 servants, the wife of Marine Captain John Hall, and 10 Italian musicians who had performed for some years as the Marine Band and were being permitted to return, at their request, to Italy. The logistical challenges of maintaining an active squadron far from American shores, combined with Jeffersonian parsimony, required the Chesapeake to ship a large quantity of provisions, stores, baggage, and spare ammunition on her passage to the Mediterranean. The frigate was doing double duty as her own store ship, and in the rush to get to sea, various articles had been hastily stowed wherever a vacant corner could be found: spare lumber, casks of water and wine, an armorer's forge and anvil, a horse, a grindstone, furniture and baggage belonging to the officers and civilian passengers. Large coils of thick anchor cable lay on the gun deck, obstructing access to the guns and storerooms. The officers had assumed there would be time to transfer them to the cable tier once the ship was at sea. 32 of the frigate's crew were on the sick list, and by order of the surgeon their hammocks had been strung between the guns on the spar deck, where they could take in the sun and fresh air. Chesapeake's guns were loaded and shotted, but most had been securely lashed up in case of heavy weather during the Atlantic crossing. At 9 a.m., Chesapeake passed by the British squadron at Lynnhaven Bay. Through his telescope, James Barron observed the 74-gun Bellona making signals to the other ships of the squadron, but he was unable to read them and thought nothing of them. Chesapeake doubled Cape Henry and steered into the offing, dead east on the compass. The Leopard had put to sea just ahead of the Chesapeake. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the Leopard was 3 or 4 miles away to the south, she wore round and stood northward, directly toward the Chesapeake. As she closed the distance, several of the Chesapeake's officers noticed that her lower deck gun ports were open, and the tompions had been taken out of her guns. It seemed likely she was cleared for action, but Barron later testified that he still did not assume there was any cause for concern. It was possible that the Leopard merely intended to ask the Americans to carry dispatches to Europe, a courtesy frequently extended between vessels at sea. At 3:30 p.m., the Leopard came within hailing distance. Her captain, Salisbury Price Humphreys, hailed Barron across the water and asked permission to send an officer with dispatches to go aboard the Chesapeake. Barron, through a speaking trumpet, answered that he would heave to and await the Leopard's boat, and he had Chesapeake's main topsail thrown aback to take the way off her. The Leopard's boat was lowered and rowed across to the Chesapeake, and Lieutenant John Meade came aboard. Meade handed Commodore Barron a copy of Admiral G.C. Barclay's circular order. Clearly, the Leopard intended to muster the Chesapeake's crew as she would muster the crew of any common merchantman. Lieutenant Meade remained aboard the Chesapeake for about 40 minutes, and then returned to the Leopard with a note from Commodore Barron to Captain Humphreys. Barron wrote that he did not know of any such man as the circular described, and added, "I am also instructed never to permit the crew of any ship that I command to be mustered by any other but their own officers. It is my disposition to preserve harmony, and I hope this answer to your dispatch will prove satisfactory." As the British lieutenant was being rowed back to the Leopard, Barron observed that their intentions appear serious, and ordered Captain Gordon to send the crew to quarters. The Commodore specified that it be done silently, so as not to provoke the British to a preemptive strike. In the confusion that followed, the drummer began tapping out the traditional roll to bring the men to quarters. Gordon silenced him by knocking him down with the flat of his sword. The truncated drum roll sent the crew into confusion. Some assumed that the order to clear for action had been countermanded and froze. Nothing was ready. Nothing was organized. Chaos reigned aboard the Chesapeake. Not a single gun was primed and ready to be fired. Sick men were still lying in hammocks slung between the spar deck guns. coils of anchor cable, the armorer's forge, casks, ladders, furniture, lumber, baggage, and various other articles obstructed the lanes leading fore and aft on the gun deck. Orders were shouted and countermanded. Men rushed back and forth, and precious minutes continued to slip away. Captain Humphreys knew perfectly well that the Chesapeake was unprepared and had no intention of giving the Americans time to sort themselves out. He shouted across the water, "Commodore Barron, you must be aware of the necessity I am under of complying with the orders of my commander-in-chief." Barron played for time, shouting, "I do not understand what you say," and then urged Gordon to hurry and get the ship ready for action. Leopard fired a warning shot across Chesapeake's bow. Barron ignored it. At 4:30 p.m., the Leopard opened fire on the Chesapeake from pistol-shot range. Most of the balls struck Chesapeake amidships, creating secondary explosions of splinters on the interior walls of the bulwarks and gun deck. A few crashed through the rigging, sending down a rain of cordage and fragments of spars. Among the wounded was Commodore Barron himself, who received a splinter in his right thigh. With no priming powder on hand, none of the Chesapeake's guns could be fired in response. On the quarterdeck, Commodore Barron clambered onto a signal locker and attempted to hail the Leopard, shouting that he would send his boat on board the English ship to discuss the issue of the deserters. Captain Humphreys, assuming his adversary was attempting to stall for more time, ignored these overtures. Leopard's guns erupted in a second broadside. More shot crashed into the Chesapeake, and splinters exploded in the faces of the men standing at the guns they could not fire. "For God's sake, gentlemen," cried Barron, "will nobody do his duty?" He turned to the sailing master and asked, "Is it possible we can't get any guns to fire?" Recognizing the hopelessness of the Chesapeake's situation, the Commodore sent a junior officer forward to deliver a message to Captain Gordon. "For God's sake, fire one gun for the honor of the flag. I mean to strike." A few of the Chesapeake's 18-pounders were finally primed, but the loggerheads normally used to fire them were not yet heated. Lieutenant William Henry Allen retrieved a red-hot coal from the galley and touched it to the priming hole of one of the guns, causing it to fire. It was the only shot fired by the Chesapeake that day. Barron shouted down the hatchway, "Stop firing! Stop firing! We have struck! We have struck!" At 4:45 p.m., while the American colors were actually on their way down from the mizzen-peak, the Leopard fired a third broadside. 3 of the Chesapeake's crew lay dead. 18 were wounded, 10 seriously and 8 slightly. One of the wounded men would later die. 15 minutes after the last shot had been fired, 2 boats were lowered from the Leopard. They brought across 2 lieutenants and a party of seamen. The boarding party ordered the Chesapeake sailing master to produce the muster books and muster the crew. The English officers studied the faces of the Chesapeake's men and identified 3 deserters. A 4th was dragged out of the coal hole where he had hidden at the end of the action. The 4 were taken back to the Leopard. A few minutes passed, and the Leopard hauled off for the Virginia Capes. After a brief meeting with his officers, Barron decided that the Chesapeake must return to Norfolk. The hands were set to work repairing damage, splicing injured rigging, getting the anchors clear, and pumping 3 feet of water out of the hold. After darkness had fallen, Chesapeake got underway in the Leopard's wake. At 8 a.m. on June 23rd, she entered the bay for which she was named and passed the British squadron, where Leopard was anchored between Bellona and Melampus. At noon, the disgraced American frigate let go of her anchor in Hampton Roads. The wave of public outrage raised by the Chesapeake Leopard encounter was unlike any the American people had felt since the Revolution. Henry Adams identified it as the nation's first feeling of a true national emotion, that is, the first to transcend the bitter rift dividing Federalists and Republicans. The brand seethed and hissed like the glowing olive stake of Ulysses in the Cyclops' eye, wrote Adams, until the whole American people, like Cyclops, roared with pain and stood frantic on the shore, hurling abuse at their enemy, who taunted them from his safe ships. Minutes after the Chesapeake's return to Hampton Roads, Angry crowds gathered on the Norfolk and Portsmouth wharves. Even from a distance, an educated eye could study the frigate at her moorings and see she had been shut up. When one of Chesapeake's boats brought 11 injured men to be landed at the hospital, the sight of the wounded transformed the crowd into a mob. They turned their collective fury against 200 casks of fresh water recently purchased by the British squadron, smashing them to pieces. A public meeting was called at Norfolk's town hall. The building proved too small to accommodate the crowds, and the meeting was relocated to Christ Church. A resolution moved that all commerce and communication with the British squadron should be prohibited. The smashing of the water casks was endorsed as highly laudable and praiseworthy. The governor was urged to call out the militia, and Commodore Decatur was asked to put Norfolk's gunboats into service. The Gazette and Public Ledger noted that war with England would be devastating to America and to Norfolk in particular, but added, "We look upon it as degrading beneath contempt if we are to submit to such an insult." News of Leopard's attack on Chesapeake reached Washington the afternoon of June 25th. On July 2nd, the President issued a proclamation ordering all British naval vessels now within the harbors or waters of the U.S. immediately and without any delay to depart from the same. If the British refused to comply, local officials were to prohibit any commerce or communication with them and punish any citizen who supplied them with fresh water, provisions, or piloting services. During the following weeks, the Cabinet met almost daily to organize the national defenses. All gunboats in commission were ordered to rendezvous at the points on the American coast where a direct attack was thought most likely. The Constitution and other vessels of the Mediterranean Squadron were ordered to sail for home. Jefferson asked Virginia Governor William Cable to call up the state militia and prepare for a possible British invasion of the Tidewater region, including a thrust at Norfolk itself. Dispatches were sent to Ambassador Monroe in London, instructing him to demand an immediate disavowal of the action, as well as the recall of Admiral Barkley and the return of the men taken from the Chesapeake. They also called for the exclusion of all armed ships whatever from our waters, and finally, and most controversially, an entire abolition of impressments from vessels under the flag of the United States. Lord Grenville's All Talents Ministry had given way to a Tory ministry headed by the Duke of Portland. The Tories were determined, above all, to preserve England's maritime and naval superiority. To this end, they were resolved to suppress the growth of American trade and take back the thousands of British seamen they knew to be employed in it. Early in September 1807, a British fleet laid the city of Copenhagen under bombardment. Denmark was a neutral power, but threats of a French invasion left the British concerned that the Danish fleet would fall into Napoleon's hands. When the Crown Prince of Denmark refused an ultimatum to deliver the Danish navy into England's custody, the British fleet opened fire. There was no formal declaration of war. The objective of the shelling was simply to demolish Copenhagen, one neighborhood at a time, until the Danes capitulated. After 3 days, more than 2,000 civilians lay buried under the rubble of their homes, and the Danish fleet surrendered. Simultaneously, the Royal Navy swept what was left of the Danish merchant marine from the seas, adding about $10 million worth of property to English coffers. When Jefferson and his advisers learned what had happened at Copenhagen, they realized that the Leopard's attack on the Chesapeake was the least of their concerns. Copenhagen was better fortified than New York, Philadelphia, or Boston. If England was prepared to terrorize seaports in order to impose its will on neutral powers, Americans had much to fear. But the Portland ministry did not wish to add the United States to the ranks of England's enemies, at least not at the moment. Days after news of the Chesapeake Leopard incident reached London, British Foreign Minister George Canning wrote Monroe to assure you that His Majesty neither does nor has at any time maintained the pretension of a right to search ships of war in the national service of any state for deserters. In subsequent meetings, Canning indicated that the British government planned to recall Admiral Barkley, as he had acted outside the scope of his authority. This fulfilled one of the American demands, though the foreign minister emphasized that the recall would have occurred in any case. But Canning dismissed as a non-starter Monroe's demand that England renounce its right to press seamen from American merchant ships. Search and impressment, he told Monroe, were rights that had existed in their fullest force for ages previous to the establishment of the United States of America as an independent government. If Monroe's instructions required him to link settlement of the Chesapeake Leopard affair to the broader subject of impressment, further negotiations were, for the present, rendered unavailing. Congress, responding to the President's call, returned to Washington a month early, convening on October 26th. In the 4 months since the Chesapeake Leopard incident, the public zeal for war had cooled perceptibly. Jefferson's special message to the Congress on October 27th took a far more moderate tone than his public statements of the previous summer. He cited injuries and depredations committed on our commerce and navigation upon the high seas for years past, and the long and fruitless endeavors of American diplomats to obtain redress. He recited American grievances, but in a weary, almost melancholy tone. In hinting that Congress might eventually be called upon to declare war, Jefferson's phrasing was so roundabout that he seemed embarrassed by his own suggestion. The love of peace, so much cherished in the bosoms of our citizens, which has so long guided the proceedings of their public councils and induced forbearance under so many wrongs, may not ensure our continuance in the quiet pursuits of industry. All agreed on one point. After the Chesapeake's humiliating failure to defend herself, there should be no more money wasted on the frigates. Constitution arrived in Boston on October 14th. She had been away for 4 years and 2 months, since Preble had taken her to the Mediterranean in 1803. With all the frigates safe in port, Jefferson issued an order relegating them to the status of receiving ships. The Constitution is to remain at Boston, having her men discharged, the Chesapeake to remain at Norfolk, and the sending of the United States frigate to New York is reserved for further consideration, inquiring in the meantime how early she could be ready to go. It is considered that in case of war, these frigates would serve as receptacles for enlisting seamen, to fill the gunboats occasionally. Unwilling to take the fateful step of asking for a declaration of war, Jefferson fell back on the alternative of trade sanctions, or peaceable coercion. He asked Congress to enact a policy of non-exportation, or embargo. By cutting off exports of American foodstuffs and raw materials, he reasoned, the British West Indian colonies would be starved, portions of the British domestic population would go hungry, and the British merchants who relied on the Americans to carry their goods to overseas markets would be bankrupted. The Senate passed the bill promptly, and after a 3-day debate, the House followed, by a vote of 82 to 44. On December 22, 1807, Jefferson signed the Embargo Act into law. The embargo was a sweeping prohibition of all foreign trade. The law decreed that no American ship could depart for any foreign port or place. It was soon obvious that enforcement would require draconian measures. Smuggling and other evasions were rampant. Jefferson pushed for increasingly severe enforcement measures. He knew from the outset that the American people's tolerance would not continue indefinitely. The nation had decided to take the chance of 1 year by the embargo, he wrote, and if 1 year was the term fixed in Jefferson's mind, he was single-minded in his determination to make that year count. The American economy was devastated. Exports plunged from $108 million in 1807 to $22 million in 1808. Because the federal government was almost entirely dependent on customs revenues, the fiscal surplus vanished. This, in turn, deprived the nation of the resources needed to mobilize for war. New England communities submitted petitions calling for an end to the embargo. Some of the testimonials employed the language of civil disobedience and revolution, language very much like that enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. The question of the day was whether the people of England and France had suffered enough economic pain to force their governments to the negotiating table. Here the evidence was conflicting. Napoleon's response was a mingling of disgust and indifference. He remarked that the United States have preferred to renounce commerce and the sea rather than recognize their slavery, and ordered the seizure of American ships on the pretext that they must be disguised English vessels. In Britain, the combined effects of non-importation and embargo, conjoined with Napoleon's continental system, had severely distorted several important sectors of the economy. Market prices of many imported goods, timber, silk, cotton, flour, rice, flax, linseed, doubled or tripled. The coffee and sugar of the British West Indian colonies, which had once been carried to continental markets by American vessels, glutted the storehouses of the Channel ports. But the embargo also benefited a number of powerful European interests, who would not have minded seeing it continued indefinitely. Farmers welcomed the high prices that attended the scarcity of imported foodstuffs. English merchants and shipowners were only too happy to see their American competitors yield the sea lanes, and their voices were strongly represented in Parliament. Jefferson's special emissary to London, William Pinckney, had been instructed to offer an end to the embargo in exchange for a lifting of the offensive orders in council. Foreign Minister Canning's refusal of this offer, dated September 23rd, was inscribed in terms of heavy sarcasm. "If it were possible to make any sacrifice for the repeal of the embargo," he wrote Pinckney, "the British government would gladly have facilitated its removal as a measure of inconvenient restriction upon the American people." When this stinging rebuff arrived in Washington in late October, Jefferson bowed to the inevitable. The embargo had been an abject failure. He admitted as much in his 1808 annual message, forwarded to Congress on November 8th. As to the question of what should be done next, Jefferson offered no direction. "It will rest with the wisdom of Congress to decide on the course best adapted to such a state of things, and to weigh and compare the painful alternatives out of which a choice is to be made." The Republicans would pay a price in the 1808 elections. The huge Republican majority in Congress was secure, but the Federalist minority doubled its numbers in the House. In the presidential campaign, however, the unpopularity of the embargo was not enough to halt a third consecutive Republican landslide. Jefferson, having declined to seek a third term, James Madison was elected fourth President of the United States, defeating Federalist Charles Pinckney by an electoral vote of 122 to 47. At Madison's inaugural ceremony, the National Intelligencer reported that the new president was dressed in a full suit of cloth of American manufacture, made of the wool of merinos raised in this country. As was his habit, he dressed all in black from his boots to his neck. He stood all of 5 feet 5 inches tall, a shy, wan, uncharismatic man, prone to hypochondria, with his long hair powdered and securely clubbed. Washington Irving, who attended the ceremony, described him as but a withered little apple John. Carrying on the tradition begun by Jefferson, the new president delivered his inaugural address in a voice so soft and faint that the audience could barely hear a word of it. There was not much to hear. The speech was moderate, equivocal, and laden with platitudes. At a moment of crisis, when the nation seemed poised on the brink of war, Madison offered barely a hint of the direction he intended to take. No one expected the embargo to continue through the spring sailing season of 1809, but the question of what policy would replace it posed a conundrum. William Crawford of Georgia said that if Congress repealed the embargo, it was honor-bound to declare war. Any other policy would be mere whipping the devil round the stump. But there was not much enthusiasm for war, either in Congress or among the American people at large. The nation was rudderless, unsettled, and unhappy, and its leaders eventually chose to procrastinate. At the outset of the Madison administration, the embargo was repealed and trade reinstated with all nations except England and France. When and if either belligerent power should act to withdraw its objectionable orders, the President was authorized to restore full trading rights with that nation, leaving the restrictions in place for the other. Though American merchant ships were technically not permitted to trade with either England or France, however, all knew that this restriction was unenforceable and would be widely disregarded. American merchantmen were essentially free to seek markets where they could find them, eluding capture or harassment as best they could. Early in 1809, a growing pro-Navy faction among the Republicans joined with the Federalists to pass a bill increasing naval enlistment from 1,440 to 2,000. In a surprise move, the Senate added an amendment to fit out, man, and deploy all the frigates and other armed vessels of the United States. Treasury Secretary Gallatin decried the waste of an estimated $6 million at a time when the Treasury had been impoverished by the embargo. In the end, the House agreed to a compromise. 4 frigates, including President and United States, would be returned to active service. William Bainbridge took command of the USS President and got her underway from Hampton Roads in September 1809 with orders to patrol the mid-Atlantic coast. After an 8-day passage from the Virginia Capes, in which the President encountered constant headwinds and a 3-day gale, she crept into New York Harbor, already in need of a refit. Anchored in the East River, not far from the Brooklyn Navy Yard in which she had been born a decade earlier, the President's sails and rigging were thoroughly overhauled. Her hull received a new coat of paint, and her decks a new layer of cork. She took on water and provisions sufficient for a long voyage. Sailing again on September 25th, President patrolled the New England coast, harbored 3 days at Newport, and then stretched away to the south as far as Charleston. The big frigate, Bainbridge said, was as fast a sailing ship as swims. Navigating as far south as the St. Mary's River, patrolling for illegal slave ships, the slave trade having been outlawed in 1807. The President sighted very few vessels of any sort, and her crew could not see sun, moon, or stars for days on end. She chased a 22-gun British sloop of war, the Squirrel, out of American territorial waters. According to Midshipman Henry Gilliam, Bainbridge told the crew that if the President was obliged to go into action, he would never surrender while life remained, and vowed never to strike, but to sink alongside. In June 1810, Bainbridge was transferred to shore duty, and John Rodgers assumed command of a squadron that included both President, his flagship, and Constitution, commanded by Isaac Hull. Rodgers planned to take both frigates to Boston, where they would rendezvous with additional vessels and patrol American waters in force. The new Navy Secretary, Paul Hamilton, issued orders emphasizing that the disgrace of the Chesapeake must never be repeated. You, like every other patriotic American, have observed and deeply feel the injuries and insults heaped on our country by the 2 great belligerents of Europe. Amongst these stands most conspicuous the inhuman and dastardly attack on our frigate the Chesapeake, an outrage which prostrated the flag of our country. What has been perpetrated may again be attempted. It is therefore our duty to be prepared and determined at every hazard to vindicate the injured honor of our Navy and revive the drooping spirit of the nation. After these orders were read aloud to the officers and crews of both frigates, Midshipman Gilliam wrote his uncle to say that you may expect to hear shortly of a little fighting. As the first session of the 12th Congress opened in November 1811, the members sensed that their decisions would have long-lasting and historic consequences. Never did the American Congress assemble under circumstances of greater interest and responsibility, said the Boston Chronicle. Madison's annual message, delivered to Capitol Hill on November 5th, protested England's war on our lawful commerce and asked Congress to put the nation into an armor and an attitude demanded by the crisis. No one held out much hope that the complicated diplomacy played out by Madison in 1809, 1810, and 1811 would secure American rights at sea. Now Congress had been transformed by the rise to prominence of a Republican faction known as the War Hawks. Their leader was a 35-year-old Kentuckian, Henry Clay, who was elected Speaker of the House on the first day of the session. The House Foreign Relations Committee, weighted with Clay's War Hawk allies, reported to the full House on November 29th. The report recited grievances against both France and England, dwelling on violations of American maritime rights by the Royal Navy, including the practice of forcing our mariners into the British Navy, in violation of the rights of our flag, carried on with unabated rigor and severity. Resolutions called for filling the ranks of a 10,000-man army, mobilizing the militias, arming merchantmen, and returning the remaining vessels of the Navy to active service. Congressman Peter Porter of New York told his colleagues that they should consider the resolutions as precursors to war. Do not let us raise armies unless we intend to employ them. In deference to the naval power of Great Britain, many of the war hawks argued that the United States should strike at Canada. Seizing Canadian territory, they said, would compensate America for its losses at sea, break the power of British allied Indian tribes in the Northwest, and force England to the negotiating table. "We shall drive the British from our continent," said Felix Grundy of Tennessee. "I am willing to receive the Canadas as adopted brethren." With an eye to invading Canada, a resolution was passed calling for a 250% increase in the authorized size of the permanent army to 35,000 men. If the main thrust of an American war effort was to be an invasion of Canada, it would leave little role for the Navy. But there were voices among the war hawks calling for a major naval mobilization. Chief among them was Langdon Cheves of South Carolina, chairman of the Naval Committee, who asked the House for the fantastic sum of $7.5 million to build 10 new frigates and 12 74-gun battleships. Citing the Quasi-War and the Tripolitan War, Cheves said that the Navy had been the more useful and honorable of the two services. In response to objections that American naval forces would be trapped in port by a British blockade, Cheves replied, with impressive foresight, that for every American warship in port, 3 British warships of equal or greater force would be required to blockade her. Such a heavy strain on the Royal Navy would force the British to the negotiating table. The God of nature did not give to the United States a coast of 2,000 miles in extent, not to be used. The debate that followed Cheves's presentation dominated the House's agenda for almost 10 full days, filling nearly 200 pages of small print in the annals of Congress. Pro-navalists conjured up the old dread of a standing army and saluted the Navy as less dangerous to your civil institutions. The anti-navalists marshaled their traditional arguments, which had changed very little. A large European-style Navy, said Samuel McKee of Kentucky, would mean the end of peace in America because it would establish a class of society who are interested in creating and keeping up wars and contention. In the end, Congress voted only to fit out the frigates not currently in service, including the Chesapeake and Constellation, both in ordinary at the Washington Navy Yard. At the start of April 1812, Congress approved a 90-day embargo. This was not intended as a measure of economic coercion like Jefferson's embargo. It was a prelude to a declaration of war, aimed at ensuring the American merchant fleet would be safe in port at the commencement of hostilities. Few merchants or shipowners seemed to take the prospect of war seriously, however, and the seaports were bustling as vessels were ready to sail before the embargo took effect on April 4th. There was still hope that ongoing diplomatic efforts in Europe would bear fruit. In April and May, the nation's leaders expected dispatches to arrive from London in the brig Hornet, commanded by Master Commandant James Lawrence. Week after week went by, and there was no word of her. At last, on May 19th, she arrived in New York Harbor. The news was not encouraging. Lord Castlereagh, the Foreign Secretary, in instructions to Ambassador John Foster dated April 10th, had refused to withdraw the offending orders in council. Taking this letter as the last word of the British government, Madison prepared to ask the Congress for a declaration of war. In London, America's 90-day embargo was taken as a prelude to war. Admiralty orders were dispatched to Halifax and Newfoundland, alerting local naval commanders to the likelihood of hostilities and instructing them, should war be declared, to attack, take or sink, burn or destroy all ships or vessels belonging to the United States or to the citizens thereof. At the same time, however, influential British voices were urging that the government act to avert the war. the various trade sanctions aimed at England, Napoleon's continental system, the American non-importation measures, the new American embargo, were blamed for growing internal economic pressures. Unemployment in London and Manchester had doubled in 2 years. On May 11th, a deranged assassin shot and killed Prime Minister Perceval as he entered the House of Commons. His successor, Lord Liverpool, favored a more pragmatic policy toward the Americans, and on June 12th, Lord Castlereagh announced the repeal of the offending orders in council. Had the news been known immediately in Washington, the War of 1812 in all likelihood would never have been declared. But the first transatlantic telegraph cable would not be laid until half a century later, and the time lags required for diplomatic communication ensured that the news did not reach the United States until several weeks after the fact. Ignorant of the encouraging developments on the far side of the Atlantic, President Madison delivered his war message to Congress on June 1st. He cited incursions into American territorial waters, impressment of American seamen, a crying enormity, confiscations of American ships and property, paper blockades, and alleged incitements of Indians in the Northwest Territories. In the House, a war bill was introduced and debated behind closed doors. Protesting Federalists insisted that the doors be open to the public. When outvoted, they boycotted the debate. The House took 3 days to declare war by a vote of 79 to 49, with every Federalist and several Republicans voting against. Senate action was delayed by the question of whether the war should be limited to maritime operations, in the tradition of the quasi-war. Such a war could be carried on largely through privateers, requiring no government funding, and leave in Madison's hands the power to end the conflict at any time by executive order. Opponents of the proposal believed Canada to be Britain's Achilles heel and argued that an invasion of the North was the key to American victory. The Senate turned back the Sea War Only bill by the narrowest possible margin, a tie vote broken by the President pro tem of the Senate. This allowed the declaration of war to come to a vote on June 18th. It passed by a margin of 17 to 13. In the congressional tally, nearly 40% of the members, including every Federalist in each House, had voted in the negative. No other declaration of war has ever passed the U.S. Congress by such a narrow margin. Chapter 12. Many nations have gone to war in pure gaiety of heart, but perhaps the United States was first to force themselves into a war they dreaded, in the hope that the war itself might create the spirit they lacked. Henry Adams's judgment on the War of 1812, that it was an experiment of thrusting the country into war to inflame it, as crude ore might be thrown into a furnace, finds support in a private letter written by James Madison himself, 9 months into the conflict. Recalling the war debates, the President admitted that it had become impossible to avoid or even delay war. Even though we were not prepared for it, it had been necessary to take the fateful plunge because it was certain that effective preparations would not take place whilst the question of war was undecided. For a dozen years, the party in power had championed a policy of minimalism in the armed services, and the results were evident. The small clerical staffs of the War and Navy departments were buried under mountains of paper, requisitions, warrants, appointments, promotions, and cruising orders. Weapons, uniforms, and provisions were in short supply. The Army had 7,000 men enlisted in its ranks, but most were badly equipped and totally untrained. The coastline and the western frontier were unguarded. In New England, where the war was unpopular, virtually nothing was done to mobilize forces, even after the declaration of war. The best defended American seaport was New York, where there were 900 men in uniform, and yet no one had much confidence that the city could withstand a determined attack. America's seagoing navy, gunboats excluded, consisted of 19 vessels, 16 of which were in service. 7 of the 16 were frigates. The rest were sloops, brigs, and other unrated vessels. By comparison, the Royal Navy had more than 600 vessels in active service, with an additional 250 in port, either in process of construction or undergoing repairs. To be sure, the Royal Navy had global commitments, and the full brunt of British naval power would not fall all at once on the North American coast. But even the British North American station, headquartered at Halifax, consisted of a battleship, 9 frigates, and 27 unrated warships. Adding the strength of nearby bases in Newfoundland, Jamaica, and the Leeward Islands, the Royal Navy had 4 battleships, 23 frigates, and 71 unrated vessels positioned in the Americas at the outset of the War of 1812. And reinforcements would begin arriving by September. The numerical superiority of the Royal Navy was demoralizing in itself, but to this was added an almost supernatural aura of invincibility. When the Evening Star in London declared that England would never yield the proud preeminence which the blood and treasure of her sons have obtained for her among the nations by a piece of striped bunting flying at the mastheads of a few fur-built frigates manned by a handful of bastards and outlaws, most Americans would have agreed with the outlook, even while resenting the insult. President Madison, his cabinet heads, and congressional leaders dreaded the specter of a crushing naval defeat in the opening weeks of the war. Influential voices had argued that the entire American fleet should be kept safe in port for the duration of the conflict. Better to keep the ships out of harm's way, they reasoned, than to see them delivered into the hands of the enemy. On learning of this intended strategy in February 1812, William Bainbridge felt infinite regret and mortification. He and a colleague, Captain Charles Stewart, happened to be in Washington at the time and called at the Navy office to register their objections. Secretary Paul Hamilton confirmed that the frigates, in the event of war, would probably be ordered to New York, where they would be moored near the Narrows to function as fixed batteries. Appalled, the 2 commanders asked for, and were granted, an audience at the White House. They urged Madison to send the American frigates to sea. At the end of the meeting, according to Stewart, Madison announced that he was persuaded. "It is victories we want," said the President. "If you give us victories, and lose your ships afterwards, they can be replaced by others." But how should the frigates be deployed? Near the American coast or in distant waters? Should they cruise alone or in squadrons? Should they seek engagements with the British cruisers? Should they protect American commerce or attack enemy commerce? These questions went to the heart of naval strategy, and Secretary Hamilton, a farmer by profession, was ill-suited to decide them. In late May, Hamilton asked 2 senior captains, John Rodgers, commanding President in New York, and Stephen Decatur, commanding United States in Norfolk, to advise the department in choosing a deployment strategy that will enable our little navy to annoy in the utmost extent the trade of Great Britain, while it least exposes it to the immense naval force of that government. Both officers suggested that the frigates be deployed in commerce-raiding cruises far from American shores. Rodgers recommended that a squadron consisting of 2 or 3 of the fastest frigates in the American Navy, supplemented with a sloop of war, be dispatched to cruise in the waters surrounding the British home islands. The existence of a strong squadron near Britain would, in Rodgers's view, force the Royal Navy to divert forces away from the American coast, opening the sea lanes for the return of merchantmen and allowing privateers to sally out of port. Not surprisingly, Rodgers nominated himself as Commodore, adding that, "I may with propriety pledge myself to make the commerce of that arrogant nation feel its effects to the very quick." Decatur proposed that the frigate should be deployed singly or in pairs, laden with sufficient provisions for a long cruise, and, without giving any specific instructions as to place of cruising, but to rely on the enterprise of the officers. He reasoned that 1 or 2 frigates, in preference to a large squadron, would not be easily detected by the British, would cover large distances more quickly, and could attack British convoys. On the other hand, if 1 or 2 frigates were unfortunate enough to sail into the midst of a larger British squadron and be captured, we would not have to regret the whole of our marine crushed at one blow. After considerable debate, Madison and his cabinet decided to concentrate the entire Navy at New York, under the command of Commodore Rogers, who was now, at age 40, the senior officer in active sea service. Decatur, with the United States, the Congress, and the brig Argus, sailed from Norfolk on June 16th, reaching Sandy Hook one day after the declaration of war. Decatur and Rogers, with President and the fine sloop of war Hornet, rendezvoused and combined forces. Both officers were eager to sail immediately. Rogers hoped to strike a hard blow against local British forces to cripple and reduce their force in detail, before reinforcements could be deployed to the western Atlantic. The Commodore had also learned that a giant convoy of enemy merchantmen, reportedly consisting of 110 sail with an aggregate value of some £12 million, was due to sail from Jamaica for England. It is fair to assume that Rogers and every other man in the squadron was salivating at the thought of the prize money to be won in a surprise attack on this convoy. But Rogers was still without orders from Washington, and therefore obliged to wait. The situation was exasperating. After a hurried cabinet meeting on Monday, June 22nd, orders were at last dispatched to New York by an express rider. Rogers was ordered to divide his force into 2 squadrons, to cruise on the offing near New York and Norfolk, respectively. The chief objective, reflecting Gallatin's influence, was to afford to our returning commerce all possible protection, nationally and individually. The safe return of our commercial vessels is obviously of the highest importance. These orders were never received. Commodore Rogers and his 5-ship squadron sailed from New York the day before they were written. It was not the first time an American commander had sailed without orders, nor would it be the last. The Commodore's decision bordered on insubordination, but it also revealed boldness, initiative, and a keenness to be at sea. Rogers grasped, what Hamilton may have only dimly understood, that every hour lost to dithering gave the enemy another hour to react to the American declaration of war. At the outset of war, the Washington Navy Yard was the best supplied naval shipyard in the country, but its stores were rapidly depleted as requests for powder, armament, and supplies poured in from naval stations to the north and south. On July 9th, the Commandant, Thomas Tingey, told the Navy office that the yard did not have a single 18-pounder or 24-pounder cannonball, and only 10 barrels of gunpowder left in the magazine. Softwood timbers for masts and spars were scarce. A shipment of good black spruce logs had arrived from Maine, but several of the longest, including a bowsprit originally intended for the Constellation, had been finagled by Captain Isaac Hull for the repairs to the Constitution. Constellation was therefore obliged to remain moored in the eastern branch until new timbers could be brought up the river. Isaac Hull had been bred to the sea. Born in Derby, Connecticut, he had first shipped out as a common sailor aboard a merchantman at the age of 14. He was rather short and thick-set, with a countenance deeply bronzed by long exposure to sun and weather. He was a man of plain, unassuming manners and rather silent than loquacious. Hull had entered the service as 6th lieutenant aboard the ship he now commanded, on her maiden cruise in 1798. Among the enlisted men, he was perhaps the most popular captain in the service. He was also, perhaps, the greatest all-round seaman in the Navy, with a genius for ship handling and navigation that would serve him well in the weeks to come. In the spring, Constitution's rigging had been almost entirely replaced, her hull recalked, her masts stripped and partly replaced, her planking replaced, her lower decks thoroughly washed, her ballast rinsed and reseated. She was rigged with new sky poles and a split dolphin striker, allowing her to carry more sail than ever before. It was the most extensive overhaul the Constitution had ever received in her 15-year career, and she began the War of 1812 in exceptional condition. On June 19th, as the newly refitted frigate worked her way down the Potomac, the declaration of war was read out to the crew, who answered with 3 cheers. The Constitution sailed up the bay to Annapolis, where she remained at anchor just off the town for 2 weeks, taking on additional men and equipment and a new battery of 32-pounder carronades. From the moment the new hands came aboard the ship, they drilled constantly at the great guns and small arms. Cannon crews practiced their marksmanship every day by firing live charges at hogsheads anchored several hundred yards away from the ship. The targets were smashed to splinters, and the reverberations of the guns were heard for miles across Chesapeake Bay. Constitution sailed from Annapolis with the morning tide on July 5th. She took a week to work her way down the Chesapeake Bay, during which time the crew drilled continuously. On the 12th, she cleared the Virginia Capes and put to sea. On July 17th, when the frigate was just off Barnegat and Egg Harbor on the New Jersey coast, near the modern-day location of Atlantic City, the lookout caught sight of 4 topsails in the north. Their hulls were still down over the horizon, but judging by the size of their sails, they were apparently ships of war. An hour later, the lookout sighted a 5th sail further out to sea. 5 was the exact number of vessels in Rogers' squadron, and since Hull had expected to find Rogers in the waters off nearby Sandy Hook, he naturally assumed that the strangers were friendly. At 4 p.m., Hull ordered the Constitution to tack and stand to the east, toward the nearest sail. He hoped to get within night signaling range in order to confirm that the strangers were Americans. At sunset, the wind veered around into the south, which brought the Constitution to windward of the other vessels. Shortly thereafter, as a precaution, the drummer tapped out the call to quarters and the crew went to their battle stations. As darkness fell, Constitution drew steadily closer to the nearest of the strangers, which could now be discerned as a frigate. At 10 p.m., Hull judged that he was within night signaling range, about 6 to 8 miles, and the lanterns were hoisted. None of the strangers, not even the nearest frigate, set a signal in response. Hull went forward into the forecastle to have a better look. He was beginning to sense that all was not right. At 11 o'clock, when the signals had remained unanswered for an hour, he gave the order to haul the sheets and make all sail to windward. That night the officers and enlisted men remained at their battle stations. Able seaman Moses Smith, who later published a memoir entitled Naval Scenes in the Last War, recalled that every man on board the Constitution was wide awake. There was no sneaking from duty in any part of the brave old ship. He was assigned to act as sponger for gun number 1, positioned forward on the larboard side of the gun deck, and tried to catch a few hours of sleep by curling up on deck, his ramrod and sheepskin sponger clutched in his hands. At the first light of dawn, the officers and crew of the Constitution took in an appalling sight. 2 frigates were positioned just under the Constitution's lee, almost within cannon-shot range. A third was directly astern, about 5 or 6 miles away. A few miles further astern, hull down from the deck but hull up from the masthead, lay a 4th frigate, a battleship, a brig, and a schooner. All were flying British colors. The frigates were the Shannon, Belvidera, Aeolus, and Guerriere. The battleship was the 64-gun Africa, and the squadron commodore was Captain Philip B.V. Broke of the Shannon. Having sailed from Halifax the same day the Constitution had sailed from Annapolis, Broke's squadron had swept down the American coast, taking every vessel unlucky enough to be caught in its path. It was Hull's duty to run from such an overwhelming force, and he ordered the hands to make all sail, but as the sun rose, the breeze abruptly vanished, and it fell a dead calm. The Constitution wallowed helplessly on the swell, her sails hanging limp from the yards, and would not answer her helm at all. The ship, wrote First Lieutenant Charles Morris, was entirely becalmed and unmanageable. With no steerage way, the Constitution's bow began to fall off toward the 2 frigates to larboard. In so doing, she was in danger of rotating into a position in which she would be vulnerable to a raking broadside. Shortly after sunrise, one of the British frigates, the Shannon, tried a few long-ranging cannon shots. One of the high-arching balls actually passed over the Constitution and splashed down into the sea to windward. But the range, said Lieutenant Morris, was too great for accuracy, and their shot did not strike our ship. There was only one hope of saving the Constitution, and that was to lower the boats and take the ship under tow. The 1st and 2nd cutters were hoisted out. Hawsers were secured to the bowsprit, and a long scope was paid out to the boats in order to make the angle of the tow line nearly horizontal. Pulling hard and in unison, the oarsmen gradually brought the Constitution's head around to the southward. This kept her larboard broadside facing the enemy, who remained just beyond cannon-shot range. With the oarsmen still pulling, the great ship began moving through the sea at a speed of perhaps half a knot toward Delaware Bay. The towing brought the pursuers astern of the Constitution where her main battery would not bear. The frigate had not mounted stern chasers, and Hull now ordered a 24-pounder long gun, a weapon weighing more than 2 tons, hoisted up from the gun deck. An 18-pounder was run aft along the gangway from the forecastle. The carpenters were summoned to cut away the Constitution's taffrail to allow the guns to fire over the stern. Below, another set of men invaded the sanctity of the captain's cabin in order to run 2 more 24-pounders through the stern windows. At 7 a.m, Hull tried a ranging shot from one of the newly mounted guns, with the barrel at maximum elevation. The captain took the match in his own hand to fire the first shot. "I stood within a few feet of Hull at the time," Moses Smith remembered. "He clapped the fire to my gun, number 1, and such a barking sound as sounded over the sea, it was worth hearing. No sooner had our iron dog opened his mouth in this manner than the whole enemy opened the whole of theirs. Every one of the ships fired directly toward us. Those nearest kept up their firing for some time, but of course not a shot reached us then, at the distance we were." Not long after the Constitution's boats began towing ahead, the British imitated the maneuver. Captain Byron of the Belvidera ordered his ship's boats hoisted out. Soon afterward, Commodore Broke made a signal ordering his consorts to send all of their boats to tow the Shannon. With several boats towing her in unison, wrote Hull, the Shannon came up very fast. At that moment, about 8 o'clock in the morning, the officers and crew of the Constitution shared a strong conviction that the ship was doomed. If Shannon was brought into cannon-shot range, she could probably detain the Constitution long enough to allow the other British warships to close the distance. Morris wrote that it was supposed that the first steady breeze would bring up such a force as would render resistance of no avail, and our situation seemed hopeless. In his journal, Surgeon Amos Evans spoke of an inexpressible anxiety, as the men had given over all expectations of making our escape. Hull resolved to go down fighting. He told Lieutenant Morris he intended to lay the Constitution broadside to the pursuing squadron and trade cannon fire until the frigate was sunk. Moses Smith, speaking for the enlisted men, said, "We resolved to save ourselves from capture or sink in the conflict. We were determined to a man that the flag should never go down but with the ship. Captain Hull saw and felt this patriotic feeling and cherished it to the utmost." It was at this moment that Lieutenant Morris suggested an unconventional tactic. The Constitution could attempt to kedge ahead. Kedging, or warping, was accomplished by running an anchor and long anchor cable ahead in a boat. The anchor was dropped, and the cable hauled in by the capstan, thus moving the ship up to the position of the anchor. If 2 boats with 2 anchors worked simultaneously, the ship could advance without interruption. Kedging was generally used only in harbors or other inland waterways as a means of maneuvering a large ship through a crowded anchorage, a channel, or a tideway. To kedge at sea was virtually unheard of, because it could only be done in shallow water. But soundings had revealed that the depth of water was only 24 fathoms. With a long enough anchor cable, it might be possible. Why not try it? Hull agreed. 300 or 400 fathoms of spare rope, all the spare rigging out of the boatswain's storeroom, were spliced or bent to the anchor cables. In this manner, the Constitution's seamen constructed 2 cables, each nearly a mile long. 2 small kedge anchors were lowered into the launch and the first cutter. The first boat dropped a kedge about half a mile ahead, and the men at the frigate's capstan began hauling in the cable. The Constitution advanced at more than a knot of speed, and, Hull reported, "We began to gain ahead of the enemy." The British soon recognized the Yankee trick and imitated it. The Shannon kedged ahead smartly, and at one point seemed to gain on the Constitution. The Belvidera also employed the procedure, but the Constitution had an important advantage. If the pursuing frigates sent their boats too far ahead, whether kedging or towing, they came within dangerous range of the Constitution's stern chasers. The British ships hung back just out of range, waiting for a breeze that would allow them to resume the chase under sail. At 9 a.m., helped by a fleeting breeze, the Belvidera came up on the Constitution's lee beam and fired several ranging shots. All the balls fell just short, serving only, said Lieutenant Morris, to enliven our men and excite their jocular comments. The Constitution's stern guns fired in response. While Dr. Evans watched through a telescope, a cluster of men standing in the British frigate's forecastle broke apart, dodging right and left, as one of the Constitution's high-arching shots fell into the midst of the group. From that range, however, the force of the shot was spent, and it did no damage. The breeze again died off entirely, and the crew of the Constitution continued their laborious towing and kedging operations. The late morning sun beat down, the oppressive high summer heat and humidity closed around them, and a sickening, oily swell passed under the ship. The men sweated, but they could not rest. The sails, still hanging lifelessly from the masts and yards, were manipulated to take advantage of every waft of air, no matter how feeble. Between 10 and noon, Hull gave the order to dump the Constitution's fresh water. As the men worked the chain pumps, some 2,335 gallons poured over the deck and shot through the scuppers. This raised the Constitution by approximately 1 inch. It was a small margin, but even a small margin might prove decisive. As the long, languid summer afternoon wore on, the officers and seamen of the Constitution were pushed to the point of exhaustion. Both watches were called up to work the ship, man the capstan bars, serve the cannon, or take the oars. Men took any opportunity to catch a wink of sleep, sometimes curling up at their battle stations, only to be roused by the call of the boatswain's pipe. At sunset, the British squadron was still in determined pursuit, just beyond cannon-shot range. The breeze remained weak and variable until 11 that evening, when a light but steady breeze sprang up from the south. Constitution and her pursuers set all sail. At dawn on July 19th, 2 British frigates were almost on top of the Constitution. The Belvedere posed the greatest threat. She was a beam of the Constitution to leeward. On Constitution's weather quarter was the Aeolus. The 3 ships were close-hauled to a gentle breeze, still with only bare steerage way. Constitution tacked and passed well within range of the Aeolus, but the British ship did not fire, possibly because her captain feared that the recoil of the guns would impair the speed of his ship. It was an intense moment. A negligible shift in wind or current could decide the outcome of the race. Having been freshly overhauled, Constitution was surprisingly swift, and she gradually led ahead of her pursuers. As the morning wore on, the breeze grew tolerably steady, though still light. Hull ordered that the sails be wetted in order to make them hold the wind better. This required heavy buckets of seawater to be hoisted up to the highest parts of the rigging, and more backbreaking work for the exhausted crew. At noon, we had the wind abeam, and as it gradually freshened, we began to leave our fleet pursuer, said Lieutenant Morris. The Constitution tore through the sea with gratifying speed, leaving a long, foaming wake behind her. At 2 p.m., the log registered a speed of 12.5 knots. Our hopes began to overcome apprehension, and cheerfulness was more apparent among us. By 6:30 that evening, a heavy rain squall approached from windward. The men raced aloft to take in the studding sails and royals before it hit. As the squall enveloped the ship, the men took in the skysails, topgallant sails, and flying jib, and the mizzen topsail and spanker were reefed. Just as quickly as the violence of the squall passed over and obscured the Constitution from the enemy's view, Hull ordered the men to make all sail and sheet home quickly. The Constitution cracked on to windward, extending her lead by about a mile. The wind moderated during the night. Although the men again slept at their battle stations, they rested easier than they had the night before. At daylight on July 20th, it was clear that the Constitution was out of danger. The British hauled off to the northeast, giving up the pursuit. The 3-day chase had been one of the longest and most desperate in the entire history of sail. By saving the Constitution, Hull had averted a capture that might have dealt a devastating blow to the nation's confidence and morale at the outset of the war. Though it was not a victory, the triumphant escape against heavy odds had revealed that the Royal Navy had no inherent advantage over the Americans in the mastery of seamanship. Afterward, the English officers conceded that the handling of the American frigate had been elegant. On July 27th, Captain Hull took the Constitution safely into Boston Harbor, where he was cheered by crowds of Bostonians who had heard reports of the Constitution's escape. But within days he had her back to sea, in part to harass the British, and in part to avoid the possibility that a strong British blockading force would arrive to cut off her escape. This time the American frigate met with more success. On August 10th and 11th she captured 2 English merchant brigs. A week later she caught sight of the 44-gun British frigate Guerriere, about 750 miles east of Boston. The Constitution ran the British warship down and engaged her in a fierce battle of broadsides. By the evening of August 19th, the Guerriere was destroyed and sunk. The British ship had lost 23 killed, 56 wounded. American casualties were 7 dead, 7 wounded. During an exchange of fire, when one of Guerriere's 18-pounder balls bounced harmlessly back into the sea, a member of the Constitution's crew exclaimed, "Her sides are made of iron." The remark was later widely reported in the press, and the nickname stuck: Old Ironsides. Chapter 13. The timing of Hull's sensational victory was critical, not only for the nation but for the Hull family. 3 days before the capture of the Guerriere, an American army commanded by Brigadier General William Hull, Isaac Hull's uncle, had surrendered without a fight to an inferior British and Indian force at Fort Detroit. In the Ohio Valley, where the security of American settlements was immediately placed in jeopardy, General Hull's name was cursed, and if he was to attempt to pass this way, said John Graham, a resident of the valley, he would be hunted and shot like a mad dog. The surrender was reported in the Boston newspapers on September 2nd, 2 days after the return of the Constitution. In maritime Boston, a popular quip circulated: "We have a Hull up and a Hull down." Before the war, many Americans had assumed Canada would be conquered without much difficulty, a mere matter of marching, Jefferson had predicted, while anticipating little success in the war at sea. The humiliation at Detroit and the sensational capture of the Guerriere reversed these expectations. Those who had argued for keeping the U.S. Navy safe in port fell abruptly silent. Madison and his advisers quickly settled on a new deployment strategy. The fleet would be divided into 3 squadrons, to be commanded by the 3 senior-most captains on active duty, John Rodgers, Stephen Decatur, and William Bainbridge. The 44-gun frigates President, Constitution, and United States would serve as flagships. Each would be accompanied by one of the smaller frigates and a brig. Each commodore was at liberty to choose his own cruising ground, based on his judgment of how best to afford protection to our trade and to annoy the enemy. Commodores Rodgers and Decatur, with President and United States as their respective flagships, sailed together from Boston on October 8th. 4 days later they parted company. Decatur and the United States, accompanied by the brig Argus, sailed east toward the Azores and Cape Verde Islands. In the mid-Atlantic, Decatur ordered Argus to part ways with the flagship, believing that the 2 ships could cover more of the sea by cruising alone. At dawn on Sunday, October 25th, when the United States was about 500 miles south of the Azores, the lookout hailed the deck to report a large sail on the weather beam, about 12 miles north. Though the Americans did not yet know it, the strange ship was HMS Macedonian, a 38-gun frigate commanded by Captain John Surinam Carden. Coincidentally, both the captain and the ship were well known to Decatur. Carden and Macedonian had harbored in Norfolk for several weeks in early 1812, while the British frigate was waiting to receive dispatches from the British ambassador in Washington. During Carden's sojourn in Norfolk, the 2 men socialized frequently. According to Decatur's earliest biographer, the 2 men jokingly waged a beaver hat on the prospective outcome of a battle between their 2 ships, though the exchange was probably apocryphal. What is known with greater certainty is that Carden had lectured Decatur on the dangers of overarming. Britain's experience, said Carden, had proven that frigates were more effective when armed with 18-pounder cannon rather than 24-pounders, and Carden added, "When the American officers have had as much experience as we have had, they too will prefer 18-pounders." The crew of the Macedonian were turned out in their best clothes, as was their custom on the Sabbath, including black glossy hats ornamented with black ribbons and with the name of our ship painted on them. An easy breeze blew out of the south, inclining into the southeast. The Macedonian was steering northwest by west. The British ship's lookout sighted the United States at about the same time the American lookout caught sight of the Macedonian. Carden ordered his men to make all sail to windward in chase, and the United States simultaneously altered course to close with the British ship. At 8:30 a.m., as the two frigates were closing, Macedonian made the private English signals. United States, ignorant of the countercode, answered by hoisting an American ensign at each masthead. A few minutes later, Decatur made an unexpected maneuver. The United States wore round and turned away from the wind. It almost seemed as if she was attempting to flee. As the Macedonian attempted to close the distance between the two ships, the United States kept 2 points off the wind, and as a result, Carden later reported, I was not enabled to get as close to her as I could have wished. In fact, Decatur chose his tactics deliberately, knowing that his 24-pounder long guns would be more effective at long range than the Englishman's 18s. He kept the United States in a position to rake the Macedonian as she steered down on the American frigate's starboard quarter. As the range closed, Carden gave the order to open fire, and the Macedonian's larboard battery erupted in a cloud of white smoke. A few of the shots actually passed over the United States and splashed into the sea on the far side. At 9:20 a.m., with the range closing rapidly, the United States poured out a broadside. The sound and shock of the guns was so powerful that some of the seamen aboard the Macedonian wrongly concluded that the American's powder magazine had detonated and gave an abortive cheer. The wind of the 24-pounder cannonball, said a British sailor, sounded like the tearing of sails just over our heads. Several of the upper-deck carronades on the Macedonian's engaged side were dismounted. The British ship's mizzen topmast and driver gaff were brought down, giving the United States a sudden advantage in maneuvering, which Decatur acted quickly to exploit. He backed his main topsail, turned hard into the wind, and took up a raking position on the Macedonian's quarter. The American gun crews reloaded and fired as quickly as they could, hardly pausing to aim the weapons. Several balls passed cleanly through and through the Macedonian, puncturing both sides of the ship and disappearing into the sea on the far side. The grisly scene aboard the British ship was described by a literate British seaman, Samuel Leach, in a memoir entitled 30 Years from Home, being the experience of Samuel Leach, who was for 6 years in the British and American navies, 1843. The literary conventions of that era typically sanitized the graphic details of war violence for the sake of readers' sensitivities. Leach's account was an exception. He prefaces his narrative with an apology, warning that the recital may be painful, but insists on recording the carnage aboard the Macedonian to reveal the horrors of war and show at what a fearful price a victory is won or lost. As the United States' heavy shots smashed through the hull of the Macedonian, torrents of blood ran on the deck and the cries of the wounded rang through all parts of the ship. One of the men stationed at Leach's gun was struck in the wrist by a round shot. His hand apparently vanished, with a jet of blood suddenly appearing in its place. A Portuguese boy assigned to carry gunpowder had the bad luck to have a cartridge ignite in his hands. The explosion burnt the flesh almost off his face. In this pitiable situation, the agonized boy lifted up both hands as if imploring relief, when a passing shot instantly cut him in two. Men who were killed outright, and at least one who was alive but thought unlikely to survive, were lifted from the deck and thrown overboard. It was deemed essential to keep the area around the guns clear of bodies. Leach was amazed at the bravery of his shipmates, who fought stripped to the waist and cheered as they served the guns. I cheered with them, he wrote, though I confess I scarcely knew for what. Certainly there was nothing very inspiriting in the aspect of things where I was stationed. Men were falling on every side, including the wardroom steward, the schoolmaster, a midshipman, a lieutenant, and a master's mate. The boatswain was attempting to secure the backstay when his head was smashed to pieces by a cannonball. The carronades on the spar deck of the United States had been loaded with grape and canister shot, which came pouring through our portholes like leaden rain, carrying death in their trail. 15 minutes after the first American broadside had hit home, the Macedonian's main topmast went by the cap, that is to say, it broke near the point where the topmast was joined to the lower mast. It fell forward into the fore topmast, and both came down together, covering the forecastle in a hopeless thicket of cordage and spars. The British ship's remaining rigging hung uselessly from the shreds of her lower masts. She would no longer answer her helm. Her hull had been punctured nearly 100 times, and many of her guns lay dismounted on the deck. The British officers attempted to organize a boarding party. A cluster of men gathered on the gangway armed with cutlasses and pikes. Other teams were sent with hatchets to clear away the wreckage and heave it overboard. Before much progress could be made in clearing a path to the forecastle, however, the mizzenmast came down by the board, just above deck level, dragging wreckage behind it, and leaving nothing standing except the stumps of the lower foremast and mainmast, and no sails drawing wind, except a tattered foresail. The Macedonian was a hulk, wallowing helplessly on the waves, rolling her gun ports under the sea. The decks were literally covered with dead and dying men. She had 36 killed and 68 wounded. The surviving officers huddled briefly on the quarterdeck. The first lieutenant recommended that the Macedonian fight on and sink alongside if necessary, but Captain Carden decided that he had no choice but to surrender. The colors were hauled down. "To me it was a pleasing sight," wrote Leach, "for I had seen fighting enough for one Sabbath, more than I wished to see again on a weekday." A boat was lowered from the United States, and a prize crew came across to take possession of the surrendered frigate. Fragments of the dead were distributed in every direction, one of the American officers said, the decks covered with blood. One continued agonizing yell of the unhappy wounded. A scene so horrible of my fellow creatures, I assure you, deprived me very much of the pleasure of victory. Below, the Macedonian surgeon and his mates were doing their best to cope with the wounded. Because the cockpit was too small to accommodate all of the casualties, the long dining table in the officers' wardroom was converted into an operating table, covered with the bleeding forms of maimed and mutilated seamen. Leach was appalled by the cries of the wounded men. Some were groaning, others were swearing most bitterly, a few were praying, while those last arrived were begging most piteously to have their wounds dressed next. There was a near-complete breakdown in discipline aboard the shattered frigate. Several seamen broke into the spirit room and began drinking heavily. Others looted the pursuer's storeroom or the officers' possessions, or stripped the dead of their clothing and personal possessions. A few threatened to attack members of the American prize crew. Leach was surprised at how differently his surviving shipmates reacted to the trauma of defeat. Some who had lost their messmates appeared to care nothing about it, while others were grieving with all the tenderness of women. According to a report later published in the Niles Weekly Register, one of the pressed Americans among the Macedonian's crew had been struck in the head by a round shot during the battle, and his brains and blood dashed against a beam and the spar deck of the ship. When the dead man's surviving messmates pointed out his remains, several members of the American prize crew gathered up fragments of his skull and swore they would preserve the precious relic to the end of their lives as a stimulus to avenge the death of their brother on the despoilers of the ocean. As Captain Carden came aboard the United States, Captain Decatur was there to greet him. The two captains knew each other well, and each was conscious of the role he was meant to play. Carden offered his sword to Decatur in token of surrender, and Decatur refused it. Thinking himself the first officer to surrender a British frigate to the Americans, Carden remarked sadly that he was an undone man. Decatur eased Carden's mind, or disturbed it further, by advising him of the capture of the Guerrière by the Constitution 2 months earlier. The United States was barely scratched. She had suffered superficial damage to her rigging and shrouds, and only 9 shots in her hull. She had 5 men killed and 7 wounded. The disparity in casualties was even more dramatic than that of the Constitution Guerrière action, and offered further vindication of Joshua Humphrey's insistence on unconventionally heavy live oak framing. Decatur was determined to bring the captured frigate safely into an American port. He placed Lieutenant William Allen in command of her. A large contingent of seamen from the United States, assisted by a number of the British prisoners, pumped 7 feet of water out of her hold and plugged dozens of shot holes in her hull. Decatur vetoed a proposal to throw the Macedonians' guns overboard. With the hull repaired sufficiently for the voyage back to the North American coast, the Macedonian was jury-rigged with new topmasts, spare yards, and cordage removed from the storerooms of the United States. The work required a full 2 weeks. The nickname Old Wagon was confirmed when the jury-rigged and hull-patched Macedonian consistently outsailed the United States. The prize often had to reduce sail in order to remain in company with her captor. It was thought likely that British frigates and battleships would be patrolling the American coast in force. Samuel Leach said that a majority of the Macedonians' common seamen sincerely wished to avoid recapture, but the English officers felt differently, and they studied the horizon eagerly day after day. I was always alive to the chance that some of our cruisers might cross our course to the enemy's port and recapture the Macedonian, Captain Carden later wrote. But no, we were nearly 1 month on the American coast and never saw a British cruiser. Choosing to avoid the busiest sea lanes, those in New York, Boston, the Chesapeake, and Delaware Bays, Decatur steered for a landfall near Block Island Sound. On December 3rd, the United States raised Montauk Point at the eastern end of Long Island, and the next morning came to anchor off New London, Connecticut. Separated from her captor by thick fog and later by adverse winds, the Macedonian took refuge in Newport, Rhode Island. The Newport Mercury trumpeted the news under the headline, "Another Brilliant Naval Victory." The next morning, President Madison forwarded Decatur's official report to Congress, adding, "Too much praise cannot be bestowed on that officer and his companions on board for the consummate skill and conspicuous valor by which this trophy has been added to the naval arms of the United States." The same week, reports had arrived in Washington of a bloody victory won by the American 18-gun sloop Wasp over the British 16-gun Frolic on October 18th. The victories brought a timely boost to national morale and eased the pain of the humiliating reverses suffered by the Army on the Canadian frontier. It was difficult for the British public to keep the naval losses in perspective. The loss of the Guerrière was trifling. The August 13th capture of a British 20-gun brig and a troop transport by the U.S. frigate Essex was shrugged off. Given the disparity in force, it was one of those unlucky events that could always happen in war. The bloody victory on October 18th of the American sloop Wasp over the HMS Frolic prompted more uneasiness. But the Royal Navy still came out ahead when both victor and prize were recaptured later that same afternoon by one of His Majesty's 74-gun battleships, the Poictiers. The overall course of events in both North America and Europe was running very much in England's favor. 3 times the Americans had attempted to invade Canada, and 3 times they had been repulsed. In Spain, Wellington had won a critical victory at Salamanca and entered Madrid. Napoleon had reached Moscow, but with winter fast approaching, it was doubtful whether he could hold the city, and his army was beginning to suffer heavy losses. But in January 1813, when reports of the capture of the Macedonian by the United States arrived in London, the British people were incredulous. The news produced a sensation in the country, scarcely to be equaled by the most violent convulsions of nature, said George Canning in a speech to the Commons. It cannot be too deeply felt that the sacred spell of invincibility of the British Navy was broken by these unfortunate captures. Referring to Napoleon's defeats in Russia, the Times wrote, "The land spell of the French is broken, and so is our sea spell." William Bainbridge was one of the great survivors of the early American Navy. He had been exonerated for every mishap that had occurred under his command, including the surrender of the Philadelphia to the Tripolitans in 1803, and he had managed to retain his place on the captain's list, despite taking several long furloughs to command merchant voyages in the years before 1812. His reputation as a fine seaman had served him well, as had his political skills and the reverence for seniority that dominated the culture of the Navy. In August, While Isaac Hull and Constitution were at sea on the cruise that would climax in the victory over Guerriere, Bainbridge had received orders from Washington directing him to assume command of the Constitution. When Hull returned to Boston as a conquering hero, therefore, there was every possibility that the two officers would run afoul of one another. Instead, Hull chose to be accommodating. He carried the guilty knowledge that he had sailed without orders, while knowing that those orders would probably deprive him of his ship. Bainbridge stood above him on the captain's list, and therefore had every right to expect a certain degree of deference. Moreover, Hull had learned on arriving in Boston of the untimely death of his brother, and he required time ashore to grieve and to put his family's financial affairs in order. When Bainbridge revealed Secretary Hamilton's orders giving him command of the Constitution, Hull readily agreed to the transfer. Bainbridge came aboard the frigate and hoisted his broad Commodore's pendant on September 15th. Throughout September and most of October, Constitution underwent repairs in Boston Harbor. Though she had not been seriously damaged in the recent action, Bainbridge was planning a long cruise to the southward, possibly even around Cape Horn and into the Pacific. Bainbridge's squadron would include the 32-gun frigate Essex, commanded by another ex-Tripolitan prisoner of war, Captain David Porter, and the 18-gun sloop of war Hornet, commanded by Master Commandant James Lawrence. On October 16th, Constitution was warped across the harbor from Charleston Wharf to Boston's Long Wharf. 5 days later, she dropped down the fairway to President Rhodes, in company with the Hornet, and on the 27th, with a fair tide and the wind shifting south and west, the two vessels put to sea. A 6-week passage delivered the Constitution and Hornet to Sao Salvador. 2 days later, at about 8 a.m. on December 29, 1812, the lookout caught sight of two sails inshore. As they drew closer to the Constitution, it was apparent that one of the strangers was a large warship, either a frigate or a battleship. The other ran for the safety of Sao Salvador. The Constitution flew the American private signals, and the stranger flew unintelligible signals in response. At 11:30 a.m., when the unknown warship was about 4 miles distant, Bainbridge tacked the Constitution and made all sail away from the coast. Bainbridge later said his objective was to get clear of Portuguese territorial waters, but Dr. Evans wrote in his journal that the Commodore had concluded that the stranger was a double-deck battleship, an overmatch for the Constitution. In any case, the stranger soon altered course and made all sail in chase. She was the British frigate Java, rated for 38 guns but mounting 47. She was French in origin, originally named the Renommée. She had been captured in a squadron action off Madagascar in May of the previous year. Her captain was Henry Lambert, a senior commander with extensive combat experience. With passengers and crew numbering 397, and with a large quantity of baggage and naval stores stowed in the hold, including a quantity of copper-bottom sheathing intended for other British naval vessels in India, the Java was crowded and heavily laden. Lambert had neglected the routine of gunnery practice during the passage from England. The crew had drilled at the guns only once, and only with blank cartridges. The British officers would regret the oversight. The Java was the faster ship by a generous margin, and she soon overhauled the Constitution. Shortly after 1 in the afternoon, Bainbridge tacked the Constitution again, shortened sail, and stood back toward the Java under a moderate east-northeast breeze. By now, Bainbridge and his crew could plainly see that the enemy was a frigate. The Java bore down on the Constitution, intending to rake her fore and aft. Bainbridge wore the Constitution round in response. The Commodore set a large amount of sail, hoping to compensate for the superior sailing qualities of the Java. A few minutes after 2 p.m., with the breeze freshening, and the two ships sailing on parallel southeasterly headings about half a mile apart, Constitution opened fire from her larboard broadside. A few of the shots struck the Java's starboard side or passed through her rigging. None did any significant damage. As the distance between them closed, both ships held their fire. As the frigate was ranging up on the Constitution's weather quarter, Bainbridge observed that she had hauled down her ensign and ordered the 3rd Division to fire a shot to make him show his colors. The shot was answered by a broadside, and the battle was joined. Early in the action, Java's 18-pounder long guns, carronades, and small arms did serious damage. Several American seamen were killed or wounded. Spars and sections of rigging fell to the deck. Constitution's wheel was blasted to splinters. Bainbridge was struck in the left hip by a musket ball fired by a Marine sharpshooter in one of the Java's tops. An 18-pounder ball struck the copper railing of the aft hatchway, dislodging a fragment of metal that hit Bainbridge in the right thigh, giving him his second wound in as many minutes. The loss of Constitution's wheel required Bainbridge to shout orders down through a grating in the deck to a specially placed crew of men hauling on relieving tackles fixed to the tiller in the wardroom pantry. With 2 wounds below the waist, the Commodore's trousers were visibly bloody on both the right and left sides. He did not leave the quarterdeck, however, until almost 7 hours later. Constitution wore round, and the 2 ships again maneuvered for a raking position. 15 minutes later they engaged from the opposite side, the gun crews of each ship crossing to serve the guns on the other side. At 2:35 p.m., the Java wore round and crossed close under the Constitution's stern. It was a perfectly timed maneuver, and gave the English frigate an opportunity to fire a raking broadside that might have proved decisive. When the critical moment came, however, only one of the Java's gun crews managed to get off a shot. The Constitution's heavy broadsides were wreaking devastation on the Java's gun deck, and the American marksman picked off several British officers on her quarterdeck. With his crew falling at a greater rate and his ship's fire beginning to slacken noticeably, Lambert's last hope was to carry the Constitution by a boarding action. At 2:50 p.m., Java's helm was put hard to weather. As she turned down into the Constitution, her bowsprit passed over the American ship's taffrail and fouled in her mizzen rigging. As the frigates came into contact, the Java's boatswain, his arm bound in a tourniquet, sounded the pipe. But as the sailors and Marines gathered in the gangway and forecastle, pikes and cutlasses in hand, they were cut to pieces by several tightly grouped volleys of grape, canister, and double-headed bar shot from the Constitution's stern chasers. The second hour of the action saw a steady wearing down of the Java's defenses under the continuous heavy bombardment of the Constitution's 24-pounders. At about 3:30 p.m., Captain Lambert was taken down by one of the American sharpshooters. The ball struck him in the chest, near the heart. He was carried below. The Java's surgeon instantly saw that the wound was mortal. It had shattered the captain's sternum. I put my finger in the wound, detached, and extracted several pieces of bone. With the loss of Lambert, command of the Java passed to First Lieutenant Henry Chads, who was also wounded, but had been treated by the surgeon and returned to action. Chads rallied the remaining men to keep fighting, but with part of her bowsprit and all of her jib-boom shot away, and what remained of her headsails tattered and dangling, Java's helm would not answer. The Constitution took up a raking position on the enemy's starboard quarter, pouring in a tremendous galling fire, and maneuvering to prevent the Java's full broadside coming to bear. At 4 p.m., the Constitution shot ahead to windward. Bainbridge set the hands to repairing the Constitution's parted braces and shrouds and re-reeving her damaged running rigging. The Java, according to the court-martial testimony of Lieutenant Chads, was a perfect wreck, with our mainmast only standing and main yard gone in the slings. Most of her starboard guns were hopelessly entangled in a dense thicket of wreckage from the fallen maintopmast. During the brief respite provided by the Constitution's withdrawal, the British crew hacked away at the trailing wreckage and managed to rig a jury sail from the stump of the foremast and bowsprit. As this work was proceeding, however, the Java was rolling violently because of the loss of her sails, and seemed on the verge of rolling out the tottering remains of her mainmast. Lieutenant Chads concluded he had no choice but to cut away the weather shrouds and let the mast fall over the lee rail. When the crew was mustered and counted, 110 men were missing. Casualties were later tallied at 22 killed and 102 wounded. Java's hull was pierced in dozens of places, and a great deal of water was entering the ship. Every spar was gone, one of the pumps was shot away, 4 forecastle guns and 6 quarterdeck guns were dismounted. It was obvious that the Java was no longer capable of making effective resistance. Chad's last remaining hope was that the Constitution would come close enough to permit a second boarding attempt. But the Constitution would do nothing of the kind. Instead, she crossed the Java's bows and stood more than 200 yards away, waiting to rake her with broadsides. Bowing to the inevitable, Chad hauled the colors down. Chapter 14. The main thrust of Great Britain's naval strategy in the War of 1812 was a blockade of the American coast. It unfolded in several stages. The first was a most complete and vigorous blockade of the ports and harbors of the Bay of the Chesapeake and the River Delaware, ordered in November 1812. The second, ordered in March 1813, extended the commercial blockade southward and northward from New Orleans to Rhode Island. First Lord of the Admiralty Melville told Admiral Sir John Warren, commander of Royal Navy operations in the Western Hemisphere, to stop all trade and intercourse by sea with those ports as far as the wind and weather and the continual presence of a sufficient armed force will permit and ensure. Considering New England as friendly, and hoping to negotiate a separate peace with that region, the British did not attempt to interdict American commerce north of Cape Cod until April 1814, when the commercial blockade was extended to include all of New England. In truth, however, the British blockade was far from perfect, and many parts of the long American coast were left completely unguarded. With the force under his command, Admiral Warren was expected to achieve several different objectives simultaneously: hunt the American frigates, patrol the sea lanes against an armada of American privateers, provide convoys for British merchantmen sailing home from the West Indies, and maintain a commercial blockade. Warren had been asked to do the impossible. The Lord showed little sympathy for his predicament, and only grudgingly sent some of the reinforcements he requested. By February 1813, though, Warren did have a powerful force under his command. In North America, 15 74-gun battleships, 15 frigates, 20 sloops of war, and nearly 30 unrated vessels. In the West Indies, he had another battleship and 4 frigates. In Newfoundland, a 50-gun ship and 2 frigates. Off Brazil, a battleship, 2 frigates, and 2 brigs. The full weight of British naval power was now poised to fall on the North American coast. James Madison won re-election to a second term as president in November of 1812. The Republican majority in Congress discovered a new fondness for the Navy, and with the passion of the newly converted, they moved to expand the fleet. A month of debate ended in a vote, 2 days before Christmas, for 4 new 74-gun battleships and 6 new 44-gun frigates at a cost of $3.5 million. At the outset of Madison's second term, Philadelphia merchant, shipowner, and former sea captain William Jones replaced Paul Hamilton as Secretary of the Navy. An end to impressments was now the sole American condition to an armistice, but the British government continued to insist that impressments was a right it would never yield. In February 1813, Congress enacted a law designed to ease the way to negotiations on the question by forbidding the employment of any non-American citizen on board an American vessel to take effect at the end of the war. As early as the fall of 1812, Tsar Alexander of Russia had approached the U.S. minister at St. Petersburg, John Quincy Adams, with an offer to mediate Anglo-American peace talks. The offer reached the American capital about the same time as the first reports of Napoleon's catastrophic defeat in Russia. Madison leapt at the offer and nominated a 3-headed peace commission comprised of Albert Gallatin, James Bayard of Delaware, and John Quincy Adams, who would await the arrival of his 2 colleagues in Russia. Only after Gallatin and Bayard had sailed for St. Petersburg did word arrive in America that the British government had rejected the Russian offer. In early spring of 1813, Admiral George Cockburn, Admiral Warren's second-in-command on the North American station, launched a series of coastal raids in the lower Chesapeake. The raids were carried out by launches, each manned with 25 to 30 men and armed with a swivel-mounted howitzer. In fair weather, these launches traveled as far as 10 or 15 miles up the bay or rivers, landing at unprotected points on the shore, seizing shad boats, oyster boats, skiffs, smacks, and river barges, and returning to the squadron by nightfall. In the first week of April, Admirals Warren and Cockburn took the better part of the British fleet up the bay. Anchoring the large ships at the mouth of the Rappahannock, the admiral sent a flotilla of launches 15 miles upriver, where they ultimately captured more than 40 vessels. Continuing up the bay, Cockburn took 2 frigates and 6 smaller vessels to the Chesapeake's shallow northern extremity with orders to destroy anything resembling an article of war. He anchored at the mouth of the Susquehanna River and dispatched raiding parties on shore to seize provisions. British troops destroyed the Cecil Foundry near Elk River, where many of the cannon for the American frigates had been cast. The Maryland militia was unprepared, underarmed, and inexperienced. With embarrassing regularity, they broke and ran whenever the enemy landed. Rejoining Warren and the main squadron in the first week of May, Cockburn reported that most of the remaining towns in the upper Chesapeake had capitulated, and that the raids had left neither public property, vessels, nor warlike stores remaining in this neighborhood. In a little over a week, without losing a man, Cockburn's small force had spread terror throughout the entire region. The British had made an important point. With their overwhelming naval superiority, they could descend on any cape, spit, beach, or riverbank they chose, looting and destroying as they pleased, and there was very little the Americans could do to stop them. 4 frigates lay in Boston harbor that spring. Commodore Rogers, with President and Congress, had returned to Boston on the last day of 1812 from a 3-month cruise in which they had encountered no enemy warships and taken only 2 prizes. The Constitution had returned from a victory over Java on February 27th. William Bainbridge had been appointed commandant of the Charleston Navy Yard, leaving the most famous frigate in the American service temporarily without a commander. Chesapeake had arrived on April 10th, after a 115-day cruise in which she had passed through some of England's busiest shipping lanes, but taken only 3 prizes, enhancing her reputation as a star-crossed ship. In the last week of April, President and Congress made ready to escape to sea. The weather was on the side of the Americans. Springtime temperature inversions had laid the entire bay under a heavy fog. On the morning of May 1st, aided by a favorable combination of wind and tide, and well concealed by the obsidian murk, the 2 big frigates pushed out to sea and vanished beyond the eastern horizon. When the news arrived in London, maritime insurance premiums would spike, and every merchant in the empire would pay for it out of his own pocket. In late April, Captain Evans and several of the Chesapeake's lieutenants fell ill, and Secretary of the Navy William Jones assigned the newest officer on the captain's list to take command of her. This was 32-year-old James Lawrence, a New Jersey native and, like so many of his colleagues, a combat veteran of Preble's 1803-04 tour in the Mediterranean. Lawrence had earned his recent promotion during his cruise to South America, in Commodore Bainbridge's squadron, as commander of Hornet. Arriving on the night of May 18, 1813, he found the frigate in good order, nearly ready for sea, needing only a few additional provisions. She was almost fully manned, awaiting only the arrival of a few new recruits from Maine. Lawrence's orders were to get clear to sea, evading the watchdogs as Rogers had done a month earlier, and attack enemy shipping in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, with hopes of taking a few troop transports and checking the buildup of British military forces on the Canadian border. He prepared to sail on the first fair wind. Outside the harbor, meanwhile, HMS Shannon was close inshore, backing and filling within a few cable lengths of Boston Lighthouse. From her masthead, a lookout could plainly see the top yards of the Chesapeake, and it was obvious to Captain Broke that she was ready for sea. Would she escape in the fog, as Rogers had? Or was there any hope of drawing her out for a single-ship duel on equal terms? Lawrence and the other officers of the U.S. Navy did not know much about Philip Broke or about the Shannon, other than the fact that she had been operating in American waters since the earliest days of the war, and was one of the enemy frigates that had come within a whisker of capturing the Constitution off the New Jersey coast in July 1812. Having commanded the Shannon for 7 years, Broke was one of the most experienced and efficient frigate captains in the British service. He was a zealous advocate of daily gun drills. Anyone who doubted it could have taken a telescope and climbed to a hilltop of one of Boston Harbor's outer islands on any clear afternoon, and watched the Shannon's boats towing empty barrels into a practice range, and heard her 18-pounder batteries let rip their deafening broadsides, discharging huge columns of thick white smoke into the sky, and afterward scanned the surface of the bay in vain for any sign of the barrels. Shannon was as ready for battle as any frigate had ever been, and Captain Broke wanted the opportunity to prove it. On Sunday morning, Chesapeake cast off her moorings and sailed from Long Wharf down to President Roads. Climbing aloft into the main rigging of the Shannon to have a look into Boston Harbor for himself, Broke saw that the American frigate had her royal yards crossed and was ready for sea. The last day of May was unseasonably clear, and the Chesapeake would not have the option of sneaking out through the fog, as her sisters had done a month earlier. Would she await a turn in the weather, or could she be coaxed to come out and fight? The first day of June brought clear skies and a mild southwest breeze, and the watch officer woke Lawrence to report that the Shannon was still in the offing. The captain came on deck, spyglass in hand, and went aloft into the main rigging to have a look. After a few minutes he climbed back down the ratlines and ordered the Chesapeake to sea. Even without knowing the Shannon was short of provisions and fresh water, Lawrence must have known it was in his power to slip past her without a fight, simply by waiting a few days for a change in the weather. He had commanded the Chesapeake less than 2 weeks, hardly enough time to grasp her idiosyncrasies. Half of his officers and probably a quarter of his crew were new to the ship, and many had not yet even stowed their dunnage. Many of the new hands had not yet been exercised at small arms and the great guns. Finally, he had peremptory orders to get his ship out to sea, avoiding an engagement if possible. None of it caused him a moment's hesitation. Lawrence chose to take the Chesapeake out at once, apparently not doubting that she would achieve a 6th consecutive American victory in a single-ship action. Returning to his great cabin, he wrote a quick note to Secretary Jones, informing him of his intention to fight the Shannon, and another to his brother-in-law, asking him to look after his wife and children in the event of his death, concluding, "The frigate is plain in sight from our deck, and we are now getting under way." It was the last letter he ever wrote. At noon the wind and tide were right, and the hands shipped the capstan bars to heave up the anchor. The Chesapeake loosed her topsails, sheeted them home, and sailed down the Narrows amid a small flotilla of spectator boats whose passengers boisterously cheered the ship and her crew. At 1:30 she rounded the lighthouse and bore away to the northeast, following in the wake of the Shannon, which was leading ahead under staysails and royals. Broke intended to fight well out to sea, in the offing between Cape Ann and Cape Cod, far enough from Boston that he would have no reason to fear being attacked by shore craft. Spreading a huge expanse of canvas in the mild breeze, Chesapeake outsailed the yachts, schooners, and sloops, filled with civilian well-wishers that had followed her into the bay. Crowds of spectators climbed the hills and headlands of Cape Ann and Cape Cod, and were striving to catch a glimpse of the capture of the British frigate. The two ships were a near-perfect match. Their length on deck was virtually the same. Each carried a gun-deck battery of 28 long 18-pounders, and their armament on the upper decks was about the same. The Chesapeake's only advantage was in her number of crew, 379 men against the Shannon's 330. At 4:50 the adversaries were separated by about 2 miles. Lawrence ordered the Chesapeake's light sails taken in, and her royal yards struck down on deck. Broke decided to leave the Shannon's royals crossed, guessing that the breeze would die off at sunset. Chesapeake was closing with Shannon from windward, so Lawrence had the potentially decisive advantage of the weather gauge. Broke made no effort to maneuver the Shannon into a better position. Lawrence recognized that his opponent was deliberately conceding a valuable advantage, and he refused to accept it. Communicating by means of a seaman's unspoken language, the commanders agreed to dispense with all pre-combat maneuvers. Shannon would not fire on the Chesapeake as she came downwind, and Chesapeake would not exploit the weather gauge in order to rake the Shannon. It could have been a medieval jousting match. Afterward, the English officers praised Lawrence for his gallantry, but as Midshipman Raymond of the Shannon later wrote, "He certainly came in a most brave and officer-like manner, but he was too confident." At 5:45, Chesapeake closed to a distance of 50 yards on the Shannon's weather quarter. Lawrence shouted to the helmsman, "Luff her!" and the Chesapeake immediately threw her head into the wind and ranged up abeam of her enemy. The crew of the Shannon could hear the order given on the American ship, and they were ready at the starboard guns. The action did not commence with a single dramatic broadside on either side, but with the deep concussive thuds of the great guns keying in individually as each came to bear on its target, accompanied by the high-pitched crackle of the muskets and swivel guns. After the first few seconds, there was only a wall of sound, a continuous ear-splitting roar. Shot crashed through the Chesapeake's rigging, cutting many of her forward shrouds and braces to ribbons. Shrapnel-like clouds of splinters were blasted out of the interior walls of her bulwarks, where the Englishman's round shot struck. A swath of grape and canister shot swept across the quarterdeck, killing or wounding many of the American officers in the first 2 minutes of action. The sailing master was killed outright. The helmsman was killed. Lieutenant White's head was blown off. Captain Lawrence took a musket ball under his right knee and clutched the binnacle to keep his feet. A man stepped forward to replace the fallen helmsman and was killed. A third stepped forward, and a direct hit from one of the Shannon's 9-pounder pivot guns killed him and also smashed the Chesapeake's wheel to pieces. Out of the 150 men stationed on the Chesapeake's spar deck, 100 were killed or wounded in the first 2 minutes of the action. Among the fallen were nearly all the American officers. The Shannon suffered as well, particularly from the rapid, well-aimed fire of the Chesapeake's 18-pounders and the Marine sharpshooters stationed in the tops. A round shot struck the chocking quoin of one of the Shannon's quarterdeck carronades and launched it toward Broke, missing him by inches and shattering the gun captain's knee. Another man stationed on the main deck was struck in the midsection by a round of grape. He refused to be carried down to the surgeon, but invited his mates to reach into the wound and pull out the shot. The Shannon's helmsman, a Trafalgar veteran, was struck in the wrist and nearly lost his arm, but stayed at the wheel. A dozen or more dead men were thrown from the gun ports into the sea, but the Shannon, unlike the Chesapeake, had not yet lost any of her senior officers, and her internal command structure remained intact. From the moment she had luffed up, the Chesapeake had kept more speed through the water than the Shannon, and she continued to range ahead until her forward guns could no longer bear on her adversary. The damage to her fore-rigging made her headsails unmanageable, and they flapped uselessly in the breeze. This, combined with the loss of the helm and helmsman, left the Chesapeake at the mercy of events. She turned her quarter to the Shannon, flew up into the wind, lost her headway, was taken aback, and began to gather sternway. That is to say, Chesapeake actually began to travel backward through the water, directly toward the British ship. As the distance closed, the Shannon's gun crews and topmen kept up a relentless fire, and the unprotected quarterdeck of the Chesapeake became as inhospitable to human life as the surface of the moon. First Lieutenant Ludlow was killed. The Lieutenant of Marines was killed. Lawrence was wounded but still on his feet when he received a second, more deadly wound in his groin, fell to the deck, and was yanked through the after-hatch by his third lieutenant. Every officer, seaman, or marine stationed aft of the mizzenmast was soon taken down by the marksmen firing down from the Shannon's fore and main tops. Drifting helplessly, the Chesapeake's stern came into contact with the Shannon amidships, and her mizzen-yard fouled in the British frigate's fore-rigging. Captain Broke, stationed on the Shannon's gangway near the point of impact, and seeing the American quarterdeck strewn with bodies and otherwise abandoned, called for boarders. The boatswain attempted to lash the ships together, passing a brace over the Chesapeake's taffrail, but one of the Americans in the great cabin saw what he was doing, reached up through the quarter-gallery with a cutlass, and began hacking ferociously at the man's arm. The limb was severed completely and splashed into the sea between the two ships. Still the Chesapeake could not get clear. The wind kept her stern pressed firmly against the Shannon. As the mortally wounded Lawrence was carried to the surgeon's cockpit, he called for boarders, but there was not enough time. Not a single living officer was left on the spar deck, and confusion reigned throughout the Chesapeake. The men crowded forward or fled below decks, and any man brave enough to charge up through the Chesapeake's main or after hatches was cut down instantly in a hailstorm of enemy fire. A party of boarders armed with pikes, pistols, and cutlasses had collected on the Shannon's gangway. Broke shouted, "Follow me, who can," and climbed over the hammock nettings. He was the first of the Shannon's crew to board, followed close behind by his first lieutenant and about 30 others. The Chesapeake's chaplain, Samuel Livermore, fired a pistol at Broke from close range, but missed. Broke slashed at him, gouging a deep wound in the clergyman's arm, and charged forward along the gangway, slashing and hacking at the few seamen and marines he met, his men following close behind. The boarders drove the remaining defenders forward into the forecastle. With no officers to rally them, most of the Americans succumbed to panic, crowding down the forward hatch or vaulting over the rail and through the bridle ports to the relative safety of the gun deck. Below, Captain Lawrence lay mortally wounded in the cockpit. He refused medical treatment and continued to demand that his officers rally a boarding party. But when he saw the rush of panicked seamen coming down the ladders, Lawrence realized all was lost. "Don't give up the ship," he cried to anyone who would listen. "Fight her till she sinks." He repeated the order again and again, and finally, "Don't give up the ship. Blow her up." The order, which no seaman could fail to understand, was to strike a match and throw it into the Chesapeake's magazine. "Don't give up the ship." It was strange that these dying words, comprising an order, not obeyed, to commit mass suicide, was subsequently adopted as the Navy's unofficial motto. They were not the kind of words that were spoken with posterity in mind. They were never intended to be quoted or even remembered. "Don't give up the ship." This was the final despairing roar of a man who was bleeding to death, a man who had fought gallantly but ineffectively, losing a valuable ship to a 30-man boarding party in an action lasting less than 15 minutes. A melee continued in the forecastle, as a few Americans managed to force themselves up the forehatch. Broke found himself fending off the combined assault of 3 American sailors. One thrust at him with a pike. He parried the blow with his sword, but could not get out of the way of a musket swung at his head. The blow sent him reeling, and in his daze he could do nothing to defend himself against the third man, who struck him hard in the forehead with a cutlass. A long flap of scalp was peeled back from Broke's skull, and about 3 inches of his brain cavity were exposed to view. A British Marine rushed into the fray and bayoneted the American armed with the cutlass. The others were driven back and surrendered. At the same moment that Lawrence below was exhorting his men not to give up the ship, the British boarders were herding the surrendered prisoners down the hatches and securing the gratings over them. Lieutenant Watt, first lieutenant of the Shannon, had hauled down the American ensign and was attempting to hoist the British colors when he was accidentally killed by a grape shot fired by one of the Shannon's carronades. 4 or 5 other British seamen were similarly killed by friendly fire in the closing minutes of the action. When the flotilla of spectator boats, some as close as 1.5 miles away, saw the British ensign raised to the Chesapeake's mizzen peak, they hauled their wind and hurried back into Boston Harbor. It had been the bloodiest naval action of the war, one of the bloodiest of any war up to that date. 228 men lay dead or wounded, and many of the wounds were mortal. Shannon had suffered 23 killed and 58 wounded. Chesapeake recorded 48 killed and 99 wounded, and another 23 of the combined wounded would die in the following days and weeks. Among the Chesapeake's casualties were most of her officers, including her captain, her 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th lieutenants, her lieutenant of Marines, 7 midshipmen, her sailing master, and more than 20 petty officers. A witness described the appearance of the Chesapeake's spar deck. The coils and folds of rope were steeped in gore, as if in a slaughterhouse. Pieces of skin, with pendant hair, were adhering to the sides of the ship, and in one place I noticed portions of fingers protruding, as if thrust through the outer wall of the frigate. Most of the casualties on both sides had been killed or wounded by small arms fire. As a result, neither ship suffered severe damage, No spars had been shot away in either frigate, and although each had taken several round shots in the hull, the punctures in each case were above the waterline, and neither was leaking badly. "Both ships came out of action in the most beautiful order," said the British battle report, their rigging appearing as perfect as if they had only been exchanging a salute. The Shannon was the better ship, and Broke the better commander. The British deserved to prevail, and they did. But the Chesapeake-Shannon action also demonstrated the principle that a single stroke of bad luck can quickly turn decisive. Had the Chesapeake not lost her head sails at the outset of the action, causing her to luff up into the wind and exposing her quarterdeck to a savage raking fire, the result might have been very different. Similarly, if Lawrence had maneuvered to his full advantage in the early part of the action, Broke's boarding action might never have been possible. The casualties inflicted on the Shannon by the Chesapeake's early cannonade were severe enough to suggest a battle of running broadsides might have been decided in the American ship's favor. 2 hours after the last gun had been fired, the Shannon and her prize were ready to sail for Halifax. They remained in close company during the 5-day passage, the Shannon making a fair amount of water on the larboard tack, but no more than usual on the starboard tack. Lawrence's wound was bound up as tightly as possible, but he continued to lose blood and died on June 5th. The British wrapped his body in the Chesapeake's ensign. At Halifax, he would be buried with full military honors, with 6 officers of the Royal Navy serving as his pallbearers. Broke's gruesome head wound was pronounced mortal by the surgeon, but he continued to hang on, immobilized on a stretcher in his cabin. He even managed to speak, though only in monosyllables. The 2 frigates reached Halifax on June 6th, a Sunday morning, when many of the town's residents were at religious services. As Chesapeake came into view, making her way down the long harbor toward the Navy Yard on the western shore, her American colors were plainly visible, and above them the white ensign of St. George. Every wharf and housetop was crowded with groups of excited people, and as the ships successively passed, they were greeted with vociferous cheers. Bells were rung in every belfry in Halifax. Before long they would be ringing all over England. Broke had done it. The doubts could be laughed away. The Royal Navy's honor was saved, and the world that had been turned upside down in those few disturbing months of 1812 had at last rotated back to its right side up. Chapter 15. By the spring of 1813, with 3 failed attempts to invade Canada, Americans had reason to fear being invaded in turn. John Adams, observing events from his retirement in Quincy, had given Jefferson his opinion that the only sure means of securing the northern frontier was to win naval supremacy on the Great Lakes, particularly Ontario and Erie. "We must have a navy now to command the lakes, if it costs us 100 ships of the line, whatever becomes of the ocean." Money, men, ordnance, munitions, shipwrights, and naval stores flowed north. Blockaded American frigates, including the Constellation at Norfolk, Macedonian and United States at New London, and Constitution at Boston, were stripped of much of their crews and the men sent to report for duty at Sackett's Harbor on Lake Ontario. Captain Isaac Chauncey was removed from his command of the New York Navy Yard and placed in command of America's freshwater naval forces on Lakes Ontario and Erie. Commodore Oliver Hazard Perry supervised a crash shipbuilding program in the remote wilderness of Presque Isle, Pennsylvania, and with this hastily constructed array of small brigs and schooners, he engaged and annihilated the British Lake Erie Squadron on September 10th. In his official letter reporting the result of the battle, Perry coined a memorable phrase, destined to be taken up as one of the Navy's slogans: "We have met the enemy, and they are ours." A month later, American militia and army forces defeated a combined British and Indian army at the Battle of Thames, in which Tecumseh, the great Shawnee chief, was killed in action. The battles of Lake Erie and the Thames ruled out any British invasion from that part of Canada. Equally important was the effect on the American people's perceptions and morale. The victories rallied public support for the war at a moment when it had seemed on the verge of unraveling. The tightening grip of the British blockade was beginning to take a severe economic toll on communities throughout the country. The drain on the Treasury remained a pressing concern, and the Republican-dominated Congress finally recognized the need for more tax revenue. A new levy fell on licenses, carriages, auctions, sugar refineries, and salt. In mid-July, reports arrived in Washington that a squadron of enemy battleships and frigates was steering a course up the Potomac River, threatening to attack the capital itself. The city prepared to flee. For a month, Madison had been bedridden at the White House with a dangerous bout of influenza. His doctors could not say whether the commander-in-chief would survive, and he was in no condition to be moved. As it happened, the British ships did not ascend the river beyond the Kettle Bottoms, but they sent boats ahead to take soundings and learn the channel for a potential future operation. On September 26, 1813, Commodore Rogers and USS President returned safely from a 5-month cruise, putting in at Newport, Rhode Island. President had probed as far south as the Azores, turned back to the north, and harassed the British whalers through the North Sea, replenished her fresh water at Bergen on the Norwegian coast, cruised with impunity in the waters around the Shetlands, the Orkneys, and the Northern Irish Channel, and then passed through the crowded sea lanes of the western approaches before shaping a course for home. Returning to the North American coast, President eluded the British cordon by threading the shoals of the rarely used Tuckernuck Passage between Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. She had taken 12 enemy prizes, including the schooner HMS Highflyer, Admiral Warren's personal tender. Rogers expressed disappointment at not having fallen in with an enemy warship, but in fact the President had accomplished a great deal. Reports of her whereabouts, often conflicting, filled the British newspapers, and her presence in the offing spread fear and uncertainty. The Admiralty was subjected to withering criticism for its failure to hunt down the successful marauder, and the specter of an American frigate cruising openly in Britain's home waters dramatized the threat to British commerce. Secretary Jones congratulated Rogers on an active, vigilant, and useful cruise. The Admiralty had been forced to deploy a great deal of force in the search for President, while the cost to British shipping would be felt, once again, in the all-important calculation of maritime insurance. Jones had asked for a war against British commerce, and Rogers had delivered it. On December 14th, the Congress came to anchor in the outer harbor of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. She had been out nearly 8 months, one of the longest cruises of the war. Captain John Smith was embarrassed to report that the Congress had managed to capture only 4 enemy vessels in all her time at sea. The value of these 4 prizes would not equal the cost of keeping the Congress at sea for such a great length of time. It had been the least profitable cruise of the war. Secretary Jones wanted the frigate refitted and reprovisioned for another cruise as soon as possible, but close inspection revealed that her timbers were decayed, her bowsprit was shot, her lower rigging required a complete overhaul, and the entire deck and hull needed recalking. As Congress was dismantled at the Portsmouth Navy Yard wharf, a short distance from the stocks on which she had been built, the shipwrights grew increasingly pessimistic about her condition. With the instinctive parsimony of a veteran shipowner, Jones ordered the Congress laid up in ordinary and her guns hauled overland to Lake Ontario. With the United States and her consorts bottled up at New London, Constellation at Norfolk, Constitution at Boston, and President at Newport, the Navy's offensive commerce-raiding strategy was, at least for the moment, effectively thwarted. By concentrating his blockading forces off ports known to be harboring the American frigates, however, Admiral Warren left gaping holes in other parts of the British cordon. Again and again the pattern reasserted itself, as the British fixation on the U.S. Navy's frigates allowed other American vessels to get safely to sea. In the drive to capture or destroy the Constellation, the British neglected the southern and Gulf coasts, which became a haven for American privateers stocking the Caribbean sea lanes. To the growing frustration of British merchants, American privateers were sallying out of port by the hundreds. By the fall of 1813, the British were losing as many as 45 merchant vessels per month. Privateers swarmed in the Bay of Fundy, in the West Indies, off the coast of Portugal, in the North Sea, and in the western approaches to the English Channel. They stalked the big East India convoys and pounced on the stragglers. With the French welcoming American vessels into the Channel ports, they staged daring raids into the heart of Britain's home waters. The true-blooded Yankee descended on a remote Irish island and occupied it for 6 days, then crossed the Irish Sea and terrorized a remote Scottish harbor, burned 6 merchantmen, and vanished back to sea before the Royal Navy could respond. The Lion captured some 20 merchantmen in November alone and made off with the fantastic sum of $400,000 in specie, taken from a vessel bound to Lisbon for the support of Wellington's troops. In London, a peace faction was beginning to make itself heard. The Naval Chronicle purported to speak for the Royal Navy, but its editors had never liked the American war, regarding it as a costly diversion of military forces from the European theater. Beginning in the summer of 1813, the editors pressed the point in nearly every issue. Peace needed with America. America, the need for peace is apparent. Peace with America must be negotiated. The Chronicle grasped England's dilemma. To wage the war more ruthlessly, as many in the press and public were demanding, would only weaken America's pro-British domestic opposition and cause the American people to rally round the executive. In Parliament, members of the opposition calmly proved that the cost of the war was not justified by its purported objective. The war was costing Britain about £10 million a year. The entire enlisted payroll of the Royal Navy was only £3 million. Why not double or even triple the pay of every seaman in the Navy? It would be cheaper than fighting for the right to impress men from foreign ships, while probably eliminating the need to do so. Lord Erskine pressed an even more fundamental point. Where was this endless Anglo-American feud going? How was it all supposed to end? It has been said that this war, if the Americans persist in their claims, must be eternal, he said. If so, our prospects are disheartening. America is a growing country, increasing every day in numbers, in strength, in resources of every kind. In a lengthened contest, all the advantages are on her side and against this country. When Tsar Alexander of Russia had first offered to serve as a diplomatic mediator in the fall of 1812, the British government had rejected the proposal. The American peace commissioners, Gallatin, Bayard, and John Quincy Adams, had rendezvoused at St. Petersburg before learning of the refusal. After 6 idle months in the Russian capital, word came that the British Foreign Secretary, Robert Castlereagh, prompted by Perry's victory on Lake Erie, had proposed direct negotiations with the American government. Madison accepted the offer without hesitation. The American team was reinforced by 2 additional commissioners, one of whom was Henry Clay, Speaker of the House of Representatives and leader of the Congressional War Hawk faction. He resigned his seat to accept the diplomatic assignment. Peace talks were originally to take place in Sweden, but were subsequently moved to the charming little canal town of Ghent in Belgium. Initially, the American negotiators remained under strict instructions not to offer concessions on the issue of impressment. But the progress of the war, both in Europe and America, gradually undermined the American negotiating position. Coburn's punitive expeditions in the Chesapeake had demonstrated the vulnerability of the long American coastline. Every attempted American invasion of Canada had been turned back. The cost of the war to the United States was enormous and growing. American privateers were enjoying success, but the American merchant marine had been all but annihilated. British cruisers had sent hundreds of prizes into Bermuda and Halifax, and between 1812 and 1814, both imports and exports fell by more than 80%. The Treasury was exhausted. Customs revenues had diminished to an imperceptible trickle. There was a danger of default on upcoming federal interest payments, which would lead to bank failures across the country, and it was difficult to imagine how American merchants could be persuaded to accommodate any new government borrowing. In Europe, events were ominous. Napoleon's October 1813 defeat at Leipzig allowed the Allied armies to mass on the Rhine, apparently preparing to drive into the heart of France. In April 1814, Napoleon abdicated his throne and was exiled to the Mediterranean island of Elba. With England free to turn the full weight of its military power against the United States, Madison made the painful decision to drop his one sine qua non, the point on which 2 years of war had been fought. The capitulation came on June 27, 1814, in a secret letter to the American negotiating team. On mature consideration, Secretary of State Monroe wrote, "It has been decided that you may omit any stipulation on the subject of impressment if found indispensably necessary to terminate the war. You will of course not recur to this expedient until all your efforts to adjust the controversy in a more satisfactory manner have failed." From this day forward, Madison's sole remaining objective was to end the war without sacrifice of American independence, territory, or national honor. Admiral Warren's reports to London remained pessimistic throughout 1813. The Admiralty had demanded that he accomplish several things at once: maintain a rigorous blockade of the entire American coast, provide convoys to the West India merchant fleets, patrol the sea lanes for privateers, and capture or destroy the remaining American frigates, so that a portion of his forces could be redeployed. The Lords had little sympathy for the Admiral's repeated pleas for reinforcements, informing him that the force at his disposal exceeds very much what on a mere comparison with the means of the enemy would appear necessary. On November 12, 1813, Halifax was struck by a devastating hurricane. Though it lasted only an hour and a half, the storm drove more than 50 ships onto the beach, including Warren's flagship, the 74-gun San Domingo. A large portion of the British North American fleet was materially crippled by this event. The combination of hurricane damage and winter weather significantly weakened the blockade, and when President and Constitution escaped safely back to sea in the last month of the year, Warren grumbled, "The good fortune of these rascally privateer frigates makes me almost despair of ever seeing them." Writing the Admiralty from his winter headquarters at Bermuda 2 days before the new year, Warren expressed concern about the growth of the privateering threat. "The rapidity with which the Americans build and fit out their ships is scarcely credible, and I am very apprehensive of the mischief their cruisers will do to our trade." Not only did he need reinforcements, he told the Lords, but he needed to be reinforced with faster ships, because all the American men of war, privateers, and even traders are particularly good sailing vessels. Warren had every right to complain. He had been made the victim of unrealistic expectations. The Admiralty had consistently underestimated the challenge of blockading the long American coast, the audacity and skill of the American privateers, and the armament and efficiency of the American frigates. The Lords had sent Warren to North America with instructions to arrange a truce, and then faulted him for not inflicting enough punishment on the enemy. Whether he deserved it or not, however, Warren was finished. The Admiralty sent orders by fast-sailing packet to Bermuda, informing him that his 18-month command was terminated. His replacement would be Vice Admiral Sir Alexander Cochrane, a 56-year-old veteran officer who had served with distinction in the Mediterranean, the Leeward Islands, and the English Channel. Admiral Coburn was retained as Cochrane's second-in-command, and the North American station was heavily reinforced with ships released from blockade duty in Europe. Even as the first direct peace talks were beginning in Europe, the British gathered their strength to strike the kind of mortal blow that would hasten the end of the war. During the summer of 1814, relentless, punitive amphibious raids in the south would be combined with invasion from the north. The planned offensive was a concession, at least in part, to domestic political pressures. A large segment of the British public continued to demand that America be bludgeoned into submission, and a vocal minority was agitating to restore hegemony over the former colonies. But the British were frustrated by all the old familiar problems of the American Revolutionary War. How to strike a decisive blow against a sprawling pastoral republic with no vital center? Cities could be occupied or even destroyed, but resistance forces could retire to the back country, as Washington and the Continental Army had done in 1776 through 81. When the cabinet consulted General Wellington on the question, he gave them little encouragement. In such countries as America, very extensive, thinly peopled, and producing but little food in proportion to their extent, military operations are impracticable without river or land transport. Regarding the planned offensive, I do not know where you could carry on such an operation which would be so injurious to the Americans as to force them to sue for peace. In July of 1814, 4 battalions of British troops under the command of Major General Robert Ross sailed from the Gironde River in France. After 6 years of hard campaigning, these battle-seasoned veterans of Wellington's Peninsular Campaign might have liked to be sent home rather than across the ocean to fight, and possibly die, in a conflict they could only regard as a sideshow to the war they had just won. But they had no say in the matter, and would do as they were ordered. Joined at Bermuda by additional reinforcements from the Mediterranean, they sailed in a fleet of 51 ships, including 20 troop transports, reaching the Virginia Capes in mid-August. Had they attacked Norfolk immediately, they would have almost certainly taken both the town and the long-blockaded Constellation, which had been stripped of most of her remaining crew the previous April. But instead they sailed up the bay to rendezvous with Admiral Coburn's squadron at Tangier Island. An additional battalion of Royal Marines was assembled from all the ships of the British fleet, bringing the total invasion force to 4,000. The entire region was critically underdefended. Although recruiting had increased the U.S. Army's total strength to more than 40,000, the administration had continued to deploy most new recruits to the Canadian frontier, leaving the South heavily dependent on local militias. The only active American naval force on the bay was a small flotilla of row galleys, gunboats, and armed barges under the command of Joshua Barney, which had been bottled up in the Patuxent River by Coburn's huge fleet. On August 17th, Coburn sent a strong force up the river, followed the next day by General Ross and several troop transports. Faced with inevitable defeat, Barney scuttled the flotilla and marched his sailors overland from Nottingham to Washington to assist in the defense of the capital. Coburn, Ross, and the British invasion force landed at Benedict, Maryland, on the 19th and marched east at a frightening pace. With terrible suddenness, the nation's capital was in jeopardy. Assuming the British would not or could not advance that far inland, Secretary of War Armstrong had neglected the city's defenses. But Ross's veterans had won the Peninsular Campaign by outmarching their enemies, and they could cover 20 miles a day on decent roads. The British could attack Washington from any direction they chose, and the local American commander, Brigadier General William Winder, was suddenly faced with the problem of defending several places at once. Covering 50 miles in 4 days, including feints to the west and north, the British troops advanced south along the Bladensburg Road toward Washington. Winder hurried his army of several thousand regulars and militia to cut off the British advance and was reinforced at the last minute by Barney's sailors and Marines. But the Americans reached the field too late to prepare strong fortifications, and when the British appeared at midday on August 24th, they charged, flanked, and quickly routed the defenders. The Battle of Bladensburg, also known as the Bladensburg Races, was by far the most ignominious defeat ever suffered by an American army in the field up to that time and ever since. In fairness, however, it should be said that the retreat highlighted the distinctive traits of Yankee ingenuity and self-reliance. Realizing there was no time in all the confusion to check in with their commanding officers, the soldiers and militia did not wait to be told to run for their lives. They knew a man could move faster when not burdened with weapons, ammunition, and extra gear, so they left most of it behind. Sensing that if they all ran away in the same direction, the British would follow and attempt to renew the battle, they split up into small groups and took different routes of escape, north to Baltimore, south to Virginia, west through the capital, over the Rock Creek bridges into Georgetown, and a few even doubled back to the east. Nor could it be said that the Americans were not physically fit. Never did men with arms make better use of their legs, a British lieutenant later wrote. With the road to Washington now completely undefended, the tired British troops rested for 2 hours and then resumed marching, reaching Capitol Hill at 8 p.m. Coburn and Ross had already reached their controversial decision to burn all the public buildings in the city, an act of vandalism that even Napoleon had not practiced in the many foreign capitals he had occupied. Flames devoured both the House and Senate wings of the Capitol, the White House, the Treasury, the War and Navy office buildings, and the Great Bridge across the Potomac. The Library of Congress, a collection that had been largely assembled by Jefferson, was a total loss. Before setting fire to the White House, Coburn and his officers, famished after a long day of marching, fighting, and burning especially, sat down to eat a dinner that had been left behind by the Madisons in their haste to evacuate. As a souvenir, Coburn took a seat cushion from Dolly Madison's chair. It had been a daring and crushingly successful foray. In 11 days, the British had penetrated 50 miles inland, trounced an army twice the size of their own, occupied and wrecked the American capital, and escaped to the safety of their fleet, having suffered casualties of only 64 killed and 185 wounded. At the same time, a British squadron under the command of Captain James A. Gordon had warped up the Potomac River against contrary winds, grounding repeatedly on the Kettle-Bottom Shoals, and engaged Fort Washington in a brief artillery duel that ended when the American garrison spiked their guns and fled. The squadron, which comprised 2 frigates, 3 bomb vessels, and a rocket ship, took up position at Alexandria and prepared to bombard the town. The Americans unloaded provisions from all the merchant shipping, and several vessels were sunk to prevent capture. Captain Gordon offered to spare the town, but his conditions were humiliating. All vessels must be immediately surrendered. The Alexandrians must themselves reload all the provisions and cargoes that had been removed during the squadron's approach, including all that had been sent inland in wagons, and the vessels that had been sunk to prevent capture must be raised from the bottom of the river, restored to sailing condition, and handed over to the British. The town council acceded to Gordon's terms the same afternoon. The squadron dropped back down the river with 22 prize vessels in company, fought its way past a series of newly erected shore batteries, and rejoined Admiral Cochrane's fleet on September 9th. Gordon's delay allowed Baltimore to fortify its defenses by erecting new redoubts and earthworks, reinforcing the militia garrisons, and sinking block ships off Lazaretto Point. Admiral Cochrane was determined to occupy the city, which was notorious as a hub of the American privateering industry. The British fleet did not take up position in the Patapsco until September 12th. Troops were landed at North Point at dawn, but they failed to break through the American lines, and General Ross was killed by a sniper. That night Cochrane brought his fleet up the river and anchored within cannon-shot range of Fort McHenry, the bedrock of the city's defense. A Georgetown lawyer and militia officer, Francis Scott Key, witnessed the night bombardment from the deck of a truce ship a few miles down the Patapsco. Moved by the sight of the American flag flying over the ramparts, illuminated in the glare of the Congreve rockets and in seeming defiance of the mortar shells bursting all around it, Key, who wrote verse on the side, reached for his pen and jotted down a few lines. The following day, he reworked them into a poem, later set to music, which he entitled The Star-Spangled Banner. Baltimore refused to fall, and Cochrane, loath to admit defeat in his official dispatches to the Admiralty, characterized the operation as a demonstration rather than an actual attempt to take the city. The fleet sailed down the bay to the Capes. A small force was left at Lynnhaven. Coburn was dispatched to Bermuda for a refit, and Cochrane sailed for Bermuda with the main force and a small armada of prizes. Humiliating as it was, the fall of Washington did not substantially interrupt the progress of the war. The young, underpopulated capital had not yet attained any real economic or strategic importance. Madison and his cabinet returned and took up leases in new buildings. Records were reconstructed and dispatches were still sent and received from commanders at sea and in the field. Federalists who had clamored for accommodation to British demands found themselves weakened and discredited. Public opinion rallied around President Madison. The fate of Washington stiffened the defenses at Baltimore and may have saved the city. Then came news of a major American naval victory in the north. On the morning of September 11th in Plattsburgh Bay on Lake Champlain, a freshwater squadron under the command of Master Commandant Thomas MacDonough had engaged and defeated a British squadron of superior force. The 2-hour battle was fought at anchor and at close range, with heavy casualties suffered on both sides. The British Commodore, Captain George Downey, was killed early in the action, and MacDonough was twice knocked to the deck by flying debris, the first time by the decapitated head of one of his own midshipmen. The American vessels had sent multiple anchors with springs on their cables, allowing them to wind ship, that is, to rotate 180 degrees and present fresh broadsides to the enemy at a critical moment in the action. The contest ended with the capture of all the British ships, amounting to a frigate, a brig, and 2 sloops of war. The Battle of Plattsburgh averted a threatened invasion of New York State. A British army of 10,000 men, under the command of General Sir George Prevost, including more of Wellington's feared veterans, had marched down the eastern shore of Lake Champlain, brushing aside several American infantry attacks, and would undoubtedly have continued into the Hudson River Valley if Downey had prevailed. Once the Americans had established control of the lake, however, General Prevost decided on a quick retreat to friendly territory, leaving his sick and wounded behind. The withdrawal, according to Downey's first lieutenant, was carried out in the most precipitate and disgraceful manner. Prevost became a pariah among his officers, his soldiers, and the entire British people. Recalled to England to face a court-martial, he died before he could make his defense. In Ghent, negotiations dragged on through the late summer and early fall. The British government was represented by a veteran officer of the Royal Navy, Lord Gambier, an Admiralty lawyer, William Adams, and an Undersecretary in the Colonial Office, Henry Goulburn. Taking a high tone from the outset, even after Madison's major concession on impressment, they demanded that England's Indian allies be provided with a buffer state in the northwest, and that additional territories along the border be ceded to Canada. The Americans rejected both demands. A rupture seemed inevitable, and the American envoys prepared to sail for home. This brought the issue to a head. If the American delegation left Europe, England would be forced to carry on the war for another year at least. As this uncomfortable truth sank in, Lord Liverpool and his ministers began counting up the high economic, political, and diplomatic costs of the war. A year earlier, Napoleon's downfall had seemed to free up military resources for deployment in America, but dissent among the Allies now threatened a renewal of the war, and England's ships and troops were needed in Europe. Post-Napoleonic France was sympathetic to the American cause and allowed American privateers to outfit in its Channel ports. The repulse at Baltimore gave the lie to the British government's assurances that an American capitulation was at hand. In Paris, crowds in the Palais Royal gardens erupted into cheers at the announcement of MacDonough's victory on Lake Champlain. The English public's enthusiasm for the war was declining. Losses at sea were growing. On September 9th, a caucus of Liverpool merchants announced that the city had lost a combined total of 800 vessels to the Americans since the beginning of the war. To avert the collapse of the talks, the British envoys gave up their demand for an Indian state, which they had earlier presented as non-negotiable, and consented instead to a vague, and therefore unenforceable, provision returning the Indians to their 1811 status. For the ensuing month, negotiations hinged on the issue of whether the war should be concluded on the basis of uti possidetis, that is, each side to keep the territory it held at the cessation of hostilities. Under this arrangement, the British would retain control of occupied territory in northern Maine, which would open a secure corridor between Quebec and Nova Scotia, and fortresses on the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence taken in the course of the war. But on October 24th, with their position immeasurably strengthened by the news of Baltimore and Plattsburgh, the Americans rejected uti possidetis and declared that they would negotiate only on the basis of status quo ante bellum, that is, status before the war, or a restoration of all occupied territories. The final obstacle was an internal rift among the American delegates. John Quincy Adams was adamant that the coastal fishing rights negotiated by his father in the 1783 Treaty of Paris must be reasserted in the new treaty. The senior Adams had lobbied both Madison and his own son not to surrender them. The British considered the fishing rights as annulled by the war, but seemed willing to restore them in exchange for navigation rights on the Mississippi River. But Henry Clay, representing the Western interest, was adamantly opposed to the latter. When it seemed as if the American consensus might founder on this issue, Albert Gallatin acted as a mediator and at length persuaded both Adams and Clay to shelve both issues. The treaty would include no mention of either, with the understanding that they would be settled in future negotiations. John Quincy Adams generously credited Gallatin with the largest and most important share to the conclusion of the peace, and added, "It would have been an irreparable loss if our country had been deprived of the benefit of his talents in this negotiation." The Treaty of Ghent, signed on Christmas Eve 1814, was essentially nothing more than an agreement to stop fighting. It did not address any of the issues that had prompted the American declaration of war. Pending ratification by the U.S. Senate, however, the war was over. Rapid communication between Europe and America did not become possible until 1858, when the first greeting was transmitted from Queen Victoria to President James Buchanan by a transatlantic telegraph cable. In 1815, news traveled as it always had in the past, in a ragged, gradually widening circle over land and sea. Outside that circle, the Anglo-American War continued to rage, and in the more distant theaters, the fighting would go on for months. The last major British amphibious operation of the war was directed against the Gulf Coast and New Orleans. The army that had occupied Washington and been repulsed at Baltimore sailed from the Chesapeake to Jamaica. With additional reinforcements from Europe and the West Indies, their numbers exceeded 10,000 men. As General Robert Ross had been killed at Baltimore, command of the army was transferred to General Sir Edward Pakenham, brother-in-law to the Duke of Wellington. The officers and troops of this formidable invasion force included several thousand veterans of the Peninsular Campaign, including some of the most elite companies in the British Army. Pakenham's objective was New Orleans, a polyglot city of 25,000 inhabitants located on the north bank of the Mississippi River, about 100 miles from the Gulf. Apart from the rich plunder the city offered, its conquest and occupation would enable the British to interdict navigation of the Mississippi, and thus force the American delegation at Ghent to assume a more submissive attitude. Sailing from Jamaica in late November, in a fleet commanded by Admiral Cochrane, the invaders landed at Cat Island on December 13th, attacked through Lake Bourne, captured or destroyed a small American gunboat squadron, and landed on the mainland east of New Orleans. An advance party marched through bayous and cypress swamps to a plantation on the eastern bank of the Mississippi, about 8 miles downriver of New Orleans. One by one, the British regiments were brought up into position, their numbers eventually approaching 6,000. The American forces were commanded by Major General Andrew Jackson, a native of South Carolina who had commanded the entire Gulf region since May 1814. Having arrived in New Orleans only a month earlier, Jackson had found the city critically unprepared for the British invasion, and his engineers worked at a furious pace to throw up earthworks and redoubts. At first the defenders were badly outnumbered, but they were gradually reinforced as militiamen streamed into the city from the surrounding region. A small force of U.S. Army regulars were joined by crack riflemen from Kentucky and Tennessee. Free black regiments raised over the objections of local politicians, a handful of Choctaw Indian scouts, and a gang of pirates under the leadership of Jean Lafitte. Lafitte's pirates were wanted men, but they were motivated to join Jackson's army by a combination of patriotism, hatred of the British, and the hope of a future pardon. The New Orleans French naturally took up arms against their hereditary enemies. Yankee Doodle and the Marseillaise were the tunes most often heard on the streets of the city. Jackson established his lines about 2 miles upriver from the British encampment. His works extended across the Chalmette Plain, from the river about 1/4 of a mile to the edge of a nearly impenetrable cypress swamp. A strong parapet was built to a height of 5 feet, abutted by a ditch about 10 feet wide and 4 feet deep. Batteries of heavy artillery were constructed at regular intervals. By January 8, 1815, the American lines were manned with about 3,500 men, with another 1,000 in reserve. On the morning of January 8th, with a thick mist rising from the plain, The British Army advanced along the river in 2 columns under the command of Major Generals Samuel Gibbs and John Keane. The American cannon opened fire when the enemy were at 500 yards, the riflemen at 300 yards, and the muskets at 100 yards. The fire from the American lines was devastating, but the disciplined British troops refused to break and run. They advanced into the maelstrom with suicidal courage. General Gibbs was killed and General Keane severely wounded. General Pakenham rode forward to rally the 44th and was promptly eviscerated by a volley of grape shot. Many of the British veterans later said that it was the most murderous fire they had ever seen. As the guns fell silent and the smoke cleared, the ground in front of the American lines was strewn with 1,500 dead and wounded British soldiers. A truce was arranged, and throughout the afternoon unarmed men from both armies worked side by side to remove the wounded from the field. The bodies of Pakenham and Gibb were disemboweled and sealed in casks of liquor to be returned to England. British burial details heaved the dead into shallow mass graves, but several days of rain over the following week brought many of the bodies to the surface, exposing heads and limbs. The British had lost 291 dead, 1,262 wounded, and 484 captured. Among the casualties were 3 generals, 7 colonels, and 75 field officers. The Americans, well protected behind their parapet, had suffered only 6 killed and 7 wounded. It had been the most lopsided defeat ever suffered by a British army in the field, all the more tragic for having been fought 2 weeks after the war was over. Epilogue. On February 4, 1815, the electrifying news of Andrew Jackson's victory in New Orleans arrived in the capital. Exactly a week later, on February 11th, the British sloop-of-war Favorite arrived in New York under a flag of truce, bearing news of the Treaty of Ghent. Madison submitted the treaty to the Senate without suggested amendments. Unanimous ratification followed on February 16th. Throughout the nation, the news was met with the traditional rituals of rejoicing: ringing bells, thundering cannon, nighttime illumination, and bands of music. In Hartford, the American Mercury reported on February 14th, "It is impossible to describe the sensations which this glorious event excited among all classes of our citizens. The ringing of bells, the beating of drums, and shouts of joy which were heard through the night best describe the public feeling." The post-war economic surge was immediate and gratifying. Prices of stocks and government bonds shot up. Exportable produce, which had been all but worthless in the closing stages of the war, was suddenly in demand, and prices rose accordingly. Ships were fitted out in the harbors, preparing to sail for foreign markets. Imported manufactured goods and commodities, which had been scarce and expensive during the war, were suddenly cheap and abundant. Cotton and tea fell by more than 50%, tin by more than 60%. From a near standstill in the last year of the war, trade was quickly restored to levels approaching those of 1811, the last year of peace. Exports rose more than sevenfold, from $7 million in 1814 to $53 million in 1815. British forces withdrew from occupied territories on the northern border and from Tangier Island in the Chesapeake. The British officers had the honor and good sense to disregard that part of the treaty requiring them to return runaway slaves to their American masters. Many were allowed to settle as free citizens of the maritime provinces. Federalist newspapers attacked the Republicans for having plunged the nation into a ludicrous and costly war. The Boston Gazette admitted that the whole population devoted itself to expressions of joy, but a week later printed the names of all the congressmen who had voted for war in 1812, adding, "They must stand condemned as weak, ignorant, and impolitic men." Hopeful Federalists assumed that the Republicans, having been forced to accept a treaty that did not secure the nation's stated objectives in the war, would be punished at the polls. It was not to be. The American public was in no mood to be told that the War of 1812 had been futile and unnecessary. They much preferred the storyline offered by the Republicans, that Americans had prevailed in a great patriotic campaign. "We have triumphed," announced the Worcester National Aegis. Let snarling malcontents say what they will, we have gloriously triumphed. The humiliating reverses in Canada, the near secession of New England, the widespread trading with the enemy, the collapse of the national finances, the near total destruction of trade, and the hard fact that none of the war's formal objectives were achieved in the treaty, all of these considerations were quickly wiped from the public memory, and the War of 1812 was proclaimed a Second War of Independence. The mood of the country was ebullient, so much so that the period of American history that began in 1815 would be remembered as the era of good feeling. Opponents of the war were vilified for years afterward. Hartford Convention became a watchword for treachery and disloyalty, and the anti-war Federalists, as one Republican editor wrote, had only brought disappointment, disgrace, detection, despair upon themselves. The Federalists had been outmaneuvered yet again, and this time the mistake would prove fatal. The party's candidates would be routed in the 1816 election, and the long Virginian Republican dynasty would continue with the two-term presidency of James Monroe. What was remembered and cherished about the War of 1812 above all was the fact that America's tiny fleet had shocked and humbled the mightiest navy the world had ever known. Decatur, Hull, Bainbridge, Lawrence, Perry, and McDonough were among the most exalted heroes of 19th century America. Their names were as widely known as the names of Hollywood stars or professional athletes are today. Towns, cities, and counties were named for them. Homes were decorated with engraved prints, pewter cups, platters, punch bowls, urns, and wood carvings with the images of America's first ships or their commanders. Naval mythology aroused a new feeling of national unity after the partisan bitterness of the Federalist and Jeffersonian periods, and it was only after the War of 1812 that Americans began speaking of the United States in the singular rather than in the plural. The last vestiges of Republican anti-navalism were abandoned. No sooner was the Treaty of Ghent ratified than Madison asked Congress for a declaration of war against Algiers, which had seized the opportunity afforded by the Anglo-American War to resume attacks on U.S. shipping. 2 separate squadrons were prepared to sail for the Mediterranean, one in Boston under William Bainbridge and one in New York under Stephen Decatur. As Bainbridge was the senior officer, he would command the newly launched 74-gun battleship Independence. Decatur's 9-ship squadron, which included the Constellation, sailed on May 20, 1815. Decatur's force captured the Algerian frigate Mashuda, and on July 3rd, with the guns of the squadron trained on his city, the Dey of Algiers signed a treaty forswearing future tribute and releasing American prisoners with no payment of ransom. Decatur then sailed to Tunis and Tripoli, extracting similar concessions, as well as cash payments, to compensate American ship owners for their recent losses. The United States would never again encounter problems with the Barbary powers. The nation's new enthusiasm for naval power continued into the post-war years. Madison, allowing that a certain degree of preparation for war is not only indispensable to avert disasters in the onset, but affords also security for the continuance of the peace, asked Congress to enact a long-term building program. Passage of an act for the gradual increase of the Navy followed in April 1816. This law authorized the construction of 9 battleships and 12 heavy frigates at a projected cost of $1 million per year for a period of 8 years. Jefferson, commenting privately to Monroe in a letter of January 1815, recognized that a complete repudiation of the principles of 1801 was inevitable, given the performance of the Navy in the war. Frigates and 74s are a sacrifice we must make, heavy as it is, to the prejudices of a part of our citizens. The Navy of the early 19th century was chiefly occupied in suppressing piracy and the slave trade, but confidence in the long-term potential of American naval power was a factor in the so-called Monroe Doctrine, articulated by President Monroe, though largely formulated by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams, in his annual message of December 1823. The President declared that North and South America are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers, that we should consider any attempt on their part to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety. We could not view any interposition for the purpose of oppressing the Latin American republics or controlling in any other manner their destiny by any European power in any other light than as the manifestation of an unfriendly disposition toward the United States. Nearly 2 centuries after the fact, the causes and effects of the War of 1812 remain a subject of spirited debate among historians. The war lacked the historical significance of the American Revolution, and it never approached the scale of the Civil War or the major wars of the 20th century. From England's point of view, it was a sideshow in the long contest with Napoleon. It was a war ostensibly declared in defense of American maritime rights, but it was deeply unpopular among the inhabitants of the northern seaports. It was a conflict between sovereign nations, but it was imbued with the intimate personal bitterness of a civil war. It might have been avoided if not for bad luck and bungling diplomacy on both sides. Had a telegraph cable linked London and Washington in 1812, the war would not have been fought. Had such a cable existed in 1815, General Pakenham's troops would have returned to their families in England and not been slaughtered on a battlefield south of New Orleans 2 weeks after the treaty had been signed. No other foreign war has ever divided the American people so bitterly, and if it had lasted 1 year longer, it might have caused a dissolution of the Union. At the close of hostilities, neither side could point to any tangible gains, and the Americans were forced to admit they had been fortunate not to have lost territory on the Canadian border. Winston Churchill, in his History of the English-Speaking Peoples, pronounced the War of 1812 a futile and unnecessary war, but added almost in the same breath that the results of the peace were solid and enduring. This is an essential point. There were many cases after 1815 in which British and American interests clashed, but diplomacy somehow prevailed in resolving every dispute, and there was never a third Anglo-American war. Not many contemporaries on either side of the Atlantic in 1815 would have believed such a result was possible. British and American newspapers frequently spoke of the likelihood of a renewed war. But the lessons of the war were taken to heart. Anti-American sentiment in Great Britain ran high for several years, but the United States was never again refused proper treatment as an independent power, wrote Churchill. The British Army and Navy had learned to respect their former colonials. Although the Treaty of Ghent did not provide any security against the impressment of seamen from American ships, the practice ended. Even during the naval remobilization of the 100 Days in 1815, the Royal Navy took the utmost pains not to permit the impressment of seamen from American ships. In population, in economic production, and in territorial extent, the United States was growing more rapidly than Britain. With these demographic trends in mind, Henry Adams passed his judgment on the Treaty of Ghent. Perhaps at that moment the Americans were the chief losers, but they gained their greatest triumph in referring all their disputes to be settled by time, the final negotiator, whose decision they could safely trust.
Six Frigates, The Epic History of the Founding of the U.S. Navy, was written by Ian W. Toll and read by Stephen Lang. It was abridged for audio by Jesse Boggs. Recording, editing, and post-production by Erica Weintraub. Terry Hogan was the mix engineer. The associate producer was Michael Noble. Six Frigates was produced and directed by Carol Shapiro. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.